Do you get tired of winning? You get tired of winning? Like, you know, you.
Honestly, no.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but the line "I am inevitable" only rings true in NASL. 3 championships this Saturday to see a boys sweep.
I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Power play opportunity. Zuna has to put in so much work, but the goal gets past his shadow swap clone. And now Bell in the goal box has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play. Bell's now, oh no, just fakes out Soren completely.
Cleared properly there, Vaughn getting the dribble on the bottom. Long range core flip through the misdirection.
Playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet!
Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage.
Bell's keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn.
And that's an ace. All members going into the goal. No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip.
Where they are, Vanish lands on a 2, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bell.
Has enough speed. A perfect killer from Vaughn to save it away. Sock smack. Bensama using these pillars are so massive from Vaughn, just placing them. The barrier. Still sending one barrier to none. Crazy angle. Bells as well, finding the goal. Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it in the end.
Playoffs of Season 5 in the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot, joined today by Mystic, Yoshi, and Leo. Leon, Mystic, how are you doing today? Excited for wrapping up another season?
I'm excited. Some of you guys know, you can probably just tell from my voice, but coming off of this COVID, flu, whatever it is, but we're on the recovery stage. I cannot miss a playoffs here for Nassau. I'm excited to see what's going down.
Yoshi, unfortunately, the crew that you coach / sub for at this point couldn't quite make it, but gotta be excited nonetheless. Coming into what could be the okay, well, never mind. I was about to hype this up as like what could be the closest season we've had so far in the league.
Oh, absolutely. They just keep getting better and better. Those Bang Bang guys, though, I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know. One guy I do know didn't make the playoffs either, but of course does have a long-standing history of being towards the top of the scene. Leo Leon 500. Leo, how's it going today?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. A little sad that I can't be playing, but I mean, I've been playing this game for 3 years. I'm pretty happy with how competitiveness has been. I just really want to watch these games. I mean, like we've said, and like how everyone's been saying, this is such a competitive season. I mean, it's awesome to see where we've come, and I'm excited. I'm excited. All these players are cool people. A lot of them been around. Some of them are new. Can't wait to see who wins.
I think staying in the league and consistency season over season is something to be said. And a lot of the folks we'll talk about today do have that level of consistency. But before we do, I want to give us a little bit of a step back and cover more of a broader picture of the league as a whole. 9 weeks of regular play, of course, and we've collected all of the stats and all of the numbers to bring that to you all here. So first, we're going to play a little stat surge game. We did this at the end of last season. We're going to do it again with the 4 of you. I will say an awards category, or not an award category, but a category of statistics. And I ask you all to provide one that you believe would be in that category. Ideally, probably the top one. You'll get awarded a certain number of points. So to start, the thing we're going to start with here is the awakening that had the lowest average pick slot. The way we rank awakenings right now is if they were picked first, they have a pick slot of 1. They're picked second, they have a pick slot of 2, so on and so forth. So these top 3 awakenings were the ones that were on average picked up the fastest in awakenings carousels when they were shown. So Mystic, I will start with you. Give me an awakening you believe will be on this list.
So just making sure this is lowest. A lowest meaning just
meaning
clarify.
Towards the beginning.
Oh, okay. So some of the best.
Yes.
Perfect form.
Okay. Why do you say perfect form?
No, I was gonna pick that.
Just a highly contested pick, especially with characters like Zentaro, Aimi, or Vice. Like just like general, pretty much everyone can use this really well, with some characters abusing it beyond. It's insane. It's just a really strong awakening that usually ends up snowballing a lot of characters. So I tend to see it get picked up very quickly.
All right, Yoshi, I'll go to you next. Give me an awakening here.
This one's tough. There's so many good ones. Like there's so many good ones, but I'm gonna go for like kind of safe pick and lock in a peak performance. That's a pretty good one.
Okay. All right. Peak performance. Pretty standard, right? Always love the extra stagger. Leo, I'll go to you last here. Which one?
Dude, this sucks. I was gonna say PF, my Zentaro brain, but I'm not sure. Yeah, to be different and not steal Mystic's pick. Damn. What is left? I think if I were to not think like a brawler, I'd say Stacks or FOF. But I'm not sure which one, so I'm just gonna go with FOF because I think FOF. It's like it's always been like a good midfield awakening is usually good for everybody. It's like FOF's pretty good. Stacks have been pretty good. Quick strikes when it's allowed to be in the game is always like a must pick. So I guess I'll just go with FOF. Yeah, fight or flight.
Speed tends to be king, and in this case, Leo, your intuition is actually correct. Fight or flight was, on average, the most quickly picked up, followed second by your perfect form, Mystic. Mystic, I'll give you the reaction here. What do you think?
Yeah, this makes sense. A fight or flight, completely forgot about it, but speed is, I would say, the most important stat in Omega Strikers right now. You'll tend to see a lot of drafts going in terms of fight or flight, stagger swagger, perfect, or like peak performance before anything else. So this makes complete sense. It is a nightmare if you are the midfielder who doesn't get it. Versing the opponent is the same thing with like quick strikes, that feeling. It tends to snowball games really fast, and speed is king.
On average, picked up nearly second in the draft across the board, which is incredibly high. Next up, we will go to the striker that has the highest draft presence. This means that they were either picked or banned over the course of character select. Yoshi, I'll start with you here. striker with the highest draft presence.
Oh no, I have no idea. I'm thinking someone in the slot in the goalie or midfield position because you get a lot of picks there. A lot of people picking those guys. But I'm just gonna go a humble Imi. That seems like
Okay.
an easy answer. Everyone
Easy answer.
everyone's picking that thing.
Everyone's picking that thing. That's fair. Leo, I'll go to you.
I mean, I'm gonna make it easy. I agree. It has to be Imi. I mean, since season 1, that character's been kind of a menace. It just has to be Imi. It doesn't help that just the more and more people play, the more that character just like gets to do so many obnoxious things. Like seeing turret placement and glitch pop placement nowadays compared to back then. I mean, these guys are crazy on that pick now. So it's either that or like I don't know who's another annoying character. Like now these damn midfield goalie characters. Hey, yeah, Imi. It's got to be Imi. I mean, it has to be.
All right. Same answer. Mystic, how about you?
I'd probably also lock in Imi, but just to change things up, I do think it's one of these. Leo just said it a second ago. These midfield goalie characters that tend to be flexed in between. So I'm thinking either now or Kai, but I'm gonna just go with Kai. Lock in Kai. I think he'll be less than Imi, but just to say something different, we're going with Kai.
Okay. I'll go ahead and reveal Imi is, in fact, the most picked or banned. Second is Rasmus all across the board, and then now makes an appearance as the top to round out the top 3. So Leo gets points there. Yoshi gets points. Mystic does not get points, unfortunately for you. But Imi appearing in 3 out of every 4 character drafts. That'll be a striker to watch out for over the course of the day. Last category here, highest win rate for a striker, not a player. Which striker had the highest win rate this season? Leon, I'll go to you.
Highest win rate this season. Man, that's tough. Has there ever been a character that's only picked once and won once? Guys, I need to know right now. Did someone like randomly pick like Drakkar and won 2 games? Did Modern win any of the games they played Drakkar in? I don't remember. I didn't watch.
I think so.
I don't know.
I mean, guys. Highest win rate. I mean, it's definitely not Imi, I'll tell you that. That character's picked too much. There's no way she has a positive win rate right now.
Timer's on.
No.
Gotta lock in an answer.
Guys, you know what? I'm gonna just go with my gut. I had a conversation with my midfield about this. It's either Juno or Atlas. I'm flipping a coin. I'm flipping my watch. I don't have a coin near me. Alright, Juno it is.
Juno it is. All right. Leo locks in Juno. Mystic, to you now. Who you got?
Lock in Octavia. Lock in Octavia.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Okay. Yoshi, how about you?
Yeah, I'm taking the Octavia. It's been a while since I've looked at the stats, but if I remember correctly,
I don't need to see
it
the
might
stats.
just be the freak.
I've casted enough of these games. Lock in Octavia.
Octavia is correct. So Mystic points, Yoshi points, Leo no points with the Juno. Atlas number 2 with 78%, but Octavia 13-2 this season. I wrote down the players that played this character. It was Cardbox, Hungry Boy picked it up a couple times, and Joker played it the most with 7 picks, or 7 games, I should say, on the striker. So it's a tie for first place between Yoshi and Leo. Leon, we've got bigger fish to fry here now. As we take a look towards the playoffs bracket here, we haven't gotten the chance to talk about that much. Of course, it'll be Showtime versus Era's Kitten Club up first, followed by Cosmic Calamities and Demons Raw and Bozo Bunch and Sad Boys will be waiting on the lower side of the bracket. Mystic, this is shaping up almost like 1-to-1 with how season 3 looked for the Sad Boys in terms of starting them in the lower side.
Yeah, I mean, Sad Boys managed to squeeze their way through in the last 2 weeks of this Nassel main season, but now they got a lot of matches if they want to make it into grand finals. So I'm gonna be rooting for them as still I'm on the Sad Boys roster. You know, I got the little tag, I got the champion. So gotta be rooting for the Sad Boys here, but it is an uphill battle. And with this flu that hit VOD as well, it really is an uphill battle. But I will say, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, that this is definitely like the most competitive season of NASL. If we take a look at the standings, the people at the top are not Demons Raw and Sad Boys, right? It's Cosmic Calamities and Showtime. So we're finally seeing this like shift away from Demons Raw, Sad Boys over and over and over again. And it's nice to see other people come up to play and try to make a name for themselves after such a long history of winning from those other top two teams.
And I want to talk about that here, Leo, because to that end, actually, two teams tied for the best record this season between Showtime and Cosmic Calamities. But Showtime was given the higher seed because they beat Cosmic Calamities in their Week 6 match against one another, Leo. The way the format works is that the tie seed gets to pick between the 3rd and the 4th seeds. Why do you think Showtime ended up going for EKC compared to Demons Raw?
Man, in my heart of hearts, I think it's just because Joker wants a little bit of revenge. And I think he just wants to do a little cleanup on aisle 2, you know?
Well, I wouldn't put that past him.
I wouldn't put that past him, but like in all seriousness, I mean, you always want to take out like the lowest seed, right? Like you want to just prove that you're first seed for a reason, and you know, no ego moves here. Just take the nice 4th seed slot and try to take them out. And honestly, hey, as a Sad Boys fan and Showtime Raw Com fan, I'm not gonna say I don't like EKC because there's some New Jersey boys on that roster, and I love me my New Jersey, but. You know, Sad Boys all the way, no matter what.
All right. Well, that's how the bracket is shaping up. But before we get into the bracket today, we have to honor those that were performing the best in the regular season. And that's where the All-Pro voting comes in. We'll go through the results of the All-Pro voting here real fast. So stick with me, folks, because we're going to strap in so that we can get into matches as soon as possible. First up, we'll go to the 3rd team All-Pro. This was the group of folks that was voted 3rd best in each role. We have Gumi, Vaughn, and Snake Yoshi. All 3 of these perennial contenders for these kinds of roles.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of funny to see 2 members of Demons Raw locked in there as they got the 3rd seed this season. I think if you showed this to people, you know, any number of seasons ago, that'd be one of those like, well, like you feed a medieval peasant a Dorito kind of thing. Like, why are Demons Raw so low? What's Vaughn doing here on the 3rd team? Like, strange, but it's different times. Like you said, most competitive seasons so far, and things are really shaking up. So I think this is really cool. I mean, obviously, I love seeing Demons Raw and Sad Boys succeed, but I also like seeing other people succeed. So I'm looking forward to seeing who's on the 2nd first team.
Let's get into that now. 2nd All-Pro team. It's a Cosmic Calamities sweep. Natty, Cardbox, and Threezy Breezy Mystic. This Cosmic Calamities team proved their worth this season in significant fashion. I think to the expectations of nobody.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this. It's nice because there is a lot of nostalgia bias, right? And just bias in general for how strong the Demons and Sad Boys rosters have been over time. So it's nice that people are recognizing that Calamities, with the season that they are currently having, they are getting the votes that they deserve to show for something like an All-Pro team. So I'm happy for them, and this makes me curious who's on team number 1.
Well, let's get right into it. Team number 1, first team All-Pro is Barcode, Kainoob, and the Joker. This Kainoob guy continues to make appearances, but Leo, Barcode back in a starting role at this position, makes it to the first all team, holds the line at the Iron Wall.
Dude, I mean, Sean's crazy. Sean's crazy at the game. I mean, melee goalies are super strong right now, and arguably they've been strong, but everyone's on the IME wave. But that guy holds it down. I don't know what else to say. He may play quite boring, but like it's consistent and it's awesome. Like flashbacks to Texas, this guy just like whooped me. Like I couldn't take the last barrier for my life. For my life, I couldn't. And it's awesome to see him still stick around and play the game. I mean, like hats off to Kainoob and Joker too. I mean, Kainoob's always been a beast, and Joker's always been a beast. You know, teaming with me a couple seasons ago. Those guys are determined. Like those guys deserve their spots, and they are some of the best players for a reason, if not the best.
Well, we'll get into who of them is the best in a bit when we go over MVP. But first, a couple of other awards that we have to give out. First up, it's the most valuable substitute player. And this season, it is Shapeshifting from the Sad Boys Mystic. In his games he played, Shapeshifting went 4-0 on the behalf of the Sad Boys roster. Shape held it down for your squad.
Yeah, I mean, absolute big pickup there. This guy's been such a strong player. Me and Leo have played with him back in Lob City.
Oh, yeah.
And this guy has always been insane, but it's nice that he gets some recognition when the whole squad is on the same game page and figured it out together. I mean, the Mako kitten presses the spacebar when needed to, also has an Atlas. He knows he knows how to put the fries in the bag. I mean, but this guy is great. I'm super happy that he got most valuable sub. Definitely deserved it.
Got the job done in the matches where it mattered. If he was to be ranked against the Nassau starters, he would be first in the league in saves per 10 minutes. Next up, it's Rookie of the Season, and this season it goes to Cardbox, who put on an absolute heck of a performance for the Cosmic Calamities here. Ended up being second in assists per 10 minutes and third in shots per 10 minutes, Leo. I mean, if there's anyone that's more deserving of the Rookie of the Season award, I think it's got to be this guy, especially with the run that the Cosmic Calamities went on.
I agree. I got to play with him for Play Better Win More, and like the vibes are crazy. Like he's such a good player. I feel like every strike that I did, he was always in the right spot, and if I ever messed up, like I knew it. I was like, oh man, I feel bad. I'm messing up. Like he knows what he needs to be doing, and I just need to always like keep up. Y pues es colombiano también. So, mi corazón para él. Él sí tiene todo lo que él necesita hacer para ser un bien jugador. And that's all my empanadas and my bandeja paisas.
Bueno. Almost, or penultimate, I should say, award here goes to the most improved player. Also another member of the Cosmic Calamities. It's 3Z Breezy, who scored first in goals per 10 minutes and fifth in KOs per 10 minutes. Yoshi, Westies, rise up!
Woo! Westy Pride! I mean, this guy had the season of his life. Do not ask what happened last season. Don't have to talk about it. But this season, different man. He showed up and just, like, we just talked about Cardbox. Obviously, like, Com went 5-0 starting off and ended the season 7-0. Like, you don't do that with a limp midfielder. That guy went crazy. But this guy, they're making montages of him, K-Bot. He's everywhere.
He is everywhere. He was everywhere in the enemy goal box this season. But he did not end up getting the most valuable player award. Instead, this year, that honor goes once again to Kainoob on Demons Raw. This guy, once again, now 3-time Nassau MVP, Leo Leon. Does anyone do it better than him or what?
I mean, there's nothing else to say. He is, quite frankly, just built different, and I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be upset. I think even when I was talking to the Sad Boys, everyone's like, guys, we can't have Kainoob be MVP again. It has to be somebody else, but he deserves it. I mean, he deserves it. Otro Hispano. I mean, guys, maybe the Hispanic gene is just there. You know, Threezy's getting in there too. I'd be talking Spanish with him. He knows what's up. Maybe that's just it. We just need to have a World Cup. Figure out who's the best. You know, OS in 2027 World Cup.
Right.
Let's go.
We'll work on that. For the future. Got a couple quick things because our teams are ready, so we got to speed run the rest of this one. For the map pool this season, just want to make a brief note of it. It'll go up on your screen in a moment. It looks pretty standard across the board. Gates Obscura, Tycho Temple, and Inky's Splash Zone are those bottom three maps, and Oni Village seems to have a couple more games played on as of late. Mystic, you've been seeing these teams kind of behind the scenes in scrims a little bit potentially. Where do you think their minds are at when they're looking at this map pool?
I mean, I would say the pretty standard thing is the historically strong teams, Demons, Raw, Sad Boys, are always going to be great on the top four, right? The At Lab, Night Market, Oni Village, Clarion. These are just historically the least amount of gimmicks. You just get to play the map out to your team's strength. Whereas a lot of the newer teams that have been taking games have been taking these games on that bottom row. The Gates, the Tycho, the Inkies, and the other maps that are in rotation right now. So it's going to be a little bit of mix of, can the map gimmick plus putting time into the newer maps pay off for some of these teams versus the stronghold of the like original 3 plus Clarion, or the original 4 maps now. So it's going to be a little bit of a stylistic difference between, are we practicing the new maps versus the old maps, or can we win with our team versus do we need the maps help?
Well, no time for practicing anymore because we're about to get into matches. Predictions now up. It's Showtime versus EKC up first in week 2. It was EKC that got the best of Showtime. Yoshi, I'll go to you first. Who do you have in this match and why?
So honestly, I think Showtime could win the whole thing, and that's something that I could really only say about like Showtime and Cosmic Calamities. Those are the two I'm rooting for. But I was watching Showtime in week 9, and they were playing against Demons Raw, make no mistake. They were also playing against Snake Goalie, and like maybe he's crazy with it, and I just don't know ball. But it looked like they were really struggling, and of course it's been 2 weeks. There's plenty of time to practice, get ready, and like last season they showed up for playoffs. Who knows what they've done in the past 2 weeks, but I'm going to give it to EKC. They've been looking phenomenal. And like, I don't know. They won the regular season 30 years ago, and I think they can do it again.
EKC on momentum, picking up wins in the past 2 weeks versus the Cosmic Calamities and versus Bang Bang. Leo Leon, to you now. Who do you have in their match versus Showtime?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm here for the love of the game. I like win or lose. It's hard to pick, so I'm going back to the good old throw my watch up in the air and wherever it lands, I'm gonna vote because I'm being so serious. I just can't pick. I just the better team wins. Play better, win more, and like no matter what, like whoever wins deserves to win. Whoever lost, it sucks. That was me a couple seasons. I mean, that's me right now. I lost. I'm not. I'm not playing. So all right. The watch says Showtime.
Showtime. All right. Mystic, to you now. Who you got?
I mean, this Showtime roster has been riddled with monitors being turned off back in Finesse days, the Joker being DC'd on the map right behind me in this very matchup. So I know that this Showtime team wants revenge so badly. They just want an even playing field where they can win. So I'm going to give it for Joker's fierce intensity that I can feel through my monitor right now. I'm going to give it a Huss Bets, and it's going to be Showtime taking it.
I'll give this one to Showtime as well. They've looked good this season so far, and I can't wait to see how they are prepared for playoffs. Second match of the day is going to be the Cosmic Calamities versus Demons Raw. Leo Leon, to you first. Who you got here?
You already know what's up, bro. The watch is up in the air.
The watch is up. Are you kidding me, man?
All right, you know what? Here, I'll go with Cosmic Calamities, so that Kainoob gets MVP cursed, and that the homies over at Com can have a good dub. They could eat their food and have a good rest of the day. And the Demons all get to claw themselves out of losers. There we go. Let's be spicy.
Okay, all right. Mystic, to you now. Who you got?
I think Demons Raw is going to be sitting in the grand finals winner's side, so they'll be taking it from here.
Yoshi.
I talked about it a bit before, but Tom beat Demons in the regular season. I'm a big regular season head. Things be happening there, and it informs my opinions of the rest of the playoffs. But I don't know. They beat them once. I think they can do it again. Com has been looking phenomenal, and Demons also been looking really good. They had a glow up since the beginning of the season, but I'm thinking Com goes all the way. Send it.
All right. I think I will balance out the desk here. I'm going to give this one to Demons Raw on the slight edge. I think Cosmic Calamities have it in them to do it again, but reminder, that match was in week 3. We'll see how practiced the Demons are heading into semifinals today. Last prediction up on the screen now is who is going to make it out of the lower bracket. You just predicted the 2 teams to make it out of the upper bracket. We have one more joining them in the lower bracket. So Mystic, I'll go to you first. Who's that 3rd team that you've got that's going to make it there?
Sad Boys is going all the way.
All right. Leo, to you.
Don't even ask me, bro. You already know. You already know the answer. Don't even ask me. You already know. It's the boys. It's the boys. It's the boys.
Okay.
It's the Sad Boys.
Yoshi.
It's looking a bit like a Sad Boys sweep. It feels kind of unfair because I believe in the Bozo bunch too. They're good, guys. They're good at the game, and I feel like people just forget that. But like I don't care that Vaughn has like the super flu, the mega omni, death laser in his lungs. I think the Sad Boys are just gonna get it done.
Hard pick here. I think there's a lot of different ways this bracket can go, right? And no matter which way it goes, we'll say that it was like the best bracket ever or whatever. There's a small part of me that thinks that the Sad Boys and Demons Raw won't get to play against each other in the playoffs. I'm going to take Cosmic Calamities here. I'll just throw it out there. Challenge, given to the Sad Boys. We'll see whether or not they can repeat the run in their season 3 performance where they went all of the way. Folks, don't go anywhere. It's Showtime versus EKC on the other side of this quick break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the North American Strikers League Season 5 playoffs. I hope you enjoyed the animation that you just played. Sorry, it's been whoa. Hi guys, I'm here. It's me. I did a little bit of that. Shout out to Lego Mage who did the other bit of that. Holy moly, I love that guy. He did so good. Everyone, go talk about how great that guy is in the chat. And it's time for me to pivot to talking to Tech. Hey Tech, how's it going?
Hey, doing good. No, you deserve all of the glaze for that intro alongside Lego Mage. That was incredible. We love that animation. Of course, the two teams facing off right now, Showtime versus Ares Kitten Club. This is going to be an extremely exciting match in this winners semifinals. Of course, winner does move to winners finals, and the loser will have to go to loser semifinals and face off against one of the teams in the lower bracket, which, as we know about Nassel, even the lower bracket teams are terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Sad Boy sitting in there. Imagine you're just like, you're some guy, and you innocuously end up in losers, and you're like, uh-oh. And now I have to play Sad Boys. Okay. No, that's fine now. All right. Like, crazy stuff going on this season, but we are knee-deep in draft right now, getting to work. It's looking like we've got a pretty traditional Showtime composition. Atlas, now Asher. Boy, do these guys play the same thing every game. But they do it better than, I think, anyone else. So looking forward to it. Meanwhile, we've got a pretty standard EKC comp too. Kai, Estelle, Zentaro. It's kind of a clash between core control and damage here on Inky Splash Zone. So I'm looking forward to this. Tech, what do you think about these teams?
That's right. I love these teams, and I think especially with the Spark of Focus and Timeless Creator start, we might just see some blitzes on these kickoffs and a lot of damage coming out too as well. I mean, we see Shianzu is going to have to use these awakenings and abilities properly in order to heal himself and also the rest of the team, because look at the damage output that's able to come from Estelle and from Zentaro. And not to mention Inky's Splash Zone. If Soren wants to have a good time and press that button, it is absolutely over for Showtime.
Yeah, really. And a quick 30-second point coming out from EKC, getting the barrier, kind of running down Showtime. You would expect that the Showtime comp would be pretty strong early on. You've got the strong defensive core with the Atlas now, and then Asher, who just do a great job breaking through. But so far, it looks like EKC, the damage and scaling comp are pulling ahead, but Joker is making the offense of a lifetime, getting the barrier and almost putting it in on the Asher right now. Holy moly.
That's right. Barcode unfortunately missing that strike there, and now in a scary situation, Katsuna's able to put that one through with the piercing shot. And we're seeing sort of a blitz coming out from EKC right now. This is difficult to deal with in the early game, especially Soren opting for that eject button on Kai, adding all that pressure on the kickoff and these forward attacks here. And you see Barcode with a nice save, able to block out the core a few times, but NXZD stuffs it through. The pass is good, and EKC takes set number 1 in under 3 minutes.
I blinked. I blinked and it's over. And what this is the Inkies I know. Been playing a few Inkies games, been watching them in the regular season, and those go for like 30 minutes. It's a little weird. This is the Yankees I'm accustomed to. Anyway, that's a perfect form Zentaro. That could just be it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. That's a game changer for the team that just won set 1 in pretty confident and dominating fashion. So, wow. And Glass Cannon on Estelle, I think also looking really strong. Primetime on Atlas is going to be difficult to get through, and Rapid Fire on Now. Primary City coming out from Showtime. Makes sense. both those characters and their primaries are incredibly important, strong abilities. Demo on Joker for a little bit of extra size. And Showtime came out with a great draft, but perfect form Zentaro be upon ye. I'm curious to see if Showtime has an idea for how to deal with it, because like I'm sitting here, I don't. Like there's a reason they're out there and I'm up here, and you know, where's Caveman? But
oh,
maybe they just do that. You know, maybe they got it done like that.
Yeah, Joker getting that one done large and in charge with that Demolitionist, able to just bounce it off the barrier there and shoot it right as the gates are opening up. I think, as you mentioned, one of the really important drafts here is going to be on Shianzu with that rapid fire. We know, obviously, Shianzu's so good at controlling the core, able to get that core up to the Joker, and it's just going to be a good time for Showtime if they can keep that up. One of the issues right now that Showtime might be experiencing is just the speed. Barcode has a big barrier to defend and a lot of movement abilities from NXZD and Katsuna, as they're able to save this one from the flip from Soren. NXZD is staggered, has to burn the flip to stay alive, but a huge KO found onto the Joker from Katsuna. And Shianzu trying to get the best out of this power play right now. The flip is feigned. Barcode losing that one here, and NXZD looking for that passing opportunity. The splash comes out, trying to get it through with the ult, but not able to find it. Shianzu now clears it into this Giga Blast, and Barcode in a scary situation here in front of the net. Cross clearing against an Estelle is not something you'd love to do, but something you're forced to do against this team. Soren's going to be able to get this clear through.
Yeah, here NXT dashing in. I'm still thinking about it. I will always just be thinking about it. And EKCs just have all this offense. NXT just right there, right time, getting it in. And Showtime looks a little, I don't know, how do you say it? They're just struggling on defense a lot more than I would expect. And it's strange because this is a team that thrives on their defensive core. You have Barcode, the melee goalie guy. He's on Atlas, you know, all is right in the world. So you would expect the barrier to hold up a lot longer, but like EKC is just blitzing them. Their offense is just so potent here.
That's right, and it's so hard to defend. I mean, if you clear the core against any of these players, and a nice pass found there by the Joker. I mean, look at the side of EKC. Every character has the ability to intercept a pass across the goal box. Katsuna, obviously, piercing shot. NXZD, basically any ability you can pick, and Soren has that Giga. Clearing it anywhere is terrifying against this team, and Barcode just has to sit back and watch. Not able to find the demon angle there. The Joker finding the top corner, but bouncing the wrong way. The Joker now with this self dribble, looking to get it past Soren. Has the flip, though. Showtime opting to just control this core in the bottom corner as NXZD health chipped away, and somehow, some way, NXZD finds a beautiful shot into the bottom of the barrier. Pair that with the ult, get that right as those gates open. EKC is looking very strong right now.
Yeah, Barcode had to hit him with Cosmic Expanse, but unfortunately, a little bit of a backfire. NXZD was able to just push it right through, and here, EKC's, they're doing the thing. Look at the damage comp. They have assassinated Shianzu in broad daylight. No questions asked. They were on that guy for a bit. And, you know, he used ult, he used his flip, everything, and they still just took him out. Unable to get anything out of the power play, though, and Showtime has the offense. Actually going to be getting the barrier there, but, geez, like, EKC is just unrelenting, coming out full force.
Full force indeed, as Barcode has this one barrier and is looking to keep it. NXZD does have this flip, though. Energy economy in favor of EKC. NXZD now baits out that secondary, has the flip, looking for Katsuna to get that pass to him. But not quite able to find it. Katsuna back to NXZD, back in fourth once again. Barcode using that prime time perfectly, as this time the Joker able to find this goal, just stuffing it through both players. And we're at an even game in set number 2.
Yeah, taking us straight to a 0.5, and Showtime's starting to regain their footing, you know, figure out what they need to do to stay in this game. And they're really playing a much slower game, whereas EKC is, like we saw in the first set, just looking to run through them, you know, as fast as possible, get a KO, force that striker advantage, and do what they can. And here, NXZD just going crazy. 500 abilities, an attempt on Joker's life. Like, they're throwing everything out, and unfortunately, the barrier's going to go down. Points running a little long, you know, something Inkies, but Showtime has a great opportunity here to tie up this game.
They sure do, but once again, the ball is back on their half of the pitch. Looking for that shot in the top corner. Soren is there to block it, but good offensive pressure. Shianzu trying to stuff it through with that rapid fire, not quite able to get there. Barcode gets this clear out. The Joker is so large, bigger than Katsuna, able to strike through and win these strike wars. Not able to get that one. Soren keeps it alive, and Shianzu is off the map, but the Joker finds the bottom corner. Soren's Giga Blast not quite able to do it. And Showtime steals back set number 2, evening out this game.
Yep, a little bit of first-team brawler activity coming out from Joker, but Barcode, a first-team goalie, getting the MVP. There are 3 sparks on the board. Catalyst, Heavy Impact, probably just going to go with the hot shot. Definitely the best. Atlas Awakening here. Yep, a phenomenal Atlas Awakening, in fact. That's a lot of CDR. On top of the prime time, that's going to scale really well, but the Zentaro now has perfect form and heavy impact. The tried and true legendary combo, infinite CDR, so much damage. Like, they didn't win this past set, but I'm still just terrified of the little creature. He's just gonna show up and do heinous little things, and it's probably gonna result in them, winning unless Showtime is able to, show back up. The rest of EKC picking up 2 sparks. Not super exciting. There were a lot of sparks on that draft. Xianzhu, though, picking up Spark of Resilience, now has the lowest dagger in the game, and that's going to be a huge break for everything that EKC wants to do.
Wow, and these goal line strike wars are ridiculous right now on the side of EKC. Soren gets away for a little bit, but not long enough. Xianzhu and the Joker are able to put that one through. And as you mentioned, I mean, one of the strats that EKC has been doing is just KO. I mean, if there's no one to lose a strike war against, you win, right? Just take them off the pitch. And Xianzhu now just having way more stagger, as you mentioned, lowest in the game, or highest rather, is going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially with all these cooldowns. So we'll have to see if NXED able to make it work with all this cooldown, or will the health just prove too much?
Yeah, I don't know. He just made some act of God work right there, getting the barrier just right through Barcode, and I couldn't tell you how, because it by all means did not look like that was an interaction he should have won. Anyway, we're stuck in the corner. Things are looking great for EKC after that save, and I don't know. Showtime's up this set, but I'm still. Showtime's not up this point though.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that one when your goalie's off the pitch there. A big KO find from EKC will even out this set. And one honorable mention is Soren, of course, in the goal box. No slouch to this position. Able to find so many clears to his teammates, splitting the needle so many times. You'll see when Soren's at the bottom of this barrier, able to find Katsuna 9 times out of 10. So something to look out for, especially on this defensive side of EKC. And the piercing shot coming out. Barcode is off the map again. And all 3 players of EKC able to get this one through. EKC is hungry to win.
Yeah, absolutely. How did they do it again? So for those that don't know, a little thing in the business we like to call the Barcode strat, where you can't score on a goalie and eventually you give up and just try and kill them. But I've heard of the Barcode strat, but this is ridiculous. They just keep getting him. Crazy flip coming out from Katsuna, down up Soren in the back. Got his own flip. Ton of flips coming out here, but nothing so far. And Showtime actually has the advantage here. Might be able to tie up this point real quick.
Yeah, there's the ult coming out from Katsuna. Those Crystal Thorns not able to find their mark and take this barrier. Both of these goalies have a lot of abilities to try to stuff this core. See the Joker dashing forward. Soren making good use of that eject button. But Katsuna now the one low on stagger. NXED just trying to keep Xianzhu away. Soren with a nice little goal line save there. Here's the ult coming out from NXED. Xianzhu gets it through 2 people, and the Joker wins the strike war up top. Even game once again. And despite EKC looking so dominant, Showtime is just able to score some bread and butter goals.
Yeah, they're piloting the very direct, I'm gonna play core control. I've got my speed midfielder and my disgusting brawler who just will win every interaction. Ooh. But sometimes that's just not enough, and EKC was just able to delete the barrier, get the goal, 10 seconds. And that's gonna be that. A huge MVP for NXED, who he could have all these awakenings. They're all good. He has God build already. Probably gonna take Fight or Flight for just more CDR, refreshes that secondary, and of course, a ton of speed. That's so suffocating. Imagine little Goblin Man hitting the ball 1,000 times, going Mach 20, and getting all his cooldowns back for it. This is ridiculous. Like, people have been down on Zentaro recently, but holy moly, I'm going to keep talking about it. This is going crazy. Anyway, a little bit more stagger for Xianzhu and stagger swagger for Joker, who I think, like, always picks the Awakening when it's up. You'd have to, like, check the VODs, you know, go back. Don't go back through every single match Joker's played in, but he always goes turbo mode with the stagger swagger. So, gonna be big. And missile prop for Barcode. This is kind of looking like the draft that Showtime needed to get back in the game.
Sure is. Great pickups all around on the side. The Soren able to save that with the barrage. And a scary clear from Barcode. Katsuna finds that top angle. Good there. Is looking for this bottom corner. Xianzhu has an absolute brick wall to get this through. And here it comes. Katsuna looking for the pass to NXCD. The Giga, unfortunately, blocked away by Barcode secondary. As now the offense is on the side of Showtime. There's the flip. A beautiful find on that bottom angle. But Soren and NXCD now have the opportunity to pass it to each other. The Joker with the mix-up. There it is. The Strike War saved away by Soren. Clearing it up top. NXCD does have this flip. A beautiful pass to Katsuna, trying to secure that goal there. NXCD with the flip, countered by Barcode immediately. And some excellent timing from them. How are you going to keep saving this if you're Showtime? I'm not quite sure.
Right, there's just so many CDs coming right at the dome. NXCD, though, staggered. This is an opportunity. Inside the expanse, gets shot by the strike shot, executed on site. And whoa! I assume a little bit of miscommunication between EKC means Xianzhu is going to be putting that in right there, and that's going to be 1 point going straight to Showtime.
Yeah, that was a little bit of pressure on that power play. Was not expecting Katsuna to just avoid hitting that one, and unfortunate there, just trying to play a little bit too hard, a little bit too fast. Panicking there. NXCD stripped down to an inch of his life. Has to use the ult, and an insane clear by Barcode once again. But finally that barrier falls, and Soren got a little bit overzealous there. Here's the pass. Trying to find its way up top. NXCD with the combo. Not quite working out. Low HP here. The flip does come out. The Joker has it. Trying to stuff it through, but it's not enough yet. A KO found, and the Joker goes fishing. Finds that bottom corner there. And look at this. 2-0 up in the set already. Showtime now is looking strong off the back of a small mistake from EKC.
Yeah, they've made the adaptations they need. They are holding it down and getting a lot of great opportunities, like really capitalizing on every little mistake that EKC makes to get these barriers. Almost got another one right there. Soren going kind of crazy on the strike wars, you know, known as this like super offensive-minded goalie, but has just been putting in the work on the defense so far, making some great saves. But again, I'm looking at NXCD is staggered, and Showtime's just taking them out. And I feel like they lose so much of their power, EKC, when they don't have NXCD, especially with the build that he has. You know, all of their drafts has gone to making that guy God on Earth, and without him, they're just like two guys. And their builds are okay, but it's not whatever NXCD is putting up right now, you know?
Yeah, in the wise words of Ziyoshi, I'm sure you said it, you know, 3 guys is better than 2 guys.
True.
Sometimes it's easier to save that. Look at that save from Barcode, just waiting till the absolute last second. The flip usage from Barcode is just absolutely perfect this game. It saves so many goals and barriers off of this. But now NXCD able to find that again with all the cooldowns, the piercing shot to add some more pressure, forcing out that secondary. There's not a second one in the tank. And here comes the splash zone, looking for the secure. NXCD not able to find it, but here comes the splash zone of their own. Soren now looking for that down clear. Xianzhu is moving quickly. The self pass from Soren though, able to keep it past the midfield line, and a huge KO from the Joker. Here comes the flip, blocked away. Xianzhu now looking for the pass to the Joker. They've been looking for this all game. It's so important, but Soren flipping it down below. Xianzhu gets a piece of it. The Joker able to dash and find that flick up in the top corner. Able to 3-0 this set. And, you know, you talked about Showtime getting a good draft last set, and that might be what they need to close out this match.
Yeah, hitting the draft once again, and that's going to be Monumentalist now hitting the table. Unless Xianzu's looking to pick something else, but I'm pretty sure this guy just always puts the Monu in the bag on now. And for good... Sorry, no. Anyway, Twin Drive. More CDs! Yeah! More secondaries! Which obviously, making this slow team, now goes quickly, but then Atlas and Asher are not very fast. In fact, second slowest characters in the game, tied 4. So more mines coming out means more speed for the fellas. And that kind of looks like all they need. Just coming out, guns blazing, Joker with the 1-2 punch, just absolutely blowing a massive hole right through NXCD and Katsuna's stagger bars. And all of a sudden, the shoes on the other heel, the tables on the other turn, and Showtime's putting on the damage, getting the KOs, and really looking dominant all of a sudden.
Yeah, they just have so much power. But NXCD is moving around with this Super Surge pickup. It is scary. Nice save there from NXCD. And this is an onslaught from the Joker. Just strike after strike into this net, hoping one of them goes through. There's the flip and the pass found. A beautiful team play from Showtime. Xianzu and the Joker getting it done in that bottom side of the net here. And Showtime could, 1 point away closer from closing out this series.
Yeah, just 2 more. And, if we take a little look back to set 1, EKC, just smoked them in record time. But all of a sudden, 11-second point coming out from Showtime. A massive, violent execution of NXCD on the beach. Terrible, terrible tragedy. But now they've taken it straight to match point, and they're just gonna do it again. They are blitzing it. Beautiful flip from Barcode. Unfortunately, not able to save it. But oh my God, Showtime wants it so bad right now.
They sure do. We talked about the blitzes earlier on this map, and there's another one coming out. Not working out for Showtime though, as NXCD gets a piece of that with the Super Surge, trying to even things out in map number 1. But Showtime looking so strong with that barrier, the instant core flip, the blitz coming out. This is what you need. This is what Xianzu can do now with the Twin Drive. And this is terrifying. If you're EKC right now, you have to try to make this work. You have to stay alive. The tables have turned in terms of damage, and EKC now are the ones who are now being hunted from Showtime.
Yeah, this has got to be a really weird game for EKC after just kind of feeling themselves the first couple sets, just going crazy, and now all of a sudden, again, just completely different game. Now they're the ones being threatened by damage, but wow. NXCD hitting the insta flip with the passive, has tied up this game. Set 5.5 Inky Splash Zone. What more could you ask for?
There is nothing more you could want out of this series, except for your preferred team to win here. Here comes the flip from Xianzu. Immediately blocked away from NXCD. Barcode trying to keep this barrier alive. This is scary. NXCD has so many awakenings and so many abilities. There's the Giga, not able to be saved. Barcode with the secondary has to go into his own net. And EKC 1-0 in this series. And we're going to map number 2.
Yeah, send us to map number 2. If we're looking at it right now, EKC did pick Inkies, and really, they looked phenomenal on the map. I think they really studied their stuff in these past couple weeks, and I'm pretty sure EKC's always been pretty comfortable on Inkies, reason they picked it, but to go to set 5 against Showtime, who was really coming back with it, in terrifying fashion, shows that I think they put in a lot of effort to be so confident on this map. And looking at 9 goals coming out from NXCD, holy moly. That guy just went crazy glizzy blizzy mode, and I'd be sad if he didn't, because with that build on his Zentara, beautiful to see. Anyway, I'm a big Brawler fan here. That's what I am. Obviously, Joker doing really well. He does this thing. I want to talk about it, and I know that we're supposed to get into the next map whenever. On Asher, he'll dash and then strike at the tail end of the dash, and it seems so simple. right? I say that and you're like, anyone can do that, idiot. That sounds so easy, but it's not. And that's the thing, is it's not. And I only ever see him and maybe like occasionally one other random brawler do it. But he swoops in, dashes up the ball, and then strikes it in a completely different direction. And every time it catches people off guard. He scored several goals that game doing that. And like, if he picks Asher again, hey, watch out for it. That's one of my favorite things coming out from Joker. It's super cool.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, especially with that demolition is picked up off that first draft. It's just even more threatening. There's so many more angles you're able to hit here. And speaking of angles, map number 2, Flareon Corp. Of course, a map that we know and love and has very many permutations. Zentaro, also a very strong pick on that map, so we might see NXZD selecting that, or perhaps something else. Yoshi, are you expecting any bans in particular on this map? I know we've seen teams ban out Atlas, we've seen teams ban out the Mako. What are you expecting from these two teams?
I do think Mako and Atlas are like the two most contested characters, just head and shoulders above any other goalie. Huge picks. I wouldn't be surprised to see EKC ban out one of them. Probably, the Mako. I think people consider her just slightly better than Atlas. It's the same thing. Like try and score on the crazy melee goalie challenge. Impossible. But Mako obviously also helps your forwards. Going to be really nice. I'm curious to see what Showtime's going to ban, because we're looking at such a polarizing start. Adrenaline Rush and Spark of Resilience. You get to show up with 400 extra stagger, or kill people, or you kill people. And obviously, like we saw last game, both these teams are getting offensive here. Doing a lot of damage, picking up those KOs. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like another Asher or like a Juliet coming out from Joker, maybe an X, picking the Adrenaline Rush. But it's such a hard trade-off, because like you become a target on this kind of start if you don't have the Spark of Resilience, because and get a load of that guy who doesn't have 400 extra stagger. We're gonna beat him up. But
That's right.
Like the temptation of Adrenaline Rush, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see like 6 Sparks. That makes a lot of sense. But the bans are in. We're going to be looking at EKC banning Mako, which makes sense, and then first picking Atlas. Just taking it, trying to pinch Barcode here. Showtime banning Luna, the Katsuno Luna. You just kind of gotta,
Oh yeah, not something you particularly want to fight against, especially in a match that's as important as this one. We do see, of course, the Asher now coming out once again. Just such strong picks, such strong core control, and just really obnoxious and suffocating if you are a goalie having to play against that. We do see the Juno coming out as well. Juno, Rasmus, and Atlas, sort of a old school team almost, I feel. And sure enough, we see the Zentaro coming out once again. So does that mean that this is an Atlas or an Asher goalie, I assume?
Oh yeah, I believe that's Barcode's third pick, right behind Mako and Atlas, coming out with the Asher. Pretty cool draft coming out from Showtime, because you can pick Asher now in a second, third pick, and the Asher, like, I don't know if Barcode's like, pick me Kai. Like I don't think that's happening. He's gonna go play Asher, but in the situation where they want to pick a different goalie, that Asher is a nice flex pick, because it can go goalie, brawler, whatever. And so that's some smart drafting, and always good to see. The Juno Rasmus is pretty scary. It's looking a bit like a Spark of Resilience sweep, personally speaking, because I'm like now Zentaro, no stagger. They're gonna need it. And then like Juno Rasmus, anyone benefits from Adrenaline Rush, sure, but they're not super actively going out for killing. They're more of like, they can put on damage passively pretty well and take an opportunity to get a KO, but it's not like Zentaro or like Julie or a different brawler, midfield, anything where they're going out and just slaughtering people. It's like a neat. I boomed that guy. And so kind of hard to justify picking Adrenaline Rush on any of these guys here.
That's right. Definitely difficult to do, considering you will die otherwise. Luna Mako Band's going through, of course. And I honestly couldn't say which comp has the advantage here. I think it really comes down to the goalies and, well, specifically midfielders as well. Obviously, Juno is so strong as a midfielder on this map. So many cooldowns to go through, and also just the core control on the different stages. But yeah, sure enough, we do see the Asher goalie coming out from Barcode. No Zentaro goalie, as much as the chatters would love to have that happen. But yes, Soren and Barcode will be playing goalies. Not surprised.
Yeah, the first or second, third pick, Asher now, and then Barcode leans back and says, "Pick me, Zentaro. I'm feeling lucky. No, not today. Maybe maybe another time. But right now, I have to agree with what you said earlier. I don't really know which team is favored here. I really like the strong defensive core that Showtime's putting up. Just always doing that. Shanzu, if now is up, I think it's just always going to pick it. Makes sense. He's very good on the character. W. But really, I think it kind of comes down to these brawlers, because Zentaro is super polarizing. We saw him go crazy mode last game, but it's just as easy to get 13,000 deaths and be useless when you pick the character. So if EKC are able to really put the pressure on Joker and not let him play, I think they've kind of got it. But it all comes down to execution.
Oh, 100%. And Soren was able to watch as his Zentaro dismantled the team last game, and now we get to see the opposite. We get to see how Soren deals with this Zentaro, and it looks like he will not be dealing with the now, as the Joker just mind games, sits out the whole core flip, and wins that strike war. That's a pretty devastating first goal to let in if you're EKC, but you got to laugh that one off and just keep it moving forward. But great show in there from Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime just gave it all, and oh my god, and they're not letting up. Shanzu, Joker, Barcode, all three of them just ganging up on Katsuna. I believe the Path Splitter did a whole lot of help in there, taking out that guy, but huge. Getting a barrier off the power play, but now on defense, being forced to burn the flip. Things are looking a little bit more EKC favored at this point, and they're definitely going to need it after that last one.
Yes, absolutely. And a scary situation here with Katsuna, able to use those blobs. And just look at the space that EKC is using in these clears, except for that. There's not a whole lot of space when there's the Joker doing that. And that's what we're talking about in point number one, rather, where Zentaro just presses all of those buttons like the goblin he is, and has a great time doing it.
Oh yeah, and it is a great time. Make no mistake. And we saw NXCD's Joker. No, I'll try again. We saw NXCD's Zentaro last game, but this time we're seeing Joker on Zentaro, and I feel like they pilot the character a different way. Joker's very a little bit more passive. I feel like NXCD is kind of player he's very smart with his abilities, and he'll drop them all at once if he sees a great opportunity to collapse. I feel like Joker is playing a lot more measured, got that midfield experience, kind of hanging out on the midfield line, getting that mag souls, and then jumping in when he has the opportunity to, dropping a dash, CD, to try and get in, saving the primary for a different interaction, saving the ult, etc. And it's interesting to see how these two players can execute on the same character in such different ways.
Oh, that's right. And we've seen the core has been in EKC's half for about 40 seconds now. Katsuna immediately gets the core flip, and within 1 second, Barcode's barrier is gone. And that's the sort of patience you were talking about, although from a different player. Still, it just shows how comfortable Soren is in this goal box. Not at all phased when there's all of these players here, and they just don't have the offensive pressure yet. So good to have Soren as the backbone to this team, of course, with these incredible players. Scary save there, and a nice strike shot. Barcode tries to clear it up, and NXZD, now it's his turn to sit there and wait and strike this core in. If you're the goalie right now, I think you should probably wait until the core flip goes away to strike, because both these teams are 2-2 right now.
Yeah, a real wise monk studying in the mountains kind of play coming out from NXCD. Really well done, holding on to that flip. But Joker with the flip of zone is going to be getting the second barrier and then ripping it. The Expanse is going to stop that, but that's a lot of abilities coming out. And the Zentaro has done it again. Getting through the Expanse is super impressive, and Joker kind of doing the opposite of what I said. He just let it all out there, but he had the opportunity. And guys, how? You're going to look me dead in the eye and say, yeah, so the team that picks Zentaro is going to win the first set and be gifted perfect form. No questions asked. And I'm supposed to sit here and be like, this is normal. No, this is looking good. No, like that's crazy. Whoa. Anyway, Spark of Agility going straight to Soren. Everyone picking the Spark of Resilience. Did not mention that earlier, but that's going to be 2 sparks for Soren. And Atlas, low-key, going to be a big fan of having those sparks. The more stats that guy has, the harder he's going to be to get through. And hey, that's great. Big fish on NXCD too. That's a pretty good draft for EKC. But of course, perfect form Zentaro be upon you. And stacks now. That's pretty scary. In fact, that's really scary, I'll say. Wow, EKC just having or Showtime, sorry, having a crazy draft. Holy moly.
Yeah, Soren was just done chilling in the net. He just wanted speed. I mean, we all knew it. This guy does not like sitting still, especially on Kai. And, you know, that's what this team needs. Look at them trying to clear it out of this box right now, NXCD. Trying to just win these 1v2s against characters with what seems like infinite abilities. As Katsuna trying to find this bottom corner. Barcode's able to get that clear out. And Soren's in a scary spot now with the Joker's core flip. Katsuna's able to stay alive, but the Joker's going to be sitting in the middle of this net, just looking, fishing for the right opportunity, although will be staggered, might have to use this defensively. We will see as the combo from NXCD not working out just right. Shionzu the pass, blocked away by Katsuna. The Joker finding this top angle. Now the Joker has the flip saved away by Soren. A nice expanse there, and another flip coming out from Barcode. 2 goals that were surely going in without these flips. As NXCD has the opportunity to strike it through, but so many cooldowns coming down, and Katsuna ends up on the tail end of that one. Trying to find something here. They have a great power play. We'll have to see if they can get the core up before Katsuna comes back.
Yeah, unable to get anything right there. Katsuna is back. Ready to get in there. A ton of damage on Shionzu. They might be able to take that opportunity. Sorry. Now mine. But the flip's coming out from left and right. The ball is moving so fast. Get from point A to point B so quickly. Both Katsuna and NXCD shoved up so far, forcing Showtime to get on that 3-man defense and kind of hold up in this corner. Katsuna, though, taking a lot of damage from the goo on this Clarion variant, and now staggered again. We saw earlier the point, NXCD walking back to play defense while Katsuna moved forward, and looks like that's going to happen again. But a crazy pendulum swing into a little blob to confirm it. You know, a little smooch on the way in is going to mean that EKC's putting up a point on the board after the longest point we've seen all series.
That's right. Well, not too surprising, of course, as our game number 1 was on Inkies. But that being said, yeah, an incredibly long point, and wow, look at that flip. That is in the barrier, and it didn't hit, but that barrier will fall now. Katsuna and NXCD looking to get this through. Not able to find it just yet, and this barrier is so hard to take, especially against Barcode, because cross-clearing on this variation of the map is so difficult with that expanse in the center. Your forward and midfielder are able to just walk right into it. Essentially no repercussions unless they're low on stagger. We see a scary clear from Soren, able to get that out. NXCD going up top. The strike shot, unfortunately, resetting that strike cooldown, and the barrier will fall for that for Soren. NXCD is trying to get it through here. Center popping, but Shionzu and the Joker are up top, and I take it back. Only the Joker is up top now.
Yeah, here, Soren getting a core flip right there. EKC having the power play, but kind of just stalling it out, unable to get anything. Is super crazy. They're down a barrier in overtime. That's a pretty scary place, but a great dribble from Katsuna is going to be getting that barrier. Now has a flip too. NXCD in there trying to push the ball up. and it feels like it's all riding on this flip for EKC, but burned right there. Some nice passing plays, the same bounce back, and a million slimes to be upon ye, but unfortunately Showtime able to hold through all of that, and now Joker with the flip. Things are looking scary for EKC.
That's right, and these blobs are going to be in the net, not in the place you want to see. Katsune with another self pass off the center. He's doing such a good job controlling this core. And there's the flip. Soren predicts it though with the primary, finds that top one, and now looking towards the bottom of the net here. NXDD pops that center, causing a lot of pressure. One strike war from Katsuna is really all this team needs to score a goal here. And we see Soren burning a lot of cooldowns, trying to defend here. The self pass from Katsuna, not finding its mark. The pendulum swing, looking for it, but not able to secure the goal. The ult does come out, and this is scary now. The mine, I believe, or if the Joker was able to strike that one through. Sure enough, the mine from the dash able to get that in the top corner. Another long point coming from Showtime, was able to tie this set up. But this series is scary the way these two teams are playing. We're in for some long points here.
Yeah, really. I mean, Shiansu got KO'd early on into that point and ended it with 88 stacks. You know, stacks being reset, but still able to get that many back in 1 point is pretty crazy. Now as a flip gets the double. Oh my god. Going crazy on the now right now, just letting it hang. And this is the Showtime that I would expect to see. You know, that's my first seed. They're going crazy right now, and EKC is just looking like they're struggling to get their footing.
That's right, and it's so difficult, especially when you have Shianzu and the Joker grouping up. That speed boost coming out from now is just such a threat. The barcode flips, a scary one, but able to find the angle off those speakers, doing a great job there. Little back pass from Katsuna. The core once again ending up on this side. 3 players in the goal box for Showtime, just trying to defend this last barrier, which is so hard on this map with the core speed. Of course, it's a good thing that Soren was able to pick up that spark of agility last set, but maybe he needs more. Not able to get there quick enough. The caster curse as the second goal goes in, and it's so scary to play Atlas on this variation of the map. You stand in the wrong spot for 1 second and you're caught off guard by just a stray clear. Showtime getting a point for free there just because of the goalie selection.
Yeah, just not much you can do. It's one of those situations where, like, you walk at it, you're like, I can strike that, and all of a sudden, uh-oh, I cannot strike that. You try and pop an expanse, you know, do something about it, but the ball is just not where you need it to be, and it's rough. You know, we saw that almost happen again, but Soren having the flip, able to save this barrier, holding onto it while NXCD and Katsuna get a great KO here. Power play opportunity. NXCD close to a flip, might be able to make something happen, but they're able to get the second barrier in the power play, and now they have the open goal. This is their opportunity, but Barcode is just doing such a great job of holding. They're really struggling to get through this Asher right now.
Yeah, Rasmus, a character that really just strikes the core through cooldowns. And this time the core just bounces straight down too quick in the angle. What I was going to say is that a lot of times you want to rely on stuns. You want to be able to sort of pendulum swing at the same time as the goalie would have to strike the core. Obviously that damage reduction from the powerhouse pauldron's helping out a little bit, but also there's just so many cooldowns coming out from the Joker and Shianzu that it's just not in Barcode's net.
Yeah, this guy's sitting on an entire core flip, dashing up and primarying for the big orb. No one else gets it. And watch him. Today I will have the giant size orb and march back and forth in my goal box. This guy does not get bored. Taking the orb away from EKC and just like relishing in it, you know.
He just ordered a 9-course meal and then threw it in the garbage can. That's basically what just happened there. As long as you're denying it from this other team, look, he just threw away the core flip too. He doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it.
He's gonna sit here and defend this net. Like his life depends on it on 0.5 in set number 2. We'll have to see if he's punished for that one there. There comes the ult, and speaking of being punished, NXDD taken out by the Joker. And now it's a power play. Shianzu and the Joker looking to get this one through. Soren does have the flip and a beautiful angle, but still stuck in this corner. Soren, the self pass, able to get this through, and a beautiful clear. The Joker not able to find the strike there. Now NXCD and Katsuna are trying to get it past this midfield line. It's so difficult, and the Joker able to get that through. A nice ult there. The Death's Touch from NXCD to try to take that barrier, but Barcode gets back in time. The flip coming out. EKC just not able to find the passes to each other, but the Joker and Shianzu can. Set number 2 taken by Showtime. 1 set away from tying up this series, and they want revenge after map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. A set 5.5 heater culminating in EKC victory, and Showtime is back with a vengeance. And what I'm noticing here is that Shianzu is just moving very quickly with these stacks, and now with the fighter flight is going to be that much faster, and it just looks like NXCD and Katsuna aren't able to get through him, and they have to get through him to get to Barcode, and Barcode is sitting pretty on the Pauldron's Asher, can show up and just drop an ability to save it, and then it's out, and then they're back to square one. So really, I feel like they have to figure out a way to get around Shianzu without committing too many cooldowns, or figure out a way to minimize his impact, because otherwise this guy's just gonna 1v9 the game with infinite speed.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. A little bit of scary situations happening here in this bottom corner. Pendulum swing not quite stunning Barcode enough. He's just so large with these pauldrons. So difficult to break through this net, especially in the corner, having all players of Showtime stuck there. But Soren now in a scary spot. The Joker just missing the flick by a pixel or less, and NXCD deleted off the pitch. 2 players working together to just remove everything, and some great defense coming out from Soren and Katsuna, but there's so much pressure coming out from Showtime on this power play. They're trying to keep this core moving around the pitch here, but there's so much to deal with. NXCD looking for that Death Touch, not able to secure it. The barrier reaction time not quick enough, as Katsuna KO'd with the flip. The Joker now no flip of his own, but a power play once again for Showtime. They've been finding so many KOs onto these players, and NXCD almost own goaling that one with the secondary. Soren now passing up, but the Joker and Shianzu are just looking for any time where Soren is caught out of position. You really have to have perfect positioning on this Atlas striker, and we see Soren time and time again making these pixel perfect saves. NXCD almost finding the angle there, but Barcode is just looking unstoppable in the net.
Yeah, completely unbothered in his lane, love and life, and Shianzu and Joker are just putting on so much pressure. Didn't talk much about it, but Joker picking up the 1-2 punch, and we saw he tapped Katsuna and then absolutely blew him up with the core flip, bombing a government official's mailbox mode, and there's just nothing, like, that's so threatening, and he's got all this core speed, so he gets a 1 touch on the ball, a 1 dribble, and then he can tap it again, especially in overtime, and it's just moving a mile a minute. And for someone, big, slow, clunky Atlas, Asher too, but he's not playing into that. It's really intimidating. That's hard to deal with. And it looks like this point's gonna be another 5-minute banger, and that overtime stuff is gonna come into play pretty soon.
Yes, pretty soon indeed. Better watch those comments there, Yoshi. You're going to be put on a hit list. As Soren defending this one away once again. Katsuna just trying to control the midfield, and it's so hard when the core is moving this quick, because anytime your blob touches it, it's basically red coring now, almost every single time. And we see the potential mashing coming out from the goalie. There's the goal line flip. The Joker just waits it out once again. The patience and the mind games coming out from Showtime and all of these brawlers, quite frankly, to secure this goal. And oh no, not working in Soren's favor. That secondary just goes right through it. As unfortunately, Atlas once again struggling to save it on that variation of Clarion Corp. In my opinion, one of the most difficult ones for goalies. I think that's definitely a midfielder and brawler heaven of a map. As now 1 barrier falling for Showtime, and a second, a really quick one. Within 20 seconds, both of these barriers are gone. And surely NXED and Katsuna have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, really. Showtime is sitting here on match point, 1 goal away from winning, but back against the wall in the 11th hour. EKC has shown up, got both barriers, but now they have to find a way to get through Barcode's flip. Sorry, curse be upon ye. Use Energy Burst, and NXCD is just going to tap that in, good for par, putting them on the board for this set. But they've got to win 2 more. They've got to do that 2 more times if they want to win this set and then get on to winning more sets to win the game. And what they did that last point was looking like nothing short of a miracle.
That's right, and we'll have to see if they can do it again. The second barrier does fall for EKC now. Of course, 1 point away. That's all you need. The Joker able to secure it. Jianzu coming in for moral support at the end, and Showtime now taking map number 2. Predictions, Yoshi, for game 3. I think whichever team picks Zentaro might just win. Call me crazy.
Well, they're going to have to win set 1 first and be gifted perfect form. But yeah. Like, I don't know what to say. Xianzhu had 50 million redirects, 268. That's like 40 more than whoever's in second Soren. Or no, Katsuna. Oh, what? There's some math you can do. 44.
44.
Hey. It's not that hard, but that guy was just moving, hitting the ball everywhere at once, and like this is Showtime's map. They show up here, they pick Clarion, I think like every time. That's you can fact check that. I don't know, but they always look phenomenal on Clarion, and today was no different. And quick game, tying it up real quick, and we're gonna be settling it at Night Market. Real banger for game 3, and I feel like Night Market and Clarion are pretty similar maps, and so if Showtime is favored to win on Clarion, things are looking pretty good for them going into Night Market. It's going to take something pretty creative and interesting from EKC to try and beat them on this map.
That's right. I definitely agree with you there. And, also despite EKC being taken out there on map number 2, Katsuna and Soren were locking it down in the goal box and the midfield. I mean, we saw Katsuna really with the core control and just the communication with Soren, able to do so many passes. Of course, it almost felt like instead of Soren having a eject button on map number 1, Katsuna did, because Soren was able to just run through and clear it straight up as Katsuna just jumps across their goal box. Obviously, so important on a map like Clarion, where those barriers can be very far away. When you're on a striker like Atlas, of course, not the fastest striker in the game, but definitely a defensive one. So, yeah, Atlas on that big map is scary, but Night Market's a lot smaller, although the pressure definitely still remains. I know Xianzhu loves just sitting in the center of Night Market and collecting those buffs like it's candy from the market. So definitely going to be a scary match, and we'll have to see which defense is going to be able to survive the onslaught put on by these other 2 members as we hopefully get into pick ban in a minute here, Yoshi.
Yeah, very, very curious to see what's going to be going on. I'm thinking about the bans. They're probably just going to be the same, get the Mako out of there, get the Luna out of there. We're definitely going to be seeing a Luna ban. Night Market isn't even a good map for Luna, but Katsuna will pick it and will get 20 KOs on it and clean up a game. So you just still have to ban it. I wonder, EKC's not first pick this time, so they can't ban Mako, pick Atlas. And honestly, like, I feel like it kind of worked against them that last game. Soren, like, known for the Kai, known for these offensive goalies, been playing the melee goalies more recently, but definitely looks way more comfortable on a character that has a lot of speed, moving around. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mako ban anyway, and that kind of thing force the Atlas. But I have to wonder what EKC's draft strategy is here, because they don't have that safety net. They have an Atlas ban though, so It's inviting the Mako and you know, bing bang boom. It's like the flow chart is flowing right now. Ban one of them, the other gets picked immediately, and that's what you're supposed to do. You know, you gotta have you gotta have one of them. They're so good.
That's right. And, you know, looking at those two starting awakenings as well, Demolitionist and Catalyst. Catalyst start very interesting and potentially controversial in the community, or maybe not even like controversial. I think a lot of people just hate it because energy is so strong in the game. Once both your barriers are gone, surprise, all core flips. Every single player on the pitch will just have it. So that, I mean, I would like to think that all of the players might select Catalyst, but every time I say like, oh man, all these players are going to pick something, it's like one person picks it and it's a goalie, and then 5 others pick the other one. So I'm not going to say it, but I'm thinking it.
Oh, I'll say it. Hey, I've got you. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Catalysts. Holy moly. I'm looking. The Mako was locked in by Showtime, as we saw, but Zen now being picked by EKC, and hey, you know, as you said, pick Zentaro. There he is. EKC looking good so far. Kind of a nice thing that they had going on. That you ban one of the melee goalies. The other team kind of has to first pick the other one, or else obviously you can pick it. You know, boom, and then what's the point? That's a huge, being first pick has a lot of power, and not using it on one of the strongest characters in the game would be bad. Of course, that means that EKC can swoop in, get the Zentaro, who's been going crazy mode today, and I don't think a now midfield like we've been seeing out of Xianzhu, probably Soren on now goalie, which is a pick that he played a lot in the regular season, looked really good on it, you know, kind of surged this season, and I really appreciate that, because Xianzhu is, you know, a bit of a now magician, and taking that away from him is, I think, really, really great drafting. Honestly, like EKC, and then picking the Juno, like one of the strongest midfielders right now. Peak drafting coming out from EKC. Of course, Showtime's just, hey, put the Mako, put the Asher in the bag, speed midfielder, run it. It's the same thing every time, but it works. It worked last game. It's going to look really good this game. Kai, going to be nice on night market in those narrow places, but I really appreciate how EKC navigated this draft.
Oh, 100%. It's going to be a good match as we get into it right now. Night market game number 3 in winter semis. We could not ask for a better series so far to cast. And yeah, I think we will. I mean, as you mentioned, that Soren now pick is really interesting, right? Soren obviously being maybe one of the most aggressive goalies I have ever seen grace the face of Omega Strikers, aside from maybe like some of the OGs like Yeesh, who we have a line named after. But Soren, of course, you know, just plays so aggressively, and using that ult from now, not something that you can really be used to. Sometimes it's hard to defend against 3 attackers. Can you believe it, Yoshi?
Yeah, shocking, I know, but just having an eject button built into the kit, being able to take strike shot with it, really strong. And Tech, look, Tech, it's 6 catalysts.
Yes,
Whoopee!
I'm right. I did it. It only took me a lot of seasons of NASL to figure this out.
Well, hey, picked a good one. Catalyst looking as strong as ever. 2, we saw Katsuna rip a flip. Both the brawlers have one. Joker has been assassinated. NXCD uses his. Barcode lets it rip. Those all came out within the first 40 seconds of the game. Xianzhu having a great flip, looking really strong, but Katsuna with the immaculate save, throwing the blob back and being able to catch it. EKC is deep in their bag today. Things are looking great for them as they have the open net, and once they get a good opportunity to set up offense, they should be golden, you know?
That's right. And if you want to learn how to play midfielder, watch Katsuna this entire game. Him and Soren are just putting in nasty work on the defense, especially with these blobs. Katsuna's really helping out here. in the goal box as Soren is just able to play aggro because he knows he has that backup there. And look at the pass up to NXDD. It's just absolutely beautiful. The Soren now has the flip. So does the Joker. The barrier does get burned, and a crazy Giga read by Shianzu will pass it up to the Joker, who finds that bottom corner of the net. A ridiculous pass from Shianzu.
Yeah, they might have taken his now, but do not underestimate Shianzu on the Kai, ripping just insane Giga Blasts all the time. And like they're always so smart. I see like that Giga Blast and just relish in it because it's so calculated and so effective, right? It resulted in the goal. That was beautiful. So hoping to see more of that out of Shianzu. Right now, what I'm seeing is Katsuna with the flip, which is a little scary.
Oh. NXDD is scary with the flip too.
Wowee. Yeah, but unfortunately, not as low as he was, but still not doing great in the stagger department. Gonna be one barrier out of the flip from Katsuna. Joker with another. Looking a little low though, might be able to, EKC might be able to force them to burn it. Soren able to take the orb, but is just gonna drop it right there, get the barrier, confirm it with the primary, and that's the first team brawler if I've ever seen it. Like, it's just smart plays from everyone, which is dumb to say in North American Strikers League playoffs, but you see these players do all of these split-second decisions and just really, really appreciate how good these people are at this game.
Yeah, it's really hard to fathom because it's watching like 6 unstoppable objects meet movable forces. It's very hard for all these players to be playing, of course, at a level this high. It really is a sight to see as Katsuna has this flip, able to get it through. NXDD tries to stop the secondary from Barcode. Here comes the flip once again. Katsuna wants to keep it up in this corner, and there's just so many core flips to try to get through. Soren with a beautiful save on this now, really making it work here. And we see all the blobs coming out, but the Joker almost finding yet another KO. One a few tiles away, and that's found in Soren. Another save with the secondary. NXDD trying to secure it. This core is moving quickly in overtime, and Soren is reading this Showtime offense like a book. We'll have to see if he can continue to do that with all of the force building up on this side, and a huge KO this time on the Joker. NXDD has to try to make this work. Shianzu, though, will be a force in the midfield using that Kai speed boost. NXDD finally gets it through, though. I believe Shianzu's Giga is coming up, and the flip from Soren will deny that one before it starts. NXDD able to clear it through. As Katsuna with this speed boost has the flip, looking for the top, but back passes instead, just to keep that control. And this EKC offense is finally finding its footing, able to secure that goal into the bottom corner. But this is extremely hard fought against Barcode and against all these flips. And look at the energy meter. Barcode just has flip again.
Yeah. And I want to say that whole point was like just a masterclass from everyone. These secondaries coming out from Soren are just like Atlas expanses, you know, just saving things like stray shots going in beautifully. NXDD doing a little bit of saving himself right there. But what I'm noticing is that EKC is really trying to play the corner offense, kind of shove through that lane. They get one barrier, and then they try and get the other through that gap. And like they have to get through Barrage Boy and Drumbo here. Like that's really tough. Both those characters have a lot of abilities that are good for winning 1v1 interactions in the corner. So they really have to coordinate, you know, win their strike wars, be smart with their abilities. We saw both the second barrier and goal coming from NXDD's primary, where he stood still, primaried, and then to stop the core, and then got the hit stun with it, you know, the whole 9 yards. And that's really difficult to do point blank, but NXDD just keeps doing it. Now all barriers down, and EKC is almost able to put it in, but a crazy Soren angle, funnily enough, coming out from Barcode is going to be preventing all of that.
Yeah, disgusting strike shot in the face of Soren as well. And we'll have to see if EKC gets punished for that. They sure do. Showtime, Shianzu able to find that top corner. And this is what you have to go up against. One opportunity where Barcode just reads your shot with a strike shot to get a perfect 90-degree angle in his goal box, and then you lose. Like, that is what it comes down to in these matches, especially, you know, against the #1 seed team in Nassau right now in these playoffs. It is absurd, the level of play coming out from this team, and Showtime looking strong right now. Still set #1 in this game. Anything could happen. Centauro could get perfect form if EKC plays this set right. But we still have 1 or 2 points to go.
Yeah, looking like a bit of an uphill battle if EKC wants to get that perfect form. But really just, as you said, the level of play that we're looking at here is immaculate, and I think just a great sign for things to come. Put me in this lobby, I cry 10 times out of 10, break down in tears. Like, what do you mean Barcode saved that? What do you mean Soren saved that? My bad. I thought it was pretty good, you know, and really just these two defensive paragons are battling it out from opposite sides of the court, and both these pairs of forwards are just struggling to get through. It's like oppressive. Look at that. Soren's just got it like that, and you're supposed to score on that? Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, put me in this game. I can't even find the shot, but the Joker can. Bottom corner. Nice job there from Showtime, able to secure that final point, of course, with the Catalyst flip. Yoshi, do we see perfect form? No. Okay, the curse is broken.
Well, Zentaro didn't win the set, you know. All I'm saying is if EKC pulls up next set, things might be different. Anyway, Xianzhu taking that prime time immediately. Going to be wheeling and dealing these primaries left and right. Barrage be upon you. Spark of Focus coming onto Katsuna, which I think is pretty interesting. Going for the cooldowns, and I think that'll be really effective. Soren going for Among Titans, and I'm really nervous about that. I see my goalie be 30% smaller, and I'm scared, you know, and like, yeah, he's very fast. 15% faster. That's mom boots. This guy has 3 goalie gears. He's got mom boots, he's got eject button, and strike shot. This guy's got it all. But the disadvantage you're at in these strike wars is going to be so scary, especially against Joker, who just picked up demo. Look at how much bigger, like, Joker is massive and Soren is tiny. Now that's so scary. And with the Catalyst, here comes the flip. How are you supposed to save that as small now?
That's the question that Soren's going to have to find the answer to. A quick 31-second goal there coming out from the Joker, and all of a sudden these barriers are a lot larger to defend. Maybe that's how you do it. Just KO. Get your little lick back there. As one barrier finally taken now for EKC, trying to break through this jail. Katsuna does have the flip, but a beautiful clear, and look how fast Soren is, and that's going to be the difference maker. If Soren is able to help out offensively with these cross clears and just sprint across the map, that's going to be huge. But once again, if Soren's a little bit bigger, he has an opportunity to strike that. So really the trade-off of this Awakening, and one of the few where it can actually really hurt you if you take it.
Yeah, there aren't many Awakenings that just like can be bad for you. But anyway, Showtime's net opening up. NXTD actually went for a KO onto Xianzhu, but Xianzhu was able to core flip just like milliseconds before NXTD's core flip hit. Got the elusive, but still looking low. Sorry, NXTD has taken a full path splitter and passed away. And now Joker with this flip, it just getting dimed up right there. Didn't even need to use the second or to get the second barrier, but hit stun from Soren's core flip, pushing Joker away. Gets a nice interaction win, and the point is still alive for EKC here.
Yeah, big ego flip, or ego strike there, rather. Soren just not in the right place to defend that from Joker. It's essentially an open net for him to strike it through there, and this is really scary for EKC now. All of a sudden, you're 1 point away, and good Awakening still have the potential to come through. Anything that gives CDR is going to be huge. Of course, Xianzhu already has the prime time, but for a rapid fire to come out too, that might be wraps. If Showtime is able to play their cards right. And there's the flip. This time checked by NXED, or Katsuna rather, waiting the entire duration of it. But look at how low EKC is. All of their members, except from Soren, have the opportunity to be KO'd at any second here.
They really do. So about that, funny you say that, but Soren is unfortunately popped like a balloon by Joker's core flip, and that's another set for Showtime in the bag. There's perfect form. Zentaro did not win the set, but is second pick, and so Shionzu has to take the perfect form. Gonna be kind of unfortunate to pass up like his peak performance or hot shot maybe if you want to pair that with the prime time. Well, but perfect form is not bad. You know, this guy's moving so quickly. It has prime time, so that CDR is just going to rack up primaries so quickly. That's pretty intimidating. Perfect form on anyone, let's be very clear. Incredibly scary. It is like a must pick first awakening, best awakening in the game type of situation. But you know, also great deny from NXED, who takes the peak performance instead. Now Fast has a little bit more stagger, but so far it doesn't seem to be amounting to much. Well, actually, I think it did. NXED did not get staggered in that situation, even though he was very close and was able to get an orb. It's actually some insane peak performance value. You know, so it's a nice work there. Big fish on Soren. We're so back. No longer as small. Instead, just 2.5% smaller. It's a weird number, but I'm looking at perfect form. Hotshot on Joker also going to be pretty big. Hitting the core a lot. He'll be getting a lot of these CDs back. Has a core flip too, even though he is dying, and just kind of running through EKC right now in the power play.
Yeah, the Joker is just sprinting and striking. That's really all you need to do here, is Shionzu will do the rest alongside Barcode. This time the second barrier will fall. Almost an opportunity for NXED to shoot there, but stunned by the Joker. Katsuna and NXED really have to play their cards right here. Trying to get this past the Joker, fishing for that KO, a scary spot. And we do see that strike war being won. NXED tries to get it up in the top corner. Not quite able to find it there. Katsuna now looking to get it through the barrage. This is so scary now. The Joker burning flip and a nice strike shot from Barcode once again. Able to defend this net. As the Joker looking for it. NXED though, reading that passing angle, able to find the bottom of that net. A nice steal there, but it didn't look like EKC was in control of the game for that set.
Yeah, it did look like they were on the back foot, but some very clean ball movement at the very end is going to be getting them that point. And Shionzu, just like radiating aura, rushes up and goes for the flip, goes for the double barrier immediately. It did not get it, unfortunately, but still got one. Joker got the other with his flip. And now EKC's, again, on the back foot, looking shaky. It's going to be up to Soren to put on a defensive masterclass, as NXED is putting on one for the brawler position, just crushing those barriers. 1,000,000 damage upon Shionzu. And Katsuna with the flip might be able to get something done, but they've just got to set it up. Doesn't even need it. My fault. I was unfamiliar with this game, as some wild slime redirects are going to be putting that in. And, you know, they say don't call it a comeback, but EKC's down in 2 sets, and all of a sudden is surging. All of a sudden they're back.
But their barriers are gone. That being said, they have a 2-point lead. You have some room to mess around here. Katsuna able to get that first barrier fairly quickly, and the second one from all of the blobs. Juno is playing so well right now. Able to get rid of these barriers. The double flip. I mean, you're not saving that if you're Soren. I don't even think God himself could save that one. But you burn 2 flips. That's still pretty decent for only being down, you know, 1 point now.
Yeah, the energy economy is moving in EKC's favor. NXED has a flip. Those 2 flips, a little bit of miscommunication from the Showtime forward duo, is going to pay out for EKC really nicely, as now they have the energy advantage. That's so much energy lost from Showtime, and while they're ahead, they get to say, like, yeah, that point goes to Showtime because they had the energy advantage, but now we have a flip on our NXED, and he's going to be dashing that thing in, cleaning up that set, getting that MVP, and EKC is on the come up. I'm looking at a fight or flight. We could see an extra special or rapid fire for more, or for some CDR. Gonna be really nice, but it's just, oh, extra special selected, and that's gonna be a lot of ults coming out from big NXCD. That covers so much space, able to catch so many clears. Gonna be really nice. Stagger Swagger also being picked up from Katsuna, who's been taking a great deal of damage, if you haven't noticed. Gonna be nice to live, and just nice to deny. That is, though, perfect form fight or flight Xianzhu. Guy moving 1,000,000 miles per minute, refilling those 2 barrage charges so quickly and able to just get 1 barrier with 1 barrage immediately. You know, EKC able to win that set. Had a really nice draft too, but Xianzhu is something of a Thanos-esque character on the field right now, and EKC is going to have to work really hard if they want to bring us just to a set 5. Oh.
You hate to see it happen.
You hate to
but
see
you
it happen.
can't call it a comeback just yet. Of course, this team is still scary. But NXCD has core flip. So you never know. I mean, I think one thing that's crazy about this pickup too with the extra special catalyst is you can kind of just press your ult button and you just kind of get flip. It's just a little gift that you get for pressing the button. So that's cool. Speaking of flips, we got 3 on the pitch here, 2 of them for EKC. Surely NXCD burns one soon, and he does. Gets that first barrier, but honestly, this game is a flip to burn barriers moment, and also a flip to KO Xianzhu, or rather the Joker off the pitch here. That Giga putting in work. Xianzhu, though, whoa, stagger. Has the potential to just get ulted and lose the rest of it. As now we need to see some Juno blobs in this corner to take this barrier here. NXCD almost gets it with the primary. That's enough cooldowns for it. Such low HP for Xianzhu. I believe KO'd from the blob, if I'm not mistaken. The flip coming out from Barcode. Now we see a power play. 5 seconds left until Xianzhu comes back up, and this gets a lot harder. But Katsuna gets the rebound, able to find the bottom corner there, and EKC gets another point here. It's potential for a comeback. I don't want to call it a curse, though.
Yeah, hey, you've seen the 3-man defense before. What do you know about the 3-man offense? Soren getting in there, dropping a flip, getting saved by Showtime, but Katsuna catching the clear out, and like, I don't know if they could have hit it anywhere. You know, again, just every angle blocked off by all 3 members of EKC, and that's really threatening. And I'm watching all these core flips go through, and you know, catalyst start, etc. But all of these flips are really important. People are just firing them off left and right, though. Like, we've got so many flips, but they are more often than not generating so much value. You know, threatening other people to flip. Actually, more often than not, but getting these barriers, getting KOs, like how these players use energy is going to be pivotal to who wins this game, and EKC, I think, has been doing a phenomenal job with it so far.
Oh, 100%. The energy economy from EKC has been incredibly strong. And one of the reasons they're able to sort of start this comeback and to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer there. The core moving too quickly in overtime. Able to get that through. The flip coming out from NXCD secures it with that ult. You just have to get past Xianzhu and Joker. And look how far Soren is. He's past that midfield line. The Timeless Creator will keep that Sentry alive. The flip coming out into the Juno blobs. You have to get this up to Katsuna. But Xianzhu is there. Low stagger. Barcode now in the net with not a whole lot. Has to evade there to try to avoid getting dashed by NXCD, and the core just finds the top corner from Katsuna's blob, able to get it done. 1 point away from bringing us to set number 5. EKC is playing so well right now.
Yeah, this is an EKC that, and I'm there. I've been saying EKC played real good this season. You know, taking all the words and eloquency out of my mouth. But this is an EKC that is head and shoulders above the team that they were in the regular season. Like, Katsuna alone is just having some of the best performances I've ever seen. And then, like, and NXCD and Soren are playing bad timing. That guy just died. But just playing so well too. These slimes coming out from Katsuna though, just like immaculate, doing so much work, and it's like inspiring. That sounds dumb and cheesy, but I'm just, every time this guy makes a play this game, I've been impressed. He's covering so much space intelligently, using these slimes so well, and getting KOs out of nowhere. Like, you're not going to see a Juno quite like this, I think.
No, I will be insta-locking Juno and losing us some games, so don't queue up for ranked after this one. This is scary now, though. The Joker and Xianzu don't have any barrier. Well, there's no barriers on the side of EKC right now, and the Joker has an opportunity to get scored on. Here comes the flip. The flip is burned. It bounces off of the airship somehow and goes down. Showtime 1 point away from securing their slot in winners finals. EKC, this is make or break for you right now, and Katsuna is the only one with the core flip.
Yeah, Joker having a flip as well. The rest of Showtime, though, pretty energy deficient. Same goes for EKC, and so it's kind of a battle between these two, but Joker ripping the flip for first barrier. Now, on the surface, that looks pretty nice, but getting first barrier like that, almost hitting a demonic angle, a crazy night market bounce. So sad that it's just not quite there, but still, Soren playing so well on defense, unfortunately now losing second barrier. This is it. Showtime could win it all right now, but EKC is not going to give up without a fight, and especially with how Soren's been playing these past few points, they're still in this, and if they win this point, that's set 5. That's even game. Well,
and that's
Tech,
it.
What do you make of that? And that's it.
That's it. Showtime's moving it to winner finals off of a tragic goal there. Unfortunately, Soren not able to make that one happen. That second barrier falling in such an unfortunate angle earlier on. Just the strike cooldown was not up in that bottom corner, trying to beat the Joker there. But look at the amount of strikes coming out from EKC. 296 redirects on Xianzu, or from Showtime rather. And then also, I mean, we see Soren 235, Katsuna 270. I mean, this is a midfielder's game on this map, as we mentioned before, but Showtime will be taking the victory 2-1 in an incredibly close and hard-fought series. I mean, Yoshi, I have no words.
I've got a couple words. If you're looking to improve your midfield game, kind of clean that up, look no further than these games, because these two, especially in this last game, were battling it out to the bitter end, and ultimately, Showtime's come out on top. First seed, making it to winners finals. I don't know if that's ever happened. Curse of first seed, they usually get bopped, but maybe like some season 1 stuff. Anyway, like you said, incredibly close. Both these teams played immaculately, and even though EKC is going to losers, I think that they have a great shot at just going through everything. Like, I can't think of a team that I've seen play better than these two right here. I genuinely think that's some of the best Omega Strikers that's ever been put in front of my eyes. So if EKC keeps that up, it's going to be looking pretty scary for every other team in losers.
That's right. But of course, that is the end of series number 1, Showtime versus EKC. We have an exciting one coming up next. We're going into a quick break here. Cosmic Calamities versus Demons Raw. We're going to keep this day moving. Yoshi, thanks for joining me, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Bye-bye. As it turns out, good flip coming out from Soren. Good KO coming out from EKC.
It's a Katsuna show right now. I'm telling you, I put my eyeballs on Luna and she just ends it all. My eyeballs, guys.
That will be activated, and a nice catch with that primary there from an XTD.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bozo bunch comp right now, and it's a very, very strong damage comp. The Rasmus going with Cauldrons just adds 125 power, explosive. Oh!
Whiffs a little bit. Now Joker has the core, has the speed going forward, but dies to another rocket from Luna. Katsuna is just going wild with all of these kills. The Crater Maker as well sets it up, and that's going to be another goal EKC finding their mettle.
And continuing to solidify themselves as a threat towards playoffs.
Right, it's just so shiny and red. It's pure dopamine. And look at that, NXTD with the core flip, 8 seconds through the barrier, make that a 9-second goal.
Very low on health. Shianzu in the goalie box is going to die to a rocket.
CD and Katsuna in particular. What an angle, by the way, from an XCD.
Playing the Rasmus again here. Also worth noting and beautifully done.
Big moment here. Is the Duke gonna kill on the Joker? The power play is huge.
And they're about to get the goal with the core flip and the turn. Everything in the kitchen sink.
Especially like the pressure of being down a point or not being able to score for a while really starts to weigh on you. Anyway, great plays by EKC, great banish, great KO, both barriers down, all players down. Good work. Hey, nice one.
There's the whiplash from Drop Leto to put it away.
That just this goal is enough, and will the Corporal do it? It will! Gret finds it in the last second.
To get this out, Drop Leto moving back, but a great evade clear from Breads there, keeps the point alive. As they have the goal open, they should be happy about that.
Just take it themselves. Why don't they?
That's going to be really important as they push into this corner. Just too much to defend. 2 flips now, but they don't even need to use it.
Absolute destruction. Here, Brett's trying to get it forward with misdirection. Then it lands.
Flies in and gets KO. Great cyber swipe from I.
Now in the flip off of it, finds it.
But the core flip catch is really nice. Gets it over the X. Right on the bottom side. I was about to face on it.
But Brett, with a good positioning, is able to catch any kind of clear, and Profeta with an even better dash is going to stun Barco.
This is the Bozo bunch we know and love, and they are dominating so far. Is coming through top side, and Drew will get the final strike and will convert for a bang win.
But health bars are depleting right now. Cardbox getting sniped off the map by kind of.
And Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Goal line save, pulled away by Natty.
We'll find out here. Cardbox finding a little KO there.
Looks like an ineffective strategy right now. I mean, this is going to be a goal for sure. Yeah.
But so's the core. Breezy goes down, but takes the core with him. The Cardbox and Breezy in the goal box, and they grab it.
And then 2 KOs all of a sudden. Breezy, and Cosmic Calamities. They managed to just explosively end that first point there after it looked doomed. Breezy not quite able to go down here and gets healed up by the Atlas ultimate, but might go down, but it doesn't matter because he's just sitting in the play.
A core flip from Breezy on the barrier will secure it alongside Cardbox.
Now, but Cardbox sets up the piercing shot.
They'll stay teamed up. Cardbox doing a great job of keeping up the pressure.
Have this one trying to hold things down here and going to be able to go in for the flip. Deflected away though by Natty's placement. Ready to just move it right on into the goal. It's 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
Breezy with a nice hook, double barriers Barco, not much he can do, and sets himself up with a beautiful open umbrella.
Resources they can have on this map. Really great flip to keep Drew away from scoring that one, but it's not enough.
Breezy with the energy burst available, throws down the path splitter.
Striking, always last, and what a save from Natty.
Black Bolt fast around, Mystics there with the bomber coming out. After a bang over from Cardbox and sinks it through all 3 of them. Brighton Vaughn comes back and causes the Calamities. They have done it. They picked the upset and defeated.
Do you get tired of winning? Get tired of winning? Like, you know.
Honestly, no.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but the line "I am inevitable" only rings true in NASL.
3 championships this Saturday to see a boys sweep.
I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Power play opportunity. Zuna has to put in so much work, but the goal gets past his shadow swap clone. And now Bell in the goal box has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play. Bell's now. Oh no, just fakes out Soren completely.
Cleared properly there. Vaughn wins the dribble on the bottom. Long range core flip through the misdirection.
Playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet!
Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage.
Bell's keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn.
And that's an ace. All members going into the goal. No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip.
Where they are. Banish lands on a 2, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bell.
Has enough speed. A perfect killer from Vaughn to save it away.
Sock smack, Pensama losing these pillars are so massive from Vaughn, just placing them. The barrier, still sending one barrier to none. Crazy angle, Bells as well, finding the goal. Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it in the end.
Sends it to the bottom, and Demons Raw find the win. Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champions.
The Demons are back. They're showing why they're the other team that everyone just knows and fears.
To worry about Snake looking at the flip into the strike reset. Oh my goodness.
The flip is good. The beautiful power chord coming out from Gumi.
Comes back to bite them, flip available. Tiny, great killer from Vaughn to save it away, but there's the first range sniper.
Again, Tiny with the dribble on the bottom.
Hold on, and this could be a turn.
The flipping blocked by Gumi.
All being said, hey, Demons Raw.
Now another KO found by Snake.
Low HP, able to get it, has the flip, trying to...
Right now it's all Demons. It is all Gumi, Snake, Ainu. They finally did what they set out to do. Snake goes, I'll come back. Might as well play another season. Get their chip finally. They take down their rivals in the winners final, and they take down the upstarts in Showtime in the Grands.
In there, Kainu, they bangs and has the bells, but Gumi gets a flip here, the X bull rush, and it's gonna be the glitch pop.
Do a bracket reset here, and Kainu is gonna be the one helping him. Adrenaline Rush proc on the flip kill, and now Xianzu's up next, and Demons Raw doing what Demons Raw does best. Barcode has to hold it down, Gordo.
And he cannot do it. Gumi supporting at distance with the perfect pitch. It's a score for Demons Raw. 2 more to go. Demons Raw will not give up without a fight. They will take us to a game 3 in the upper bracket.
All right, time for another day of NASL playoffs. Let's see what's going on here. Hey gang, what, Saya's late again? Really? Oh, gosh. What are the odds I get out of here on time? Oh, now they're ready, so we get no time for the pre-show. Fine. Okay, people, quiet on set. We're on in 3, 2...
Can't find it. Now Vaughn and Yuri lose. They're up in the box. Sergio's coming out. We'll be able to bring down that barrier here. And the goal gate is open. Pushing hard. Xianzu. Shot to the bottom is going to be good. And that is Showtime taking game 2. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a new national champion.
I almost KO'd, but had just enough energy for the evade, but now
to take this, it is off the map. Breezy forced the flip just to stall time, and this is not looking good.
time to put on a show. Joker, the one being staggered, pushed in, but Dropletto finally KO'd after all that time staggered now. Turn Shianzu passing back and forth, much like we saw the last game.
Will force Natty away from defense there. Flip from Shianzu comes out. Nice combination of abilities and strike.
Host the fans!
Getting goal number 2.
Predicting it right, and Shianzu.
That we'll see if they can find the second barrier now. Flip used. Still defended by Barcode.
Host the fans!
Joker threads the needle through all 3 players.
Shianzu comes up with just as many plays.
Bells is fishing for that goal, but Barcode was stopping every single try.
Before Cardbox comes up, but will it be long enough? It will not. Barcode, I believe, actually getting this one. Or instead, Shianzu. There's so many assists. All these players helping out to hear this, and sure enough, we go to set number 5 on game 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to Nassel Season 5 playoffs. You saw me earlier. I'm now joined by Borg, who has totally been paying attention to Omega Strikers this weekend, right, Borg?
Are you kidding me? Of course I have. I was watching the last series.
Yeah, you were certainly watching the last one.
Look, I was busy. I was gaming. All right. I had a tournament that I had to complete. I got first, so there is an excuse. I did win.
Okay.
I did win, but I did have it on my sidebar because I was checking to see, when I needed to FF if I needed to, so I could come back. But luckily, we got it all figured out, and we're back for this beautiful Nassel game. And we have a heater of a series, by the way. We are blessed with this block, K-Bot. You want to introduce it?
Demons Raw versus Cosmic Calamities. Demons, of course, the undefeated, or they're not undefeated. They tend to be undefeated in the regular season, but not this season. They ended up winning last season, so they're coming back trying to reclaim their throne. But this Cosmic Calamities team, Borg, has been creeping up, and all season they've been performing at the highest level we've seen from a team, taking games off of Demons, taking games off of Sad Boys. In fact, it was when this match took place during the regular season was week 3, which, by the way, might I remind you, was on November 16th. So, that was completely last year.
Oh my god, that was at least a year ago.
I know. But Cosmic Calamities ended up winning. So,
yeah,
they have potential to do it. Of course, The wild card factor is how much Demons actually decided to show up and care today. I imagine on National Playoffs Day, they tend to show up and care, but we'll just have to see when push comes to shove here.
I just love that that's always a metric every season, no matter what. The question is, I mean, it's for other teams, it's like, will they show up today? You know, maybe let's see if they play well today. For Demons, it's never that. It's always, do they care at all today? Like, that's always the metric that we make for Demons. And honestly, fairly so. I think they mess around a lot in regular season. They have some games where they're trying some stuff out. They're not as worried about. They already had the perfect regular season. They don't really care about it anymore. They don't need to get another one of those. They're just trying some stuff out. And Cosmic Calamities is a team that completely different from last year, right? I think only Natty being the last remaining member of that original squad. So basically, I'm just going to say completely new roster coming in. And they had something to prove. I think 3Z Breezy, you know, after last year, you know, a little bit of a subpar performance from whatever team 3Z was on last year. Don't quite remember that team, who that was. But, you know, not the greatest performance, but 3Z had something to prove. And I think he has stepped up to the plate. But at the end of the day, it is still Demons Raw. And they have been steadily creeping back up to where we remember them at. So I think this will be a pretty good game. And I think it could go literally either way.
Really could. Let's take a look at the map selection that has taken place on, you see it on screen now. Demons Raw ended up selecting Night Market up first. That's kind of one of the bans that Cosmic Calamities tend to go for if they don't ban away Gates of Obscura automatically. So good on Demons Raw to pick that one. Demons Raw is 3-1 on Night Market so far this season. Second map, Cosmic Calamities picks Inky's Splash Zone, where we believe they are undefeated this season. They've played 3 games on that map and won all 3. And then the final decider will be Atlas's Lab. Both teams looking pretty favorable there as the decider. So I'm expecting this one, based on the tail of the tape, in terms of level of comfort. Raw's going to really like their map pick. Cosmic Calamities really going to like theirs. And then I imagine we'll see Game 3 on Atlas's Lab.
Yeah, really excited for these map picks. I think back in the day, you know, I always kind of hated casting and playing Inkies, but I think nowadays it's so rare that it's more of a treat, right? It's a quick little special treat we get. We haven't really seen it too much. A couple times over the season, not too big of a deal, and get to enjoy this one. I think that will be the most exciting game. The Night Market, I think they're both going to be feeling each other out. Raw always as one of those weird comps they like to, the double melees or just anything like that they like to cook up on that map. But 3Z Breezy, you know, has the X. You know, they have that card that they can play on Night Market. He has the Julie. He's really, really good at the Julie. Both those characters incredibly good on this Night Market, so I wouldn't count them out on Night Market. I think if I had to guess, it'd probably go, you know, what everyone would expect. Raw would win Night Market. Cosmic Calamities would win Inkies, but I think both these teams both very good at these maps. And one other point to mention is that I think both of these teams are fairly explosive as well, right? I think I wouldn't say Snake is the most explosive player, but he's always in the right place at the right time where Gumi and Kainu need to make that play. So Gumi and Kainu burst in, they make the whole team-wide play together. That's why you see Demons always have so many aces. They always have so many chain KOs over and over again because they're always playing together, whereas 3Z and Cardbox have kind of come into the league really focused on playing together, hitting the same abilities at the same time, finding these timers, you know, and then they have that shield, they have that stalwart Natty as the kind of melee goalie player in the back, ready to kind of hold it down as long as possible. And, you know, a little bit of a battle of kind of how, not quite a battle of concepts, but close to that, where which kind of team philosophy is going to work here. And excited to see how they go and how they end up playing this Night Market especially.
Well, I think one of the things, of course, worth noting, earlier today, we released the All-Pro voting, where Cardbox was voted Rookie of the Season, 3Z voted Most Improved, Kainoob on the other team, of course, remains MVP. But I think, to your point, Borg, the way that 3Z and Cardbox have been connecting with one another in order to get the job done is something that I think we don't often highlight, right? We often highlight probably the brawler player that gets the job done or the midfielder for winning all the redirects. But it's about the connection that the two of those have, whether or not they can find those passives, whether or not they can set each other up well for success and collapse on the goal together. That's the name of the game. And these two seem to have figured out so far this season. We see the character draft now on our screen. Striker select has already taken place, so we'll be getting into game in just a moment. Borg, where are your initial reactions here? No surprise from me to actually see Demons Raw banning away the Juliet. That's something that Breezy has been favoring so far this season, so no real surprise there. But of course, he'll reclaim his X.
Yeah, I kind of said it right at the beginning, right? I think Breezy has that X, Breezy has that Julie. Both are really strong on this map. I'm expecting to see them for sure. So not surprised at all that we're seeing the X. One thing I am surprised about here is actually the Vice with it. I think normally when you pair an X with something, you kind of get, you know, something that can buff it up, especially on Night Market, like an Era, like a Now. But both those characters out with the Era ban means that you got to go for damage. And it's not the best damage comp, but I think if the Awakenings kind of roll their way, I wouldn't be surprised to see a pretty explosive game here from Cosmic Calamities.
Threezy currently #1 in the league on X in terms of damage per 10 minutes. Cardbox #2 in damage per 10 on Vice. So no real surprise there. This is something that you imagine they're ready to slam that damage down and take care of business to do just that. You'll also see Demons Raw has gotten a little flexible this season. They've rotated around quite a bit. And while Gumi might have the momentum boots goalie training right now, it's no doubt that you'll see them rotate around whenever Gumi decides to wander away, or whether Snake just has to back away and hold down the line for a moment to try to back on through. Did Snake just strike that away? It looked like the core flip was going to happen, and then it didn't. My brain is not operating fast enough yet.
I think Snake won a strike war, and Kainu didn't see it coming because Asher's strike hitbox is so big that even teammates get confused. So a little bit of a wasted flip, but at the same time, it goes in the net anyway, so not that big of a deal. But another flip there from Snake in order to secure the KO onto Threezy Breezy leads to the power play. But Cardbox right back with another one. Now Kainu, though, has the breakaway here, can still get this last barrier. Not quite going to get it. It's going to be one barrier to one barrier. And a little bit of a power play. Doubt it's going to end up in much, though, as Cardbox loses the strike war, and we're back to neutral in that K-bot.
Back to neutral here. Both goalies do have their energy bursts online, and it looks like Cardbox even just goes to the Supernova in order to evade a decent bit of damage. Threezy going to come sliding in, find the barrier, and now finds a KO. Power play opportunity here. Natty looks for Cardbox. Threezy is knocked away and isn't able to get involved in this play. Cardbox will take a shot towards the net, but Kainu's able to send it away. Natty moves forward, but can't use this energy burst on the offensive, and the power play has been dissipated. Snake now. Back the other direction. Kainu with a beautiful drone. We'll get the core right back up there. Natty still has his own energy burst here, though, as well. Path Splitter is out. The Expanse is used. Core goes flying as overtime hits. Looks like, though, going to go right back to the middle. Have to be careful at this stage where the core goes rather quickly, especially this early on in the game when you're not used to it yet. And the nerves are somewhat settling in. The fact that this is finally the real match. You know, a lot of these teams have been, so I've heard, have been scrimming quite a bit, and oh no. Unfortunate side and bounce there for Natty on the Expanse, but a lot of these teams have been scrimming, playing very actively in the past week or so, Borg. I'm sure you can share a little bit of insight there. It seems like a lot of the teams are well practiced coming into the day-to-day. Just all of a sudden, this is finally it.
Yeah, this is it, and it looks like Demons is kind of taking the better of Cosmic Calamities so far, at the very least, in this first set. Which, not too surprised, X never been the strongest character, especially with Twin Drive, you know, not going to be doing too much right away. But I talked about the Vice damage early on and how explosive that can be, but we've really only seen, I think, like 2 maybe KOs so far. But we've seen on the other side, Demons Raw actually getting a lot of KOs and a lot of damage and pressure onto Cosmic Calamities. It's been really difficult for them to actually play the game. And as we're seeing here, you know, a little bit of unfortunate last goal, but it seems like most of the time Demons have that ball control. They have that ball on the side of Cosmic Calamities, forcing them to play back. And there we go. We see another one. The pressure that ends up in a goal. Natty forced to use their cooldowns over and over again. And sometimes, you know, an Atlas with no cooldowns means the ball will just roll in.
Perhaps a touch of an unforced error there earlier with the Expanse burned, but nonetheless, it is a 3-0 set for Demons Raw, and it's quite a decent Awakenings draft here. Of course, Heavy Impacts, Deadeye are the kinds of things that are online, and that Heavy Impact especially is going to be something that Demons Raw will want to take away, given by the damage style that Cosmic Calamities are going to be looking for later.
Yeah, big takeaway from Vice, but also Heavy Impact is just really good on Vice on Now in general. If you hit multiple people with that mine, especially with that Monumentalist that kind of already has with the size, you're going to be basically guaranteeing that extra cooldown on to Now. So it's definitely not a bad pickup, not at all. But the Deadeye goes on a card box, going to get some damage here one way or another. Breezy getting that Might of the Colossus, not going to be doing too much now, but might end up helping later. But the biggest thing, I think, is Gumi with that Spark and Snake with these stacks. The pressure onto them are going to be so high. You see right now, Gumi is just running forward over and over again, but actually gets called out there. Breezy with a great core control play in order to get both the barriers, and then Cardbox with the Pummeler's ult just completely takes them on. But Snake gets the KO onto Breezy and now has a breakaway on his own.
Going to be playing this one a little bit more patiently, waiting for a couple cooldowns maybe to come online, and actually waiting for Kainoob to join the party as well. Snake takes a shot, Natty's going to send it away, but a KO comes through even still. His card box is taken out. The Expanse almost sends it to the goal again, but Natty has the energy burst to send it away. Gumi, though, lines it up and sends it home. Shot from downtown.
You know, you talked about it a bit earlier, but then the play kind of got crazy, so I didn't get a piggyback off it, but you're talking about Kainoob and Gumi kind of sharing that defensive role, right? It's not really clear on which one's actually playing goalie most of the time. And usually when you see a Mako, you tend to see Gumi a little bit more in the net, but this game, he's just kind of running up. Look, gets that middle speed, loses the barrier for it, but is getting so much pressure. But now that Snake's dying, it's going to be both of them on defense, as they can't really be playing too aggressively. Kainoob is winning every single strike war and getting the mine with the Monumentalist, actually gets the barrier. Short-handed, gets both barriers. Now, Cosmic Calamities are in a bit of trouble here.
Perennial MVP now 3 times. Season 2, Season 3, and Season 5. Showing exactly why here, and Gumi will just join the party there at the very end. You know, one of the things you mentioned, right, you expect maybe seeing the Mako sit back. Well, in reality, right, Gumi's going to be, first of all, a player that wants to play the offensive goalies, and when you have a player like Kainoob that can drop back, you're going to be more than comfortable going forward. But the other thing is, Gumi takes momentum boosts here, right? He's going to walk up to that midfield line often and get as close as he can. In most cases, you see Makos on that strike shot, preferring for that extra projectile range. But in this case, Gumi wants to be active and shows a goalie gear that's playing to his favor right now. Card box, looking for a shot up to the top corner. That one's going to get sent away. And now he burns the Expanse here as well. Doesn't get the clear away from the barrier, and the Thunderstruck is down. Threezy maybe in position here. Cardbox was leaping forward. Couldn't win the strike war. We'll put the core away. Natty still has the energy burst here. Snake is in position, trying to bully away and box out Natty. But it's not going to find the core this time. Breezy's there. There's the X-Maximus, and will stun all 3 members of the Demons Raw, putting Cosmic Calamities on the board.
X, with his cooldowns up, can do a lot of work into this Mako and into this Now. You know, Demons, they're doing a really good job at dumping a lot of their abilities offensively in order to make Natty's life hard. As we see right there, the abilities all coming out. Natty only has so much in order to cover it. So it is really on the midfield and forward duo, Cardbox and Threezy Breezy, to keep that core forward as long as possible. But when it's not kept forward, it feels like Demons are just jumping on the opportunity in that midfield, but it's not over yet. Breezy respawning now. Could look for a bit of a wombo combo like we saw last goal in order to get that last barrier, but Demons Raw looking incredibly strong. Gumi with the mobility boots already in the own net. There's no one in the Demons Raw nets as he just taps it in. I think that's the 3rd time where Gumi's covered that cross clear.
Yeah, he's there, and that's something that, as a goalie player, you traditionally expect to be able to just send the clear away to the opposite corner. Oh, the forward and the midfield are on the other side of the pitch. So, but nope, Gumi's there, and keeping that tight triangle is what's going to be able to convert. Now, the question is, as things start to scale through, and as we start to see more Awakenings picked up here for Cosmic Calamities, will it be enough, Borg, and I'm not really sure if they're going to have enough based on this Awakening strat.
I mean, the glass cannon's going to be nice. The perfect form is all right. The 1-2 punch is going to help. But the problem is, I feel like even though Cosmic Calamities comp does scale a little bit and they have some decent awakenings, I feel like Demon's Raw is about as strong as they're going to get. You have the Monumentalist, heavy impact, fight or flight on this now, pretty much making the character as perfect as you want it to be. You have stacks on Snake, which is really all a forward really wants, all the Asher forward wants. And then Gumi has 2 sparks already. So
yeah,
with the mobility boots, or the momentum boots rather, I mean, what else do you really want? Sometimes you get little oopsies like that, but you see how fast he is with that middle speed. He's going to come back on time, but they managed to take out Kainu, which might actually be the missing piece of the puzzle for Cosmic Calamities. Put the pressure onto the now instead, and maybe you can open up the map a little bit.
2 members get trapped on these snare drums, though, and that'll shut off any opportunity at trying to get out of there. Power cord comes out. 3Z sends it down to this bottom corner. Cardbox still gets bullied away by Snake's Asher. And the perfect pitch will connect as well. Cardbox stunned. Probably thinking about having to retreat. Gumi, nice energy burst, and finally the KO comes through. Power play opportunity. Snake's dancing with the core. Has plenty of time, and he'll just shove it through. Demon's Raw look unstoppable right now.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure on Akainu early, managed to find the barriers, but Gumi with a clutch flip on the goal line, managing to just take that momentum away, and then Natty not even having the chance to use their own flip as an Asher is in your face, hit stunning you over and over again. So I'm not really sure how I'd want to play it. I mean, they take out Snake again. They're getting a lot of these one-time KOs, but they're not really able to convert a lot off of it because, as you can see right here, the heroics from at least one of the members of Demon's Raw, usually either Gumi or Kainoob. As we're seeing right now, it is Kainoob just doing everything short-handed with that Now Mine, with these strikes, winning so many interactions, keeping things stable. But 3Z Breezy snipes the barrier and takes Kainoob off the map. They have a chance to score now on this power play.
It's a chance, but Gumi's and snare drums are up. Now I think that's all of the cooldowns. Cardbox tries to keep this one in the way of 3Z, but no! Snake walks right up there and KOs the opposing brawler. Means that this play not going to have the core control it needs to put the core away, and Gumi's got plenty of speed, continues to build up on the back line as it isn't there, and oh no, another expanse there, not in the right place in the right time. Snake senses at the top corner, and it's game point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, that would seem like a bit of a miscommunication there between Natty and Cardbox, both of them kind of guarding that bottom side. No one had the pass covered, and Snake just kind of had an easy tap in, and just the pressure of Asher onto this Atlas, even though the Atlas has the twin drive, has the hot shot, has these cooldowns, it's just so hard actually with how many cooldowns they're dumping. Like, this Atlas, even though he has all the cooldowns he needs, he's using them. Like, he's using them, he's defending all the barriers he needs to defend, but all it takes is one mistake. Great try there on the flip from Natty, though, almost gets the barrier. And Cosmic Calamities, I feel like they're so close to getting the puzzle here, but they just haven't quite figured it out as Snake gets the last barrier, and this is now game point here with both barriers down.
Or the problem is they don't have time to figure it out, as Demon's Raw looking to close it out right here, although they do find one KO, Kainoob taken down, but Gumi's going to use the energy burst, stall for a little while. Now 3Z and Cardbox hoping to collect the core. It'll slip past him, all in the cooldown. Strike shot forward, 3Z in position. There's the bull rush, sends it back. Snake is there now, though. Takes a shot, Natty's there on the clear. Gumi up in the midfield line. Core's gonna go past, but Kainoob's got the speed thanks to the drone. Gumi now in the opposing goal box. Looking for the pass to come his way, but now likely has to back on away. No, actually just continues to stick around, being that consistent threat to Natty, and here's the pass. Gumi in position, top of the box, and he'll send it through. I think Cosmic Calamities got one goal on the board there in the last one. It was all Demon.
That game was all Demon's Raw, but it's weird because the way these points went, it felt like it was back and forth until it wasn't. It never felt like destruction or domination on one side. It just kind of felt like Demon's Raw was keeping the core forward, keeping pressure. Cosmic Calamities would get, a KO, or they'd get some sort of lead, seemingly, but then Demon's Raw would just turn it all around and score. And I don't know, it seems... I just didn't feel... That felt so weird. That was a 14-minute night market game. That does not happen usually.
That doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen, especially at this level of play.
But again, you give this Demons Raw team, when they're in peak form, an inch, and they will take a mile. And it doesn't need to be a full KO. It doesn't need to be, a slight misstep. It is as simple as an errant pass. It is simple as a missed strike. It is simple as some of those small little errors that you have the potential to make when you realize that this is match day. For Cosmic Calamities, they've had a banner season. Regardless of what happens in the next 2 weeks, they should be proud of the season they've had. But it's hard to feel that right now when you're in the hot seat as the player who still has something to prove, because if you can't get it done this week and next week, you're probably mostly going to be forgotten in the history books, right? The podium finishers are only going to be there next week. Cosmic Calamities have to find a way to step up here, compose themselves, and hopefully the next map will be somewhere where they can do that. They've loved Inky's Splash Zone so far this season, so I'd be hopeful for them to get it done here.
Okay, 3-0 on Inky's this season, and they are, a very creative team, and that is a very creative map, to say the least, right? So I would say their best chance definitely is on this map. Demons have been known to have a little bit of fun on Inky's Splash Zone throughout the years, let's just say that. I think they're very good on the map, but that's more because they're really good in general, less so than they're good at the map. So I haven't seen them play it too much recently, but I could have just missed a game or two, so maybe I am wrong on that, but we'll see how they do on the Splash Zone. I'm sure they're definitely not too upset that they're going there. And we should be getting into draft. Here we go. Spark of Strength with Fight or Flight start. A little bit of a weird one because Inky's is a map where you're not actually striking the core as often as some of these other maps because it's so open, right? So not going Fight or Flight isn't necessarily the worst thing. But the Awakening is just so good anyway, I expect almost everybody to be going it. Maybe the goalies will go Spark instead, but we'll have to see how it sorts out. I'm expecting maybe an Estelle here, maybe an Amy, maybe an Amy, maybe a Kai here. I'm expecting characters like that, maybe a Juliet. Things like that seem to be really good on this map for me.
For context, Demons Raw is 0-1 this season on Inky's Splash Zone. It was one of their map picks at one point or another. Second thing, Fight or Flight, as we learned earlier today, was actually the quickest Awakening picks up when it appears in an Awakenings carousel with an average placement of 2.19. That means on average, it was just taken after second in carousels over the course of the season, which is mind-boggling for an Awakening. So to your point, Borg, rather strong here, and wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up in place of Spark.
Shout out to the stats team real quick. Like, that's a crazy stat to cover, by the way. Like, Awakening, not only characters and team stats, but also Awakening pick rate and Awakening pick speed? What is that stat? Like, I'm not complaining. That's awesome. I love that right there. So, well played to the stats team there. Ooh. But as we're getting into the picks here, got a Juno ban, not surprised, and an Atlas ban from Demons Raw. Even though they just defeated the Natty Atlas here, they don't really want to play it now on this Inky Splash Zone map. Looks like similar comp here for Raw. You're going to have the Mako in the net with that Asher forward. Snake super comfortable in the Asher. I think Snake and Joker are probably the two Asher forwards that really just make your life so awful as a goalie player. So gonna be feeling good here on that pick. Rasmus for 3Z Breezy, and it looks like we're gonna be getting the Octavia Kai, so a bit of a speed game here. I'm expecting a lot of fight or flights being taken, and then the now. So you're gonna have pretty much the same exact composition for Demons Raw, but completely new composition for Cosmic Calamities. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Borg, the other thing we talked about in the pre-show was the strikers and their prevalence. Rasmus was actually second highest presence overall, so no surprise to see taken first here for 3Z. Other thing worth noting, Octavia had the highest win rate over the course of the season. 13-2 in the league this season was Octavia. That is correct. Octavia lost 2 games this season. We'll see if this marks the third one as we load on to Inky's Splash Zone.
I mean, I wasn't surprised to hear highest win rate because it is a kind of niche pick. You do kind of play it when it's good. You only really play it when you know it's going to be good. But 13-2, that's a lot of games for that high of a win rate. So, I mean, hey, the stats are in. It's looking like, 3-0 Inky Splash Zone, almost 100% win rate Octavia as well. It looks like the stats are going towards Cosmic
Fight or
Calamities
Flight
in this game. Fight or Flight as well. They have all the chips on their side, except for the fact that they're 0-1. So let's see if they can tie it up here as we're starting this game off on Inky Splash Zone. Demons Raw versus Cosmic Calamities. Who's going to take it in game 2?
You're right, Borg. Gumi is the only one picking up the spark this time. Everyone else is Fight or Flight. Also, Gumi back on Strike Shot here on the Mako rather than on the Momentum Boots. Probably because on Inky's, he's not going to exactly have all of the opportunities to sneak forward. Just as usual. And then, of course, it'll be interesting to see how Natty starts to get involved as the Awakenings carousels progress after taking eject button here for this Kai.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised with the eject button. I've always really liked it on the Kai. I've seen the power of it throughout kind of the seasons of playing against Kai Goli. And I think this map might be one of the stronger ones for eject button nowadays, as you can kind of pop the eject button, section the map off with that Inky cannon, the water cannon a bit, and then look for one of those plays here. But a great flip from Snake, going to be looking for that top barrier, finds it, and he finds the goal with a great pass from Gumi and Kainu, both kind of keeping the core in that top corner. The one thing about Kai Goli, though, is it's not really good against stuffing, right? Asher is really good if he can get into a corner, so Cosmic Calamities need to not let Snake get into these corners situations this entire game, and that's going to be a really hard task.
And that's where trying to keep possession is going to be absolutely critical for Cardbox in 3Z. The last thing you want to do is to have Snake be on top of Natty trying to challenge to put the core away. And so if Cardbox can work up that flow state and charge it up, hopefully there will be some success there. Now in the flow state, does have a couple strikes up to the top side. Able to cover it in this corner, but all the meanwhile, Snake gonna find the KO versus 3Z. Power play opportunity now for Demons Raw. Cardbox out of the flow state. Interrupts the passing play. Natty has to try to get involved because he realizes that he doesn't have many other opportunities, but Snake just finds another KO. Apparently, Asher just has some of the most broken KO stats in the game or something right now, Borg, because Snake has been just throwing the members of Cosmic Calamities off of the pitch.
Let's just say Snake is a guy that gets. And knowers know what I mean by that one, as Asher, always seen as that core control forward, but might have some of the highest knockback in the entire game as well. So, Cosmic Calamities doing well to stall the power play here, but Demons Raw have all the core control. They have all the thing they need in the corner, exactly where you want it for Snake. Puts it right past Natty, who just had absolutely nothing after that long sequence.
Yeah, longest Inky's point ever, as it turns out, was the last one. That's just a joke. I don't actually know what the longest point ever has been in a competitive Mega Strikers game, but that one sure did feel like it went on for quite some time. It probably wasn't that one. And snare drums, trap Cardbox. There's the quick KO, thanks to the fact that you can KO from the goal barrier. 3Z doesn't have a lot to work with here as the Rasmus and Demons Raw keeping this tight triangle, pushing forward. Gumi just walks all the way up, escorts the core through along with the rest of the team, and it's another 3-0 set for Demons Raw.
Demons is just so good at that play, keeping a really tight triangle, keeping the ball in their possession the entire time. If one of them loses strike core, they all move backwards together to keep the core possession and keep picking that core back up. They play as a unit. They play as a team. They've always been good at this. And now they're going to get rewarded. They have the hot shot. They have a couple other things here. 1-2 punch maybe for the Asher. Yep, there it is. And then the Mako probably going to be getting maybe the Siege Machine, maybe the Perfect Form Denial. Actually going for the Deadeye. So Doomy actually wants a little bit more damage here with the 1-2 punch as well on the Asher. Not super surprised on that. And then one thing to note here as well is Natty taking away that spark from Gumi here. So not really too whole much in the draft section. It really is just going to depend on how well these other teams are playing. And right now, it's all Demons Raw.
It's all Demons Raw. in the last set, I would argue that the Awakenings that they picked up are going to be more helpful for them in the long run. You mentioned a little bit of extra damage, and there's no survivability right now for Cosmic Calamities. All the meanwhile, the only survivability they might have is plays and clears like that from Natty, who will hold the line during the double power play. Keep the core out of the net, at least for now. Roan is up. This one in Demon's Raw possession. Snake is... The Barrage is going to send it away. Now KO happens again. Snake this time. Take it off the pitch, though. And maybe an opportunity here for the Calamities, but oh no. Another one comes through. Kainoob on the back lines. Threezy is going to find the outplay. Well done to Threezy. Most improved this season.
Yeah, most improved. I mean, you see it right there. That was just a beautiful play. I think Kainoob and Gumi got a little bit, especially Gumi, started standing still, emoting a little bit, started feeling good about themselves a little bit, blocked the pass with that Death's Touch there, and then found the goal. So what played for Threezy, who is currently off the pitch, and the barrier going down once again for Cosmic Calamities, as we've been seeing kind of time and time again. It seems like Demon's Raw don't really need to play too well in order to win this. Their comp seems to be kind of carrying itself with how they're playing and their play style. Just escort it to the corner, let Snake do the work, and just keep the core behind him. And right now, it feels like Natty has the world up on his shoulders, having to save almost everything just to give them a chance at doing anything. And Gumi might have given them that chance now. We'll see if he can... We'll see if Gumi starts going into goofball mode here a little bit and getting rid of some of these barriers, because that will give Cosmic Calamities more of a chance for sure.
Worth noting, of course, Natty does hold #1 in the league for saves per 10 minutes, so has been holding it down so far, but, of course, still needs to do it here. But Cosmic Calamities put another one away. Third goal on the board this set, or this match, I should say, across the board. And maybe starting to get a little bit of pep in their step, or Gumi's starting to get a little more jokey in the call. Either way.
I think that one was a little bit of, Demons kind of didn't realize the threat that was coming their way. Natty actually using that eject button, I feel like for the first time this game. Natty's kind of been forced to stay full defensively this entire game, but finally running forward, actually performing their job really well. And I feel like that's kind of the strength of Cosmic Calamities comp, right, is you have a lot of map control, right? You have a lot of speed, you have a lot of projectiles in order to, with core control with that Rasmus as well. If you can allow your Kai to run forward just like this and keep the core forward, keep that pressure up as long as you can, you'll have a lot more chances. So maybe Cosmic Calamities kind of have the formula a bit better now as we see Cardbox kind of stacking up that speed on the Octavia. See if they can do something with it.
But all that damage that Snake just poured into Cardbox still stayed alive, but it was enough to get out of the flow state. Here comes the water cannon. Snake in position in the corner, but Natty's going to be able to send it away. Another strike war. Natty takes that one too. And this core is going to go around the world. Cardbox now to the corner. Natty is there as well, but can't find the connection over to Threezy. Pendulum swing down to the bottom corner. Here's the Death Touch to try to break it back in, but Snake is there. Pat Splitter already out. Flow state's going to get stopped by the barrage. Back to the other side of the pitch. Here's the water cannon again, but Cardbox will just take it himself. Drop. First set on the board for Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah. That first point, I feel like, what played the threes? I mean, honestly, all three of those points was kind of just any member of Cosmic Calamities finding one of those solo plays, right? Finding a bit of a heroics there. All three kind of got their moment to shine in that set and really allowed them to wake up a little bit. You get Size on the Rasmus here, which is going to be really nice. And then Octavia now has to choose, what do you want to do? You have that aerials, you have that explosive, you have the twin drive. Going for the twin drive instead, I think that's a good choice, as Snake has been pouring damage, so just having that extra secondary is going to matter a lot. But one thing I'm a little bit scared of is you do have that Monumentalist on the now, and you do have Stacks on Tagumi, who has been running forward and playing so aggressive this entire series, so Stacks just going to make that a whole lot easier. And now, Demons already off to a quick start, getting that first barrier, leaving in no time for Cosmic Calamities to rest.
There's the water cannon. It comes through, and Kainoob will get credited with the goal. Gigablast just didn't quite come out in time because the core was flying out of that water cannon. But yeah, I mean, look, you picked up a couple things there. Natty with the aerials. It's a dash awakening here too, right, for the Kai that's playing the eject button. Maybe some opportunity to get some momentum rolling, because that's one of the things that did help Cosmic Calamities pick up a couple of those goals in the last set. Water Cannon out again. Freezy is going to get taken off of the pitch, though. And Cardbox just has to try to wait this one out. Gumi is in position. That's right. The Mako has rotated up to the front side of the pitch. Your eyes do not deceive you, as this has happened all match so far. Snake and Kainu now retaking their current positions, and they just collapse on the goal together so well. Don't even need the energy bursts out of your midfielder to secure it.
I feel like every time Kainu wins a strike war, they just escort the core all together. Kainu gets it past the first person, and then you see Snake covering the other angle, always running at the same length as Kainu, and Gumi right behind Kainu every single time, allowing the core to just... It makes it so hard to dig that core out of the corner, right? And when you have an Asher as well on top of it, whenever the core gets to her, I mean, good luck saving it, as you have about 3 abilities in your face on top of a Now Mine, and maybe even a Mako primary in your face as well. That's a lot of hitboxes for you to save, and as a Kai, I mean, I guess that's 5, barrage pellets maybe, but I don't think that's quite how it works in practice. So I think Cosmic Calamities need to figure out how to control the ball more. They need to be winning more strike wars. They can't let Kainu control the field as well as he's been doing, but, like you said earlier, 3-time MVP or 4-time even, I don't even remember at this point. Perennial MVP winner, as you said earlier, makes it pretty hard to win out on a strike war versus him.
And the other thing, how are you supposed to win out on a strike war when the Now could also just throw down a mine whenever she wants to that, oh, by the way, has like 50% the radius with Monumentalist, right? It's the second game in a row where Kainu was playing this Monumentalist now, and the first one was a Starter Awakening. The second one, this one was given to Kainu. Granted, obviously, it's not like we've got any creation characters for Cosmic Calamities, but even still, it makes it that much more difficult to try to get around, and it's one of the reasons that Kainu was able to control the pitch so effectively in the past 2 games. Natty now trying to get involved. Does have an energy burst. Down to Freezy. Gets back to the Death Touch. Cardbox is there. Looks for a KO. Doesn't find it. Does have an energy burst here as well. Back in the flow state. It's back online thanks to the Twin Drive. Pass down. Now looking forward to escort the goal, but no. Gets out of the flow state. Freezy knocked back, and this offensive play just can't get anywhere close to the net thanks to everything that Demon's Raw is doing to interrupt the play. Anytime one of them tries to go forward, one of them gets staggered. Sent away. That time it was Cardbox. Natty, good angle down over the north side, but Snake finds the primary, KO's Cardbox. Here's the Water Cannon out again. Freezy's got to try to play the patient game, but Kainu's there with the drone again. How difficult is it to get past all 3 members of Demon's Raw? You would think in any other game, it's Inky's Splash Zone, we got the Water Cannon up, send it home, but Demon's Raw seems to always find a way, and they just continue bullying the members of Cosmic Calamities. I don't think there's been a single point more longer than like 10 seconds in this last goal where all 3 members of the Cosmic Calamities were unstaggered. Snake will just come up with a random play, take a shot, and put it through. Once again, Demon's Raw now, 1 set away from moving on to Winners Finals.
Well, I think Cosmic Calamities did do a better job. That they weren't dying. They were still taking the pressure, but they were managing to live through it. They were managing to keep these attempts and keep this ball possession. But all it took was a flip from Snake to secure the barrier, and then all of a sudden the 1-2 punch dribble off the corner, right off that wall into the shot, perfectly in between both defenders of Cosmic Calamities. All it took was 2 plays, right? 2 chances for Demon's Raw that entire set. Or that entire point, rather, whereas Cosmic Calamities had about 30. So, got to figure out how to crack the code that is Demon's Raw, and in the meantime, take a look at the Sparks real quick. Cardbox denying another one. 3Z Breezy having that stagger swagger, so going to be able to live a bit better. Natty going to be getting that peak performance, so they're definitely getting Awakenings that will help overall, but Demon's Raw getting the goal, but also getting that size on Asher, getting that among Titans to help with the size for Gumi and Snake, right? They have so many things in their tool basket now. It feels like Cosmic Calamities just need a miracle here.
Feels like it, as now Demons are 2 goals away from advancing onto the Winners Finals, playing against Showtime, their Grand's opponents in the last season. And quite a run back that would be Of course, entering the day today, right? A lot of eyes on this Cosmic Calamities roster. And there's potential for them to be able to squeak something through, but right now it just looks nearly unstoppable. Natty has to try to come up with some kind of crazy save. It actually has the energy burst. We'll be able to send it away, at least for now, but the water cannon is there to lock the core in place. It's match point for Demon's Raw.
Hey, even if Gumi's not there in person, he's there in spirit. Sends the water cannon his team's way, helps them with the rebound, and gets that goal. Cosmic Calamities now need to score now. They're in crunch time as Demon's Raw one more point in order to win the entire series here in pretty much record time. A bit of a different series looking as compared to the last one we saw. That was so basically set 5.5 almost every single game, at least by the feeling of it. So Demon's Raw trying to dribble it up here as Cardbox does have the flip, so they do have a bit of energy, but Gooby now, actually, they traded goalies, Gooby and Snake. I just realized it took me so it's so hard to see because Asher and Mako both are like perfectly fine in the net, and I think Goomy just wants this last goal now. We'll see if that bites him in the butt or if it doesn't matter, and right now it's looking like it's not going to matter as Demon's Raw's bringing it down and does not get the goal quite yet. But it's
Cardbox there with the energy burst. Can't stall for a moment here, but the drone is there. Goomy will find the strike and get exactly what he came for. You guys, we can't reward this guy's behavior. Come on, man. All right, Demon's Raw advance to the winners finals. They're going forward.
Looking like the old Demon's Raw right there.
That's right.
Hey, they're back. Guys, surprise, they're back.
They took the last week seriously. Surprise.
Yeah, I mean, when Demons locks in, they lock in. They played the same comp twice, which was, I mean, can we just shout out to Demon's Raw for crafting such an unholy composition of just awfulness to play against. I mean, you have to play against so much stuffing pressure in your face, and then you have one of the best players, if not the best player in the world, Kainoob, on now in your midfield, getting the most redirects in the entire lobby by far, just keeping your comp just completely stable the entire time. I mean, Demon's Raw just really stepped it up, and Cosmic Calamities, I don't even feel like they played bad. It just felt like they had no options the entire time, and I don't know if it was like a team comp thing. I don't know how to crack whatever Demon's Raw was doing. I'm at a loss for words. I'm glad I'm not playing anymore. Let's just say that. I'm so glad I'm not playing anymore.
I think you've just got to try to force Gooby back to the goal box, because obviously he's too comfortable just waltzing around the pitch, doing whatever he wants to, and expecting his teammates to clean up for his mistakes in the small cases where he makes them. But Gooby was just able to walk wherever he wanted to. When Demons knew they had an advantage, they could push all three members forward and get the goal in so many instances. And there was just not really anything that Cosmic Calamities could do to try to respond. But now Borg reset because they get to go against Sad Boys next, and it's right now.
Yeah, I mean,
talk about a 1-2 punch.
That's the end of us too. We hurried back. We had probably the shortest series of all time. It wasn't even 30 minutes. It hasn't even been 30 minutes if you count just game time. Just game time, it's been less than 30 minutes. So that's insane. Normally a short Inkies game, we're used to seeing that, but shortest night market game, I think, of all time in Nassau, at least of recent years in Nassau. So Cosmic Calamities, I mean, hey, my advice, boss up. You guys got it. No worries. You got Demons into Sad Boys back to back. So, not an easy task, but if there's anyone that can do it, it's you. You beat them both in the regular season as well. I believe you could beat at least one of them in playoffs. As I guess we could just outro whenever. You take it away, K-Bot.
Yeah, that's it for Borg and I. It is Mystic and Envy on the mic next for Cosmic Calamities and the Sad Boys. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
As it turns out, good flip coming out from Soren. Good KO coming out from EKC.
The Katsuna show right now. I'm telling you, I put my eyeballs on Luna and she just ends it all. My eyeballs, guys.
That will be activated, and a nice catch with that primary there from an XDD.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bozo bunch comp right now, and it's a very, very strong damage comp. The Rasmus going with Cauldrons just adds 125 power explosive. Oh!
whiffs a little bit. Now Joker has the core, has the speed going forward, but dies to another rocket from Luna. Katsuna is just going wild with all of these kills. The Crater Maker as well sets it up, and that's going to be another goal. EKC finding their medal.
And continuing to solidify themselves as a threat towards playoffs.
Right, it's just so shiny and red. It's pure dopamine. And look at that, NXTD with the core flip, 8 seconds through the barrier, make that a 9-second goal.
Very low on health. Shianzu in the goalie box is going to die to a rocket.
CD and Katsuna in particular. What an angle, by the way, from NXTD.
Playing the Rasmus again here, also worth noting, and beautifully done.
Big moment here as they do get a kill on the Joker. The power play is huge.
And they're about to get the goal with the core flip and the turn. Everything in the kitchen sink.
Especially like the pressure of being down a point or not being able to score for a while really starts to weigh on you. Anyway, great plays by EKC, great banish, great KO, both barriers down, all players down. Good work. Hey, nice one.
There's the whiplash from Dropletto to put it away.
That just this goal is enough, and will the Corvus do it? It will! Gret finds it in the last second.
To get this out, Dropletto is moving back, but a great evade clear from Breads there keeps the point alive.
As they have the goal open, they should be happy about that.
Just take it themselves. Why don't they?
That's going to be really important as they push into this corner. Just too much to defend. 2 flips now, but they don't even need to use it.
Absolute destruction. Pure Bread's trying to get it forward with misdirection. Then it lands.
Locked in against KO. Great cyber swipe from I.
Now with the flip off of it, finds it.
But the core flip catch is really nice. Gets it over to the X.
Right on the bottom side. I was about to face on it.
But Gret, with a good positioning, is able to catch any kind of clear, and Dropletto with an even better dash is going to stun Barco.
This is the Bozo bunch we know and love, and they are dominating so far. Is coming through top side, and Drew will get the final strike and will convert for a bang win.
But health bars are depleting right now. Cardbox getting sniped off the map by kind of.
And Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Goal line save, pulled away by Natty.
We'll find out here. Cardbox finding a little KO there.
Looks like an ineffective strategy right now. I mean, this is going to be a goal for sure. Yeah.
But shows the core. Breezy goes down, but takes the core with him. With Cardbox and Breezy in the goal box, and they grab it.
And then 2 KOs all of a sudden. Breezy, Cosmic Calamities. They managed to just explosively end that first point there after it looked doomed. Breezy not quite able to go down here and gets healed up by the Atlas Ultimate, but might go down, but it doesn't matter because he's just sitting in the play.
A core flip from Breezy on the barrier will secure it alongside Cardbox.
Now, but Cardbox sets up the piercing shot.
Will stay keyed up. Cardbox doing a great job of keeping up the pressure. Have this one trying to hold things down here and going to be able to go in for the flip. Deflected away though by Natty's placement. Ready to just move it right on into the goal. It's 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
Breezy with a nice hook, double barriers Barco. Not much he can do, and sets himself up with a beautiful open umbrella.
Resources they can have on this map. Really great flip to keep Drew away from scoring that one, but it's not enough.
Breezy with the energy burst available, throws down the path splitter.
Striking, always last, and what a save from Natty.
Black Bolt fast around, Mystics there with the bomber coming out. After a bang over from Cardbox and sinks it through all three of them. Brighton Vaughn comes back and comes to Calamities. They have done it. They've taken the upset and defeated.
Do you get tired of winning? Get tired of winning? Like, you know.
Honestly, no.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but the line "I am inevitable" only rings true in NASL.
3 championships this Saturday to see a boys sweep.
I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Power play opportunity. Zuda has to put in so much work when the core gets past his Shadow Swap clone. And now Bells in the goal box has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play. Bells now. Oh no, just fakes out Soren completely.
Cleared properly there. Vaughn wins the dribble on the bottom. Long range core flip through the misdirection.
Playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet!
Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage.
Bells keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn.
And that's an ace.
All members going into the goal.
No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip!
Where they are, Banish lands on it too, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bells.
Has enough speed. A perfect killer from Vaughn to save it away. Sock smack. Consana losing. These pillars are so massive from Vaughn, just placing them.
The barrier. Still sending one barrier to none. Crazy angle. Bells as well, finding the goal.
Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it in the end.
Sends it to the bottom, and Demons Raw finds the win. Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champions.
The Demons are back. They're showing why they're the other team that everyone just knows and fears.
To worry about Snake looking at the flip into the strike reset. Oh my goodness.
The flip is good. The beautiful power chord coming out from Jumi.
Comes back to bite them, flip available. Tiny, great pillar from Vaughn to save it away, but there's the first range sniper.
Again, Tiny with the dribble on the bottom.
Hold on, and this could be a turn.
The flip is blocked by Gumi.
All being said, hey, Demons Raw.
Now another KO found by Snake.
Low HP able to get it, has the flip, trying to...
Right now it's all demons. It is all Gumi, Snake, Kainu. They finally did what they set out to do. Snake goes, I'll come back. Might as well play another season. Get their chip finally. They take down their rivals in the winners final, and they take down the upstarts in Showtime in the Grands.
In there, Kainu, get back to the hands of Bells, but then he gets a flip here in the X Bull Rush. It's gonna be the glitch pop.
Do a bracket reset here, and Kainu is gonna be the one helping him. Adrenaline Rush proc on the flip kill, and now Xianzu's up next,
Double
and Demons
KO.
Raw doing what Demons Raw does best. Barcode has to hold it down, Gordo.
And he cannot do it. Gumi supporting at distance with the perfect pitch. It's a score for Demons Raw. 2 more to go. Demons Raw will not give up without a fight. They will take us to a game 3 in the upper bracket.
All right, time for another day of Nassel playoffs. Let's see what's going on here. Hey gang, what? Saya's late again? Really? Gosh. What are the odds I get out of here on time? Oh, now they're ready, so we get no time for the pre-show. Fine. Okay, people, quiet on set. We're on in 3, 2...
can't find it. Now Vaughn and already lose. They're up in the box. Sergio's coming out. We'll be able to bring down that barrier here. And the goal gate is open, pushing hard. Shianzu, shot to the bottom is going to be good. And that is Showtime taking game 2. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a new national champion.
I almost KO'd, but had just enough energy for the evade, but now
to take this, it is off the map. 3Z forced the flip just to stall time, and this is not looking good.
Time to put on a show.
Joker, the one being staggered, pushed in, but Dropleto finally KO'd after all that time staggered now. Turn Shianzu packing, passing back and forth, much like we saw the last game.
Will force Natty away from the defense there. Flip from Shianzu comes out. Nice combination of abilities and strike.
Post the pass.
Getting goal number 2.
Predicting it right, and Shianzu.
That we'll see if they can find the second barrier now. Flip use. Still defended by Barcode.
Post the pass.
Joker threads the needle through all 3 players.
Shianzu comes up with just as many plays.
Bells is fishing for that goal, but Barcode was stopping every single try.
Before Cardbox comes up, but will it be long enough? It will not. Barcode, I believe, actually getting this one. Or instead, Shianzu. There's so many assists. All these players helping out to secure this, and sure enough, we go to set number 5 on game 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first day of Nassel Season 5 playoffs. Just a little bit ago, we saw Showtime take it over EKC 2-1. We saw Demons Raw take it over Cosmic Calamities in a 2-0. And now we're getting another huge game. Although it might be a little rough for Cosmic Calamities since they just played. They're going to play against Sad Boys, who have just had an interesting season here. So I'm NVNYC here, joined by Mystic. And Mystic, tell me what you think we're going to see here. Give me some stats. Give me anything you want right now.
I mean, Envy, this is going to be an interesting series for sure. So keep in mind that in the regular season, Cosmic Calamities did take the win over Sad Boys. I was actually playing in that game for Sad Boys myself, but it was Cosmic Calamities that got the win. But going into this game right here, we have Cosmic Calamities coming off a 2-0 loss to Demons Raw, and on a map they just lost on, running it immediately back. They don't have the time to reset how everything was going. You know, normally they'd be playing the second loser series, but I think due to some scheduling issues, they had agreed to move up their match, which means they got to play back-to-back matches, and they got to play against a long-time powerhouse here. And this is a map that I will say can go either way. It's a super chaotic map. The match goes super quick here, so I don't think it means Cosmic Calamities is out of it, but I gotta see them step it up, mental reset, lock in, and go right into this game if they want a chance at winning.
No, I agree with everything you just said there. Honestly, it's like the mental reset is something that any coach or any player would tell you, would talk to you a lot about, as it is a big deal to make sure that you guys are ready to go into the next match. And it's going to be a little rough here with some awkward momentum that you're lacking, basically. And yeah, like you're saying, this is definitely a very volatile map. The water cannons make things a little bit crazy here, though. But we'll see as much as we can get. Let's see what they can do with maybe some momentum. You know, they're warm. At least one thing you could say is they're warmer than perhaps any other team because they just played. But getting on into it again, we have all 6 players taking stagger swagger right here over that Timeless Creator. So it's going to be plot back right into the pool on this first point. No points taken just yet, though. Already in overtime. Nice Natty with that strike shot here. An ult coming out from Bells. Can't seem to land that one just yet, though. 3Z Breezy trying to get it on in there, but 2v1 by y'all and Vaughn. Also, Natty keeping it clutch again, holding this one. The water cannon comes up once again for Sad Boys. See if they can make the greatest use of it right now. Flipping right on into it, onto Bell's hand. Natty, nice with the barrier beam, keeps this one alive here for Vaughn. Oh, to put up just enough pressure. Bells walks in, grabs it. Nice teamwork there. Actually, a lot of distraction for Danny to deal with. They're going to take their first point in National Season 5 playoffs. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, Vaughn there with a great rune play. Something that happened earlier in that round that I wanted to point out is when the cannon is active, the enemy cannon, Rune can just place a pillar in the middle of it, and the core will just constantly keep hitting the pillar and won't go around it at all, which means, oh my goodness, what a fast, okay, didn't end up leading to a point. But with the way Rune works and summoning his creation, he can just generate pretty much a full core flip, depending on what awakenings you have. But he can, for the most part, generate a metric ton of energy for free every time the enemy puts a cannon up, and at the same time denying them the use of their cannon.
Right, that's actually pretty huge, right? It's like you think about being able to deny the ball, like going anywhere from the cannon, but yeah, he also gets a ton of energy from it. So Ruin has a pretty good advantage on this map there. So they're going to take their second point here. Sad Boy's looking pretty good so far. We actually do see the mix here of Slick Kicks and Magnetized Souls on both teams, which is pretty interesting as we see Magnetized kind of the fan favorite as of recent, though. Sad Boys did pick this map, so they're looking pretty good right now as they are up 2 here. Trying to push it on the bottom side here. A nice flurry to try to get it through. Does get the energy for the flip, but getting kind of knocked around now. Breezy Breezy is certainly going to be the target of the kill. Banished, completely destroyed from a Banish Anomaly combo. Kind of Rune's specialty, though, when you get to banish people who are staggered, shattered, or whatever. It's a really easy kill with that Anomaly. And we're trying to get a 2v1 here, but Cardbox got some really good positioning to make it sure that this pass does not happen and gets a lot of pressure off Natty.
Yeah, and it's surprising that he found the kill, especially with the Stagger Swagger start. You have a lot of focus damage if you want to be able to find those kills on this start. Stagger Swagger does not mean that you'll live forever. It just means you have to be a little bit more coordinated in the damage you deal. Oh, but a great set of passes and then dash punch over to 3Z Breezy, gets it down, barrier open, and then the ultimate from Juliet to finish it off.
Nice, yeah, really good combo there. And from what I know about Stagger Swagger is it doesn't actually increase the time it takes to regenerate. It just increases your regeneration. Like when you are in the regeneration state, it is increased by this whatever. So you still have that like 2 seconds, so it's like it's really good for keeping yourself alive. But if you keep getting knocked around, it gets reset and it's rough. Breezy Breezy unfortunately also getting knocked around a bunch. Staggered, loses their flip there, which is a little bit rough. Tries to get ball again, but Bells is just fast enough to grab it there. Cardbox almost had something going there, but Vaughn really just being so interruptive here with these Rune pillars. Rune again, kind of a fan favorite. Recently,
beautiful
a triple
banish.
Yeah, that was beautiful to make sure that that barrier goes down. And now it's so much easier to score. It's like metric, like you're saying, metric easier time to score because you get the water cannon, the whole barrier's gone. I mean, half the map. You can die on the corners of this map, as you guys have probably experienced before, once the barrier is gone. So it's really weird. Either way, we're gonna have Sad Boys grabbing their first set here, and it's going to be Bells grabbing the first awakening.
So taking a look at what we have here, I think Bells is either going to go for... Honestly, I love Pancakes, but I'm actually surprised he took it here because I'm not sure how quickly you can stack it up on this map in particular. But I guess Zentaro has so many multi-hits that he stacks it either way. Vaughn looking for the hot shot, gets denied over by Natty, and then takes Among Titans. This is something that I personally rank as one of Rune's best awakenings. It's really good on midfielders in general, but it's amazing on Rune because a lot of the time Rune rarely strikes the ball himself. He's just using his speed to reposition to get a better pillar or anomaly placement. So the downside of losing some size is barely a downside when 15% movement speed is such an amazing upside. Honestly, you don't even care that you give your team size too. It just says 15% movement speed for some downside, and that is good enough to take.
Yeah, definitely a really good awakening for the midfielders specifically, too. Just a lot of speed. You can see him already outrunning 3Z Breezy right there, getting the ball. Man, speed on the midfielder is a really great stat to have. Makes a lot of pressure on the opposing goalie here. But you are a little smaller. Your strike wars get a little awkward sometimes when everyone's kind of right on top of each other. But either way, you do make up for that in speed here. We're going to not have a barrier go down just yet, though. 3Z Breezy maybe trying to wait out this ult. Bells dealing a lot of damage to Cardbox and almost getting that barrier, but the angle was a few degrees off here. Cardbox spending the Giga just to get on in there. The dash punch doesn't work out. Y'all actually get to strike in there real early to make sure that one stays alive. 3Z has a whole lot of pressure here. Yeah, that flip's certainly going to be enough to get it. Y'all spending the primary to make sure that we keep control here. Bell's going to try to knock 3Z around to make sure that Y'all doesn't get 2v1'd here by Cardbox and 3Z, and now they actually have a little bit of control as the barrier goes down as well, and this could be another point here for Sad Boys.
Oh, tried to go for the great setup there with the anomaly on Rune, but denied by Natty, and you can see how fast everyone is, especially when Caleb, where you already lose, is holding... Oh my goodness, but the barrage coming through. Not enough to stop. Mako doesn't have any anti-stuffing abilities there, so a barrage is plenty to push things through. While Mako is really good at being a defensive melee goalie, those multi-hitting moves like the Kai Barrage will find their way through.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say that Mako's secondary might be able to hold off the barrage, but it does have a pretty long cooldown and is useful in a lot of different spots. So it's going to be on cooldown in general a lot of the time, speeding up the team and making it a little bigger there as Bell's going to grab that barrier nicely on the corner. Y'all just can survive this moment here. Cardbox has the flip as well to make sure that that barrier is certainly going down here. They got the water cannon though, but not too much pressure. Bells tries to get fast, but we do stack flips there. See if they can make something happen here with their own water cannon, but no, we're going to survive that situation. But a huge strike war from 3Z Breezy over Y'all is going to result in a barrier, or sorry, a point of their own here. And they not 1 point off from taking the set, and they need a little bit of motivation here to keep this one going.
Yeah, a great set of strikes from 3Z. He's honestly playing amazing right now, and everyone's holding it down, but it is still really hard to stop the pressure that's coming out from all the movement speed that Sad Boys has. But as I say, that barrier falls over, trying to get the KO onto Cardbox, isn't able to find it, uses the secondary to try to find it as well. Unable to see it all the way through. Cardbox going to use that Stagger Swagger to regenerate all the way back up here. And 3Z looking for the play, but I think those set of hit stuns might have protected it. I spoke too soon. That is a 3-0 set going over to Calamities.
Actually, really great set there, though. 3Z had a lot of control with the flip into dash punch. Really difficult to get that out of there. You probably have to have like a literal frame perfect strike or something, but either way, nice work there from Cosmic Calamities, keeping this one nice and close. 3Z Breezy, first one to grab an Awakening here. What's going to be? Maybe we're thinking about 1-2 punch, just kind of good on Julie. Okay, everyone's kind of holding off here, though. We do have a perfect form landing onto Cardbox, though. Indeed, taking the 1-2 punch here. Extra special landing onto Bells. I've heard Bells talk about this before on their stream before. That extra specials on Taro is a little underrated here. We're going to have Vaughn go for Sparks, which is fine. 1 Spark on the board, or 2 Sparks on this board, exactly. We have Natty grab the missile prop, which is okay for Asher. It gives you kind of like a half-field presence there with your ult, at least, which is kind of cool. And y'all getting Super Surge, making drum and bass just as more effective as ever, which is, honestly, you'll see it. When it shows up, you can feel it as the opposing team.
Yeah, and I really like what they did, what Calamities did in the draft there, to wait until it went over to Cardbox, to allow Cardbox to get the perfect form, since it's a little bit better on him than it is on a 3Z. On that Kai, and then it allows 3Z to pick up the 1-2 punch afterwards. So good team coordination there in the draft phase. Trying to get a double pillar KO onto 3Z, but messes up the anomaly placement a little bit, so 3Z does not get pushed away over there. Pillar comes out, honestly, a little dangerous with that pillar over there. Could have screwed up You Already Lose in that moment, but it did not matter. Core got brought over right back to 3Z Breezy, who scored without using his energy burst.
Yeah, 3Z having the build different on there gives them a little bit more range as well on their dash punch. You just get stunned a little bit earlier than you normally would when she has that size, so it's going to be even harder to like win certain strike wars in that situation. Nice surviving the barrage there. We've seen y'all already lose to barrage a couple different times. All right, Natty had to evade there, but they do get the barrier either way. Giga almost actually knocks y'all off the map, and Snare Drum is not going to be enough to hold it, but you got, oh man, the full offensive pressure here. Bells coming in from the top, Vaughn from the middle, the cannon from the bottom, and it was just a really tough situation there for Calamities, and that's certainly a point for boys, and we are super duper even right now. It's nice to see it.
I had to double check if that if that Giga was enhanced in any way, and it was not. I was surprised at how much knockback it had.
Yeah, I looked.
But yeah, I mean, great attempt from Calamities, but wasn't enough. Here comes the onslaught from Bells and Vaughn, able to get the barrier, find the KO onto Cardbox, and now trying to set up a play onto here. Cannon comes out. Just a simple set of strikes makes it through Natty. No abilities up to defend. And Bells, with all that movement speed, each time he strikes, I believe he goes up to 726 speed. This is before drum and bass, by the way.
Okay, yeah, we're the slick kicks, right? Not seen all that much often anymore, but they are 30%. That's kind of a bit there. Okay, Vaughn tries to get a nice pillar, a double, or banish double pillar combo. If you do it right, you can actually move them 2 pillars of distance and then knock them off the map. But it is a little hard to get the perfect setup. Either way, though, 3Z Breezy trying to approach from the top here with this flip. Natty also has a flip to hold off here, but the barrier beam is good enough to save this situation. But, oh man, the rune pillars just really put on a lot of pressure. Even when you think you have just a second, you guys have won the situation. A rune pillar just comes up, and it's like, you gotta defend again, you gotta defend again every time. So rune has been picked so often recently, and I wouldn't, like, just because Rune can, like, block the water cannon, I still would say this is a super good stage for Rune, but maybe I'm capping right now, as they're just doing so well.
So, for Rune specifically, just because I have a billion games on this character, this is one of the maps that I actually... Oh my goodness, Sad Boys with the quick 3-1. But yeah, this map is a map that I did not like on Rune until the shift to Maxwell's happened. And with the Maxwell shift, you kind of just patrol up and down that midfield line, and because of the way the barriers are shaped, you actually tend to stand in the midfield way more. Because you're aiming for that bottom right corner a lot of the time, you can just sit in the midfield and your pillars can reach a lot of the area, while your brawler sits kind of like north of the barrier. And that means that you just get to sit on permanent Maxwell speed all the time.
Okay, that's actually interesting to know. I usually am playing goalie, and it feels hard to play goalie Rune on this map. I don't have a lot of defense there.
Your pillar can't fully cover the barrier, right? Which is something that, unlike AtLab or even IMEZap, Rune can do way better. And you can see there, almost got the double pillar combo, or we just kind of refer to it as the push combo, but slightly off. You have to do it pretty much perfectly if you want to kill with Rune, and if you misplace the alignment even slightly, the opponent will just live every single time. But you saw it there. That was as close as Vaughn has gotten, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He is also struck with the same flu that I'm recovering from right now.
Oh, is he?
Yep, he is in his... he's NyQuil'd up. Who knows how much medicine is inside his veins at this exact moment. I gave him a picture of Drunk Rock Lee. He's fighting a different battle than all of us.
Word, gotcha. We did see in that last draft, though, Vaughn grabbing his second spark, which is pretty nice, too. Getting a little bit of extra speed here. Not many other awakenings to note, really. Peak performance on Bells and the more speed, I suppose. Everything else about average, though. As they're going to actually grab the barrier here from Cosmic Calamities. Natty's going to try to defend that one with the strike shot. They have their water cannon up. Tries to hold it with the flurry. It actually can stop the core, it looks like, but did end up falling out just at the last second there, though. Natty against Bells here. Natty against Vaughn and Bells. Cardbox getting in there to help and does a great job of it. The midfielder's job. Okay, almost 3Z getting a kill on Vaughn really close there. Now they have a bottom push. Kind of a lone 1v3. 3Z just in the mix there, triangulated by the opposing team. A flip from Y'all might actually have been necessary there. Big,
oh my goodness,
huge banish, though, but again, sort of misaligning the pillars. In fact, the bottom one didn't really even seem on point at all. But it is a tough situation, especially when you get more than one banish, to see who you're going for. They can't get enough. Okay, they actually do get a kill here, maybe with the help of that flip, and now this is their chance. It is overtime. It's still a little dangerous to see if they can get this barrier. Oh, no.
Oh, but hits it back. I mean, I have to see that one again. Did Natty just... Yeah, Natty just hit it right back into the pillar.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate there. The pillar... The angle they hit the pillar was just an angle that it would go in the goal. Usually, if the pillar is like that and you do a perpendicular onto the wall, it'll just come right back to you. But sometimes it goes directly in the goal, and you can't believe it.
Hey, and now it's a 2-0 lead on what could be match point for Sad Boys. Flip comes out. Carbox at least manages to clear it out here. Bell's looking for the rush to try to at least set up a play on the net. Isn't able to find it. Dash Punch comes out from 3Z. And they do get the barrier there, so Calamities can find the comeback right now. Banish comes through. I think Vaughn has given up on trying to go for Banish kills, but he takes his life to the other side of the pool, going a little bit too deep, can't swim. And while he is down drowning, Calamities managed to score.
Yeah, Vaughn is definitely underwater right now, even possibly in real life with all this NyQuil in him. But we'll see if we can, we got a lot more game coming out here. It's surprisingly, though, Cardbox's build here has actually just got a ton of cooldown. Prime Time with Twin Drive and Perfect Form. It's a surprising amount of cooldown, a surprising amount of abilities that they have to knock around here, though. We see a couple of barrages getting these barriers, and it's really useful to see all of these extra primaries coming out. Natty, saving it with just a pixel left here. Now a tough situation, but yeah, barrier beam's gonna be great to do it there. 3Z with just the willpower to get it in there with that dash punch, does get staggered away from the flip, but grabs the barrier in general. Okay, we actually have a water cannon coming out. 3Z ends up trying to give it to Cardbox. They didn't want to ride the water cannon out there, so that was pretty interesting.
A great strike from Bells. Snatched it out of the water cannon, and now going for a play with the banish on the net. Gets the barrier, trying to get it to play into the goal. Isn't able to find it. Cannon comes through, but no, a missed strike means they don't get to capitalize on that cannon play.
Yeah, that was really close. Breezy almost had a nice dash punch there right at the end as well. Tough situation here with the Anomaly, but they do end up getting out here. Vaughn has flip. Bells on the front side gets stunned. Nice secondary there from Natty. Now sending over the Path Splitter to block that top side. A banish on to their own forward is going to make it so Natty gets kind of 2v1 there. Yeah, that was rough.
He just
really good.
walked there. He just walked and struck.
Yeah,
that was 900 movement speed.
I believe it, bro. That he has got good movement. He's got full stack. He's got 2 other Speed Awakenings there. I mean,
and then the drum and bass in the background.
Right. Really great game there from Sad Boys, picking their map and doing quite well on it there. Cosmic Calamities didn't look too bad though. They got a couple of scores there. Even had one of their sets, so not too bad though in this 3-1. I don't feel like the momentum was so out of control for them even after their first series today. So glad to see that they're not just like in the dumps here. But you know, we're going on their map next here, which is going to be Night Market. A lot going on at Night Market, way less volatile, but still, you know, you got to be in the right mindset to grab the speed gate right in the middle. So yeah, all on this next game here is they really got to take it to stay alive.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at the stats from this game. Bells with 220 redirects, nearly 100 more than 3Z, and this is pretty much just coming down to the fact that it is peak performance, plus stacks, fully stacked up, and then drum and bass. You just get to be everywhere. You don't have to play in the brawler position at that point. You can just play positionless Omega Strikers. You can be wherever you want. You want to come back and help? Sure, because you can get to the other side of the map in a matter of 2 seconds. Strike the ball once, you got 800 million movement speed, you will be wherever you need to be. So Bell's just able to participate in every interaction that happened that game, and this is just more to show the power of speed in Omega Strikers, right? Typically, you don't see the brawler with the most redirects ever, and yeah, sure. When you have that much speed, sure, you can do whatever you want.
Facts. Honestly, like seeing like the highest redirects there on the forward is definitely like a real indicator of what was going on in that game. Bells was all over the place with that really great speed, and yeah, like you were saying, speed is definitely like the best stat in strikers for the best players. Now it's because it's a hard stat to use because you have complete control, you have every decision to make, and it just like enhances your decision making. So as long as you are making good decisions, you are unstoppable. So speed is definitely like the assist best stat there, and we see it right there from Bells getting all those redirects. I mean, even those redirects are giving you experience and everything too, so a lot of energy coming out as well. So great work there from Sad Boys, being a really good team. And now, like we said, we have another game coming up for Night Market, a pretty basic map here. Everyone knows about Night Market. We'll see if Cosmic Calamities can bring this one back here. This is their pick, all right? This is their pick, so we want to see some grand improvement. Maybe they get some, I don't know, incredible character choices here. What do you think?
So taking a look at this map, Night Market is a map that you have the Night Market comp as well. Less popular now, but for those who are unaware, the Night Market comp is usually Era plus two brawlers, something that we don't see as often these days, but it's something that is available for teams to pick. I don't think I've seen Calamities play it as much. I could be wrong. And then you also just have the typical Era kitten comp, right? The Mako Era plus brawler is something that people tend to favor more on this map than other maps. I would say this is still a map that favors Rune quite a bit because you can still do that patrolling up and down the midfield while also having access to that speed gate. Because of the way you have so much speed and plus that speed gate, you can get to where you need fast enough to place your pillar down at the correct position. So it always feels like you're able to catch every rebound as Rune while sitting in the midfield line. So it's very frustrating to play against when you are against a good Rune player who has a little bit of speed, especially if they have like a Siege Machine or Timeless Creator. Those pillars just stay forever. So I think Rune Pillar or Rune in general will still be a priority pick. Oh, but taking a look at the comps here, we have Castellas plus Fighter Flight. This is really interesting to see. So rightfully so, banning away the Octavia, which is one of Cardbox's signature picks here. We don't want to let them have it for free with that Castellas. Looking at everything else, Calamities bans away the Mako. No more Mako, no more kittening, no more spacebar holding, no drum and bass, enough of that. So instead, boys will lock in the alternate Mako, which is Atlas, the two premier melee goalies coming through. Zentaro Aimi picked up over for Calamities instead. Juliet, and now we're just thinking of the midfielder for Vaughn. And it's going to be Juno. Okay, so no sort of kittening happening today. Just pretty standard comps with a melee goalie for Sad Boys and then a Finny. I'm actually not sure who's going to play what where, but I think Finny goalie tends to be more preferred over the Finny midfield. So I'm just going to assume it's going to be Finny goalie with Cardbox on the Aimi midfield.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. We definitely do see a little bit more Finny goalie these days, and this is like a pretty powerful comp here coming out from Cosmic Calamities. I mean, Zentaro, lots of damage. Amy can do tons of damage too, and Finny from the back line, constantly just sending all of those misdirects back and forth. So this is like a real big damage comp, and we don't really have a super big damage awakening start. Like Castellast is, I mean, do I respect the Octavia pick? I don't care what elo you guys are, man, do I respect the Octavia pick no matter what's going on. Not trying to deal with that. And yeah, like you said, Carbox definitely has like a pretty main deck Octavia here. But we do have sort of a counter comp, right? We have Atlas to try to keep people alive through this onslaught that they might be ensuing here with the Juliet and Juno. I mean, Juliet is pretty vulnerable to getting beat up. Not a lot of movement going on here, so she's going to have a tough time traversing the board. Though we do have on Night Market, though, it's nice to have the speed gate for characters like Juliet and characters like X, who just really do lack that movement. Like, they're not like Zentaro where they have a dash or a blink, but you do get a lot more board presence with the speed gate as long as you are using it to your advantage here. So we'll see if Cosmic Calamities can land a lot of these kills, because that looks like what they want to be doing right now. We even see a siphoning one there from Breezy. No jokes right now, no prisoners either, as we have 6 fighter flights. We also have 3 magnetized souls. And yeah, the wand, I mean, on Breezy, they're ready to kill. This is looking like what they want to do.
The wand is a risky pick here because, oh my goodness, immediately with the dash punch, Bell's holding nothing back there, finds the exact spot to get the KO. And I'll take a quick detour to explain a little bit how Juliet works on this map. Is your midfielder wants to keep the ball as close to the edge as possible rather than passing it directly to your brawler. If you can keep the ball going towards the edge, then the brawler can kind of patrol alongside. Oh my goodness, quick point over for Sad Boys. But the Juliet kind of just wants to patrol where you're sending the ball to, and is just hovering over the strike war between the 2 midfielders and sometimes the brawler, because the moment you go for a strike, you're locked into that animation. You cannot evade, and that is when the Juliet comes out of hiding during Shark Week, smells the blood, comes out, and goes for that dash punch.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. So it's like a real good... It's like a bait, really, right? Like the midfielder will just like kind of send the ball at the wall, and Juliet's just waiting for somebody to go get it, and she just jumps out of there and
exactly
just gets a kill with that dash punch. Yeah, we used to see a lot of pummelers onto Juliet, but even trying to get the magnetized souls here for more control is like pretty great, as they're gonna get that flip right on past Natty there. Really tough situation on the front side, and it's gonna be another point here for Sad Boys. And man, Fighter Flight is a really strong awakening for everyone, but more so on all of the forwards, right? As the goalie, it feels kind of overwhelming sometimes when both of the midfielders are fighter flighting all over the place and you are having a tough time. So I think a lot of the control is going to be how we get these 2v1s going in the midfield.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the fighter flight is also, especially with the siphoning wand here, is going to be giving way more secondaries to everyone. Whether you're the Zentaro breaking someone's stagger or you're the one being staggered, you're going to keep getting those extra secondaries. So it's just more abilities being used all over the place. You can see Threezy's getting bounced around, Vaughn's getting bounced around. Threezy trying to get the orb over there and is just trying to live at this moment here. But it's like a... Oh my goodness, it is just a brawl happening here on Night Market, as Threezy the first one to go on this point. But the pressure is on, and you know, one of the things here, and this is to the point that you were making, Envy, is when you're the goalie and all this fight or flight is happening, being the Atlas is definitely more comforting than being the Finny. When everyone is in your face and using all these abilities and everyone's moving so fast, at least Atlas can just press secondary and then take a breath, whereas Finny doesn't have that same luxury.
Yeah, it's true. Finny is definitely susceptible to getting kind of overwhelmed by a lot of like point blank, close quarters combat, basically. She does not have a lot of things to stuff right on front, but we do finally have a kill here for Cosmic Calamities, taking out Vaughn. A flip from Y'all to stall a little bit of time there, though. They do have this power play, see if they can finally get it, and they do nicely getting a nice pass up to 3Z there. Cardbox does, and they do grab their first point here. I would imagine that as this game goes on, and the like we were saying, Finny gets like kind of overwhelmed by things like fight or flight and a lot of speed getting on top of her. But this team does have a lot of kill potential. Like there's who's missing from this kill comp? I mean, they have the Finny goalie along with Bite Breakers, right? Like who is missing from this damage? Really, like nobody. Like this is a really good damage comp, and I want to see them try to play it out as best as they can, and they need to confirm a lot of these kills. We see Bells is already staggered, and it's kind of their job to now get and finish the job.
Yeah, one of the issues is, or I shouldn't say, they have the damage on Calamities here. They have plenty of damage, don't get me wrong, but confirming the kills is definitely going to be one of the harder things. You'd expect that it'd be relatively easy for Zentaro to confirm these kills, but you'd be surprised that when you don't have access to your ultimate on Zentaro, it's quite difficult when everyone's moving this fast to actually land your abilities in a way that would confirm the KO.
Gotcha, yeah, true, and everyone is getting their secondaries as well, so that could make things a little bit more awkward there. Natty does survive that dash punch just a minute ago, which was pretty incredible. Flurry tries to get a nice dribble there, though, but foiled by 3Z Breezy being in the right spot there. Okay, now
Oh
we
my
get
goodness,
Natty.
overtime.
Yeah, overtime is a little bit rough here, though. Natty is really kind of, a little 2v1 there from Vaughn and Bells. The ultimate from Finny, hard to make good use of in that spot. You don't get to blow it up instantly. It doesn't always pull the ball exactly where you need it to. Finny is really a ranged goalie, like through and through, and she has a lot of great range potential, but man, right when you're on top of her, it's like throw secondary behind me, because I just have nothing left.
Okay, so taking a look at this draft here, we get the hot shot denied over from Juno. You don't want it, especially in this matchup, you don't want anything happening like that. A 1-2 punch also denied from Juno. I think what Bells did in particular, he probably wanted to take 1-2 punch, but was fine with taking size. But by leaving both 1-2 punch and hot shot up, it forces both the enemy teams to deny it. And if even one of them make it through, Juno is super happy about getting 1-2 punch or hot shot. So in this case, both denied away. Size goes over to Bells. You Already Lose takes the Among Titans, which rare pickup on goalie, something that we don't see that often. Opts in for more movement speed, but sacrifices some size here. Also allows Bells to get even larger. You can see that he's clearly the biggest character in the map. He's so much bigger than the Zentaro, but it also means he's a bigger target for all the damage that Calamities has. But let's see if he can manage to live. He's one of the best players in Nassel when it comes to just surviving when staggered. So let's see if he can keep it up.
We'll certainly be seeing it as he just keeps taking a lot of damage. Can't really play all that much, but still really actually is maintaining a solid position here, even with no health. See if they can confirm this kill, as we do have y'all defending the barrier here from the top side. Cardbox and Natty both have flip. 3Z, not a ton of cooldowns now, as we have just missed a little bit here. Bells, again, weak and kind of off the board. They do end up finding that last barrier here, though, and man, the Finny cards from the back line, the misdirections helping with that core speed as well, and making things really difficult. We see the hot shot landing onto Finny there, making those primaries just that more threatening, even when they just hit the ball. Now you actually have like primaries to hit the ball and to hit people.
Yep. Especially if you do end up hitting the ball, you have that cooldown reduction coming through. And if not, like just hitting the core in general, since it's so fast. And the thing with Finny primary is, well, yes, you can see the Finny throw it out if you're paying attention. Once it's already wound up, if you don't see the Finny initiate the primary, usually you can't react to the projectile coming at you because it's just too fast, right? It's like faster than like a Luna rocket or anything like that. So sometimes you're just like minding your own business, trying to do some strike wars, hanging out in the midfield, and then you just get smacked across the face with the with the primary, and you're like, come on, man.
Well named primary, misdirection there. Not letting anybody know what's going on unless you're really watching her. They do see Vaughn and Bells both staggered here. Vaughn dodging 3Z Breezy there. Still keeping position. Ends up not hitting that strike, trying to avoid damage in the process, though. 3Z has a nice 1v1 with Y'all right now. Has Slice and Dice to help it out through. Okay, Vaughn does get into position to help Y'all keep that last barrier. Strike war here from Cardbox and Y'all, but Cardbox does get the better of it here, and now they still have a barrier left. Cosmic Calamities. If 3Z Breezy can get on the front lines here with that flip, it will probably be a goal, even with a kill. Yeah, this is going to be insane. Insane secondary there from Atlas. Y'all is locked in right now, but unfortunately, it's just a little too much pressure in this power play. that they're going to end up taking it. Cosmic Calamities looking for this next set.
Yeah, the ad rush coming through for 3Z Breezy once he picked up that KO onto Vaughn, had all the movement speed in the world for a few seconds there, and it was enough to maneuver around. You already lose to get that KO, or to get the point onto the Atlas. And now they have a 2-0 lead in this set. If they can take this, they'll be tied up and have the momentum in their favor here, but Bells doesn't want to let that happen, is putting on some pressure on their net. As we see the reversal come out, the Firewall Sentry, both turrets both barriers are still up, so good job from Sad Boys as they managed to keep it up. And it's 3Z who's actually quite low here. Bells manages to find both barriers, flips, stalls in front of the net, and then dash punches to score the point. One-man army there.
Yeah, really great from Bells. They're getting like a strike into a flurry, knocks that barrier there, flips, a dash punch, has it all right there. The whole kit, but used perfectly to get that point. Cosmic Calamity still trying to work on this set, though. They really do need it. Grab it. Oh, that's not going to help, though. Natty, unfortunately, inking a barrier just for a moment there. Lots of slimes coming in, but not having too much of an effect here, though. Vaughn looking a little low right now as 3Z is going to take the ball to the top side here. Slice and Dice almost kills Vaughn there, but not enough just yet. Firewall Sentry coming in hot. They do a really great job of redirecting this ball. Honestly, just playing around the Firewall Sentry pretty perfectly. 3Z Breezy got a ton of bars coming up right now, though. Secondary from Atlas is going to be just enough to basically nullify all of that pressure, and it's now we might see why Atlas is banned a lot of the time. I mean, it's kind of another fan favorite as a goalie here, though. We see it on card boxes, or not card boxes, we see it on Barcode a lot when they're playing as well.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive abilities of Atlas are just so... forget being able to revive people and heal people with the ultimate. Just the two abilities that Atlas has, the Expanse and the Primary, is just too... It's such a good set of tools to deny everything. You can completely deny stuffing abilities, you can stop attacks before they even happen with the Primary, and the way that he synergizes so well with Creation Awakenings, with Missile Prop, with Twin Drive, with Rapid Fire, Prime Time. He gets to make use of Awakening so well. And while he manages to hold it down, it means his team can fly, and tying things up 2-2 in this set, the 2-0 lead that Calamities had. All in a way, they still have a chance to turn it over, but the momentum is in the favor of Sad Boys.
Yeah, crazy dribble there from Bells, and actually got more control of the ball again to get it right on through Natty there. Tough spot. As the Finny goalie with really no cooldowns, like you're using your cooldowns for damage a lot of the time and really trying to help the offensive pressure keep the ball forward, but you know, right when Juliet's on you dash punching, it's a really tough situation, and they're trying to push that as much as they can. Vaughn tries to go for a solo dolo passing play there. Doesn't seem to work out, though, but 3Z Breezy still with flip. I feel like 3Z's got a lot of energy just all the time right now. Sends the flip, gets the dashing strike. Nice passive to get it on through, and all right, Cosmic Calamities looking good right now, keeping themselves alive.
Yeah, tying things up. Things going a little bit in the way of Cosmic Calamities. They had a bit of a detour before they got there, but taking a look at what we have access to here, and look at what is sitting in the top right corner for Zentaro. A nice diamond jewel going over to him for his troubles in that last set. Taking a look at everything else here, we have the extra special on to Julie. It's not the best pick for Juliet, it's not the worst, but it is also deny over from both the Finny and the IME simultaneously, while the Juno gets the Rapid Fire. There wasn't really much else to take there on the Juliet. You could possibly take the Spark of Strength, but I think the deny of Happy Star is more important than taking the Spark of Strength for yourself, even if it means getting Spark started.
Yeah, I can see that as well. Not too much other landing on the other characters. Our card box denying the Spark from Vaughn as well, which is acceptable here. Natty getting some extra secondaries. But yeah, huge for 3Z here to grab perfect form on their first pick. Well rewarded, and then gets kind of slaughtered by y'all's Astral Projection there with a little bit of help. It's going to be a power play from Poison. And Bells makes quick work of this point with a little bit of extra size, and a Primary is going to be enough to stun both players, get the ball on in there, and clean point from Sad Boys there.
And there's so many small things that I want to point out, like with how Bells just played that point. If you take a look, if you could go back and see what he did, he doesn't punch once the core is in his vicinity. He punches before because he knows the lingering hitbox is going to last long enough so he can hit stun the goalie and the midfielder, and then eventually, while they're hit stunned and the lingering hitbox is still up, the core will then go into the into the box and score. And it's all these small things that it's like when you're just watching and paying, just like trying to enjoy the game, you don't notice all these small interactions that the top players do to maximize their scoring potential, or just the small intricate plays they make. I just wanted to give him some props for.
No, yeah, it's good to let everyone know like what's going on, how exactly this Juliet is working here though. And Bells, it feels like Bells is really trying to go for the kills, and not exactly the core. It gets out of the way as well, but we do have Vaughn coming in hot here with that point for Sad Boys again, and it's looking a little tough here for Cosmic Calamities if Sad Boys can manage to take this next set. But we have a lot of pressure here though. All three players on the top side here. Bells now finally getting involved and grabs up their first barrier as well. Okay, Bells, they could have probably had that barrier with a Fiery Flurry of 1 second earlier, but no problem, as they're happy to grab at least one. And now it's just Juliet against Finny, and that's basically an unwinnable situation with that close quarters, and y'all having no problem keeping both of these barriers alive. And maybe we just need a little bit more of this, like, positional teamwork from Cosmic Calamities, or maybe a little extra passing plays to get around, but because it feels like Sad Boys just has a ton of control.
Yeah, and Bell's doing a good job there to deny the strike shot from Natty to keep the ball up. Has the ball in front of the net. And oh my goodness, I did not expect that angle to go through for the ultimate there, but manages to send it through. No one was really ready for that. And that is 3-0 for this fourth set, or sorry, third set. Yeah, going over to Sad Boys.
Yeah, it is getting a little awkward there when Juliet has the ball in her ult, and she gets to move. And that just changes the angle on the ball there, and the Juliet player gets to kind of pick where it's going to go, and that was the most awkward angle, clearly, and it was a good pick there, so well played there from Bells. And we're going to have Vaughn grab Stagger Swagger, a little bit more extra speed, timeless for the Atlas, quite good. Finny getting even more speed, that's just what she's known for. Heavy impact, really good on Juliet, helping out the... I'm pretty sure that Dash Punch both count as impacts. She gets her cooldown there nicely. And even if not, I mean, that's a ton of extra knockback as well. Easier to kill, almost as good as having 1-2 punch. They're easy, though, getting explosive entrance as well. What a really powerful Zentaro build we're looking at here. And Cardbox grabbing Monumentalist, which is fine. And man, already just a ton, so much pressure that both barriers are down right now. Bell's almost grabbing it again with that dash punch. Okay, now y'all, again, it feels like every time that Cosmic Calamities has like a bunch of pressure, it's instantly nullified by the Expanse, and that is just what you were saying before. Atlas's primary and secondary 2 moves are just so damn good.
Yeah, and one of the things that we're seeing so much of is all the cooldown reduction that Bells has built up here between the Demolition, the extra special, and the heavy impact. And remember, heavy impact works regardless of if the move is the impact or not when it comes to the cooldown reduction. So the cooldown reduction does not matter if it is coming from a impact ability. So we're seeing constantly these dash punches come through, and then paired with another dash punch a few seconds later, and then an ultimate, and then something else, and a nice punch gets it in between the triple take. I was so surprised that he manages to find that through. It does not get stopped at all, and just squeezing it between the pulses of the triple take there.
Super good timing. Just another example of how Finny just has an even harder time when things get a little too close to her. She just wants to keep herself at the longest range they possibly can. And we do have another kill here from Sad Boys, even though I was saying, man, Cosmic Calamities has the damage, they have the kills, they have the moves, but it really is Sad Boys with the coordination of making these kills happen even earlier before just getting staggers. Like the Juliet might just be the ticket here to getting them off the map, and almost again possibly living because of the goalie arc, allowing a less knockback to be taken there. And again we have Finny. Oh my gosh, insane amount of damage. They have nothing. They just at this exact moment they have nothing. They got flipped, they got AoE'd. They had no health, they had no goalie. I mean, Sad Boys is a train, and they are getting hit by it.
Yeah, and all the damage that's coming through, keep in mind that it's not the Atlas that's contributing to the damage, right? It's just between the two characters of Juno and mostly the Juliet, where all this damage is coming through, because when going for these shots on net, Bells is using his abilities at the same time. He doesn't use his abilities to deal damage unless he knows he can get a KO. Otherwise, he's usually using his abilities at the same time to hit the core and the enemy. Oh my goodness, and there's an example of that, right? If you can confirm a KO, go for it. Otherwise, he tends to use his abilities to deal damage and try to break a barrier or score at the same exact time, which is why we get to see... an onslaught from Sad Boys. They're the ones with the KOs constantly. They're not even taking the damage awakenings. It is, if you just hold tab and take a look at the awakenings that Calamities has, Adrenaline Rush, Siphoning Wand, Perfect Form, Explosive Entrance, 1-2 Punch, Spark of Strength, Glass Cannon, Twin Drive on Natty. One team drafted all damage awakenings. They're the team that that got KO'd more.
Absolutely. Yeah, it feels like Cosmic Calamities certainly had the damage numbers to make staggers happen, that's for sure. But Juliet is a different beast when it comes to knocking people off the map. And I mean, on Night Market, you have this solid thing in the middle. You can't really pass all the time, so you're kind of dueling against Juliet when you're trying to pass midfield some of the time. And even if you just take a little damage from, like, let's say Vaughn hits you with a primary and then you step on the blob, I mean, you're now at half. Juliet is like, yo, I'm gonna ult, and if you dodge this, I'm gonna dash punch. And it's like really tough to deal with. And we saw Bells take insane advantage of all of these positions and getting all these kills. And it's only been 6 kills, but like the game wasn't super long, and those were meaningful kills each time. It felt like pivotal situations where those were happening. So honestly, Bells felt really good in that game, and y'all honestly as well, just like well-timed expanses to just nullify all of the offensive pressure that Calamity had there. And that's just a good gameplay. That they are a train. That was nice.
Yeah, clean gameplay from Sad Boys. That means Calamities is out of playoffs, coming in as 2nd seed, unable to make it through with 2 chances, unfortunately. That means Sad Boys is moving on. They're not out of it yet. They still have to continue playing if they want to make their way over to the finals. They have, I believe, 2 more rounds that they have to win. I could be wrong. It could be a 3rd round as well. But they have to keep winning if they want to make it through, and they don't have a second chance at all. But that's going to be it for this match. We're going to be sending it over to the next match in a second after the break.
As it turns out, good flip coming out from Soren. Good KO coming out from EKC.
The Katsuna show right now. I'm telling you, I put my eyeballs on Luna and she just ends it all. My eyeballs, guys.
That will be activated, and a nice catch with that primary there from an XDD.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bozo bunch comp right now, and it's, you know, a very, very strong damage comp. The Rasmus going with Cauldrons just has 125 power, explosive. Oh!
Whiffs a little bit. Now Joker has the core, has the speed going forward, but dies to another rocket from Luna. Katsuna is just going wild with all of these kills. The Crater Maker as well sets it up, and that's going to be another goal. EKC finding their medal.
And continuing to solidify themselves as a threat towards playoffs.
Right, it's just so shiny and red. It's pure dopamine. And look at that, NXTD with the core flip, 8 seconds through the barrier, make that a 9-second goal.
Very low on health. Shianzu in the goalie box is going to die to a rocket.
CD and Katsuna in particular. What an angle, by the way, from an XCD.
Playing the Rasmus again here, also worth noting. It's beautifully done.
Big moment here. Is the Duke gonna kill onto Joker? The power play is huge.
And they're about to get the goal with the core flip and the turn. Everything in the kitchen sink.
Especially like the pressure of being down a point or not being able to score for a while really starts to weigh on you. Anyway, great plays by EKC, great banish, great KO, both barriers down, all players down. Good work. Hey, nice one.
The whiplash from Dropletto to put it away.
That just this goal is enough, and will the Corporate do it? It will! Gret finds it in the last second.
To get this out, Dropletto is moving back, but a great evade clear from Breads there keeps the point alive.
As they have the goal open, they should be happy about that.
Just take it themselves. Why don't they? That's going to be really important as they push into this corner. Just too much to defend. 2 flips now, but they don't even need to use it.
Absolute destruction. Sir Brett's trying to get it forward with misdirection. Then it lands.
Flies in and gets KO. Great cyber swipe from I.
Now with the flip off of it, finds it.
But the core flip catch is really nice. Gets it over the X.
Right on the bottom side. I was about to face on it.
But Brett, with a good positioning, is able to catch any kind of clear, and Dropletto with an even better dash is going to stun Barco.
This is the Bozo bunch we know and love, and they are dominating so far. Is coming through top side, and Drew will get the final strike and will convert for a bang bang win.
But health bars are depleting right now. Cardbox getting sniped off the map by kind of.
And Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Goal line save, pulled away by Natty.
We'll find out here. Cardbox finding a little KO there.
Looks like an ineffective strategy right now. I mean, this is going to be a goal for sure. Yeah.
But shows the core. Breezy goes down, but takes the core with him. The Cardbox and Breezy in the goal box, and they grab it.
And then 2 KOs all of a sudden. Breezy caused the Calamities. They managed to just explosively end that first point there after it looked doomed. Breezy not quite able to go down here and gets healed up by the Atlas ultimate, but might go down, but it doesn't matter because he's just sitting in the play.
A forklift from Breezy on the barrier will secure it alongside Cardbox.
Now, but Cardbox sets up the piercing shot.
They'll stay keeped up. Cardbox doing a great job of keeping up the pressure.
Have this one trying to hold things down here and going to be able to go in for the flip. Deflected away though by Natty's placement. Ready to just move it right on into the goal. It's 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
Breezy with a nice hook, double barriers Barco, not much he can do, and sets himself up with a beautiful open umbrella.
Resource he can have on this map. Really great flip to keep Drew away from scoring that one, but it's not enough.
Breezy with the energy burst available, throws down the path splitter.
Striking always last, and what a save from Natty.
Black Bolt fast around, Mystics there with the bomber coming out. After a bang corporate from Cardbox and sinks it through all 3 of them. Brighton Vaughn comes back and comes to Calamity. They have done it. They basically upset and defeated.
Do you get tired of winning? Get tired of winning? Like, you know.
Honestly, no.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, I'm not a huge Morrow fan, but the line "I am inevitable" only rings true in NASL.
3 championships this Saturday to see a boys sweep.
I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Power play opportunity. Zuda has to put in so much work, but the goal gets past his shadow swap clone. And now Bell's in the goal box, has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play. Bell's now, oh no, just fakes out Soren completely.
Cleared properly there. Vaughn going for dribble on the bottom. Long range core flip through the misdirection.
Playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet!
Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage.
Bell's keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn.
And that's an ace. All members going into the goal.
No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip where they are. Banish lands on it too, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bells.
Has enough speed. A perfect killer from Vaughn to save it away.
Sock smack, Bensama losing. These pillars are so massive from Vaughn, just placing them. The barrier Still saying one barrier to none. Crazy angle bells as well, finding the goal. Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it in the end.
Sends it to the bottom, and Demons Raw find the win. Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champions.
The Demons are back. They're showing why they're the other team that everyone just knows and fears.
To worry about Snake looking at the flip into the strike reset. Oh my goodness.
The flip is good. What a beautiful power chord coming out from Gumi.
Comes back to bite them, flip available. Tiny, great pillar from Bond, save it away, but there's the first range sniper.
Again, Tiny with the dribble on the bottom.
Hold on, and this could be a turn.
The flip is blocked by Gumi.
All being said, hey, Demons Raw.
Now another KO found by Snake.
Low HP able to get it, has the flip, trying to...
Right now it's all Demons. It is all Gumi, Snake, Kainu. They finally did what they set out to do. Snake goes, I'll come back. Might as well play another season. Get their chip finally. They take down their rivals in the winners final, and they take down the upstarts of Showtime in the grands.
In there, Kainu, get back in hand of bells, but didn't get the flip here in the X bull rush instead of the glitch pop.
Do a bracket reset here, and Kainu is going to be the one helping him. Adrenaline Rush proc on the flip kill, and now Shianzu's up next, and Demons Raw doing what Demons Raw does best. Barcode has to hold it down, Gordo.
And he cannot do it. Kumi's supporting at distance with the perfect pitch. It's a score for Demons Raw. 2 more to go. Demons Raw will not give up without a fight. They will take us to a game 3 in the upper bracket.
All right, time for another day of Nassel playoffs. Let's see what's going on here. Hey gang, what? Saya's late again? Really? Gosh. What are the odds I get out of here on time? Oh, now they're ready, so we get no time for the pre-show. Fine. Okay, people, quiet on set. We're on in 3, 2...
Can't find it. Now Vaughn and you already lose. They're up in the box. Sergio coming out. We'll be able to bring down that barrier here. And the goal gate is open. Pushing hard. Shianzu. Shot to the bottom is going to be good. And that is Showtime taking game 2. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a new Nassel champion.
I almost KO'd, but had just enough energy for the evade, but now...
To take this, it is off the map. Breezy forced the flip just to stall time, and this is not looking good.
Time to put on a show!
Joker, the one being staggered, pushed in, but Dropleto finally KO'd after all that time staggered now. Turn Shianzu passing back and forth, much like we saw the last game.
Well, more snatty away from the defense there. Flip from Shianzu comes out. Nice combination of abilities and strike.
Post the fans! Getting goal number 2.
Predicting it right, and Shianzu.
That we'll see if they can find the second barrier now. Flip use. Still defended by Barcode.
Post the fans!
Joker threads the needle through all 3 players.
Shianzu comes up with just as many plays.
Bells is fishing for that goal, but Barcode was stopping every single try.
Before card box comes up, but will it be long enough? It will not. Barcode, I believe, actually getting this one. Or instead, Shianzu. There's so many assists. All these players helping out to secure this, and sure enough, we go to set number 5 on game 3.
And welcome back, everybody, to Nassel Playoffs, week 1 of this. About to be going into the losers quarterfinals down here. EKC versus Bozo Bunch. It's going to be a heater. I'm Lego Mage. I got Sloth with me now. And I mean, I am just so excited for this. This has been a crazy weekend for me. Just so much stuff has been going on right now. And well, now here we are on Nassel. Sloth, how are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm just excited. Every single time playoffs comes around, there's so many great games being played, so many interesting games being played, and every series so far today has been a joy to watch as well. Even from across the pond, we are enjoying a little bit of an AO Mega Strikers in our little circle. So great games being played today, and this series also building up to be another great series, right?
Oh yeah, I mean these are two very fun teams, very good teams that have the tradition of sort of being overlooked in the shadow of like the big three typically, but they always if there's ever like teams that pull out crazy upsets or just pull out some kind of insane magic, it's Bozo Bunch and EKC. Like they're just two of the most fun teams I think to watch in the league. And I mean, speaking of this, I mean, we've been playing this animation all day. Big shout outs to Yoshi for doing that every weekend, for letting me, or not every week, sorry, my bad, every season, at the end of every season, and letting me help out with that. Because, I mean, the Bozo Bunch section, the little skateboard, that was his idea. And it went pretty hard. So I just got to shout that out again. We worked very hard on that, but it was awesome to do. So now we're here. Now we get to like be a part of the real life kickflips right now, and we got our map bans and map picks up right now. Night Market, Atlab, and Taiko Temple for Game 3. Nothing too crazy. The Taiko Temple is one that kind of stands out to me. I think. I feel like that's really a Bozo Bunch map. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this, Sloth.
Yeah, I feel like Taiko Temple, right? It's an interesting decider to go to because I feel like it can also be very coin flippy depending on what the Awakening set is going to be like. It's also got I feel like a kind of a unique meta in terms of picks compared to some other maps, because it's also a lot of chaotic aspects to the map, of course, itself. Mainly, I also do want to point out something else. So it's the first series where you don't actually see an Inkies yet. So for once, the map, the water beam is not getting enabled. So definitely exciting to see. But I feel like I feel kind of at home at a map draft like this because this is very EU coded if it comes to the maps with the Atlap and the Taiko.
Yeah, it's definitely been kind of crazy that we've been seeing so much Inkies so far, but it's usually one of the maps that no one ever wants to touch, but some people have been eyeing it up and going for it. So looks like we have our Awakenings picked out, though. It looks like it's going to be Cast to Last, Fight or Flight. At least that's what it says. Oh, no, I lied. Never mind. That's wrong. That's incorrect. Ignore what I said. The Awakenings have not been picked out. So ignore that. But it is Night Market. EKC, we saw them on this earlier today. I mean, I don't know. This is just such a anyone can play this map. It's such a kind of vanilla map, but with Breads and I and Drop here in the draft, you know, I'm looking at this midfield pick, this midfield match between I and Katsuna, and kind of wondering how this is going to go. Now we have our Awakening, Siege Machine Spark of speed, Bozo Bunch banning out the Rune, EKC banning out the Now. I mean, we're going to get right into it. This is an interesting draft whenever creations are on the board like this.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can see that immediately by the bans as well, right? The Rune and the Now being taken out, both really, really happy users with a Siege Machine, not really wanting to enable that for either of the teams. The Agility Spark, however, I feel like will open up some interesting draft plans as well, because basically everyone that doesn't have any creation to them will be opting for that Speed Spark, which is just going to accelerate the play so much more as well. And the first pick coming through here as well with the X for the side of Bozo Bunch, definitely a strong pick on a map like Night Market. And if you already have the starting situation of having a single spark, that can snowball so heavily if X will be getting more sparks further down the draft.
Yeah, definitely a scary pick for a scaling comp. We see the Aimi coming out here for EKC. It's going to be the Luna for Katsuna. So more than likely, I'm going to guess that's an Aimi goalie. A lot of damage, early damage there getting ramped up. And this is a Siege Machine start for this Aimi as well. That turret might be hitting a little bit hard. But we know how scary Katsuna's Luna is and how dangerous it is to leave that on the table. But Bozo Bunch making a statement saying that they can handle it. They don't want to see the rune. We'll see if this pays off for them. It's going to be Eye on the Octavia, a pick that we haven't seen too much of recently. And there's the Finny for Bread. So very interesting comp here from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I do wonder how well the Octavia is going to fit into it, because if you're looking at a pick like the Finny and the X, that's very damage coded, right? That's very KO coded to some degree. So the Octavia kind of going a different way, but as we've seen earlier today on the stream already, Octavia obviously an extremely broken character with a, what was it, like 86% win rate? So we'll see if that's going to hold up. But interesting comp to come together as well for the side of EKC here, kind of finishing up that damage play style as well with his Zentara as a forward. So a lot of damage output, I feel like, from both sides. Interesting to see how well Gret is going to be able to then manage piloting that Octavia into such a KO potent comp like that Amy, Luna, and Zendara.
Yeah, and with the Awakening draft, the way the pool is set up right now, Octavia sort of fallen off just a little bit. One of her best Awakenings is no longer on the field, and this isn't a particularly good start for her either, unless you're hoping to really get into those sparks here. So it's a bit of a risky move. It's definitely unconventional. You expect to see, the era or the now, which obviously got banned, but I mean, EKC are on. They got a lot of comfort picks. They got a lot of good damage picks here. It's gonna be a real crazy one if Bozo Bunch managed to pull it off. But we're about to get into it right now. Bozo Bunch and EKC, a shot to face the Sad Boys here. Game 1 about to be underway.
And I'm just honestly very excited to see how well both Breads and Soren will be piloting these aggressive goalies here, right? Because I feel like it's quite a contrast to most of the matches that we've seen today. Because the goalies just they're less of the Marcos, less of the Atlases, less of the lockdown back characters, and more so of the ones that want to get involved on the front side as well. So we'll see. I think it's going to come down a lot to the execution. And yeah, we're looking at a scaling game, right? If you're checking the Awakenings, everyone went for Spark of Agility with the exception of Soren, who went for Siege Machine. That's such a strong Awakening for Amy as well, so we'll see how this is going to start off.
Yeah, whoever's able to procure those sparks early on is definitely going to have a big-time advantage. And we're starting off with a KO there from Drop Leto, an early power play. It's going to be both barriers here. He's looking for the point. Bull Rush to X Maximus will confirm it there. 22 seconds in, and Bozo Bunch will go up on the board despite all odds and starting out strong here. But yeah, I gotta agree with what you said earlier. We see a lot of melee goalies in this meta, and these two have decided that they are going to go a totally different route this game. It's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's going to be even more interesting to see how well this X is going to scale, because as of right now, Droplet already doing such a great job at utilizing this X, putting so much damage into NXCD right there, and just being so oppressive on the front half of the field as well. Core basically not even able to get into the defensive side of Bozo Bunch as they're playing it so well right now.
Yeah, EKC, they got a real aggressive comp here, but so far they have been shut into their side of the field, keeping Katsuna and Soren locked in the goal box. It's been a really good job so far of Bozo Bunch doing that. A nice flip from Dropletto, but blocked by Glitch Pop from Soren. The turret's going to come out. They're looking for the KO on Dropletto here. NXZ's hunting for it. It's going to be the Cyber Swipe from Soren that actually picks that up. And now EKC with a little bit of a opportunity to try and find some breathing room. Soren, though, can't get close enough for the core. It's a whiffed strike that sees the second barrier fall. And Dropletto coming back online now. Set things back to neutral. NXD looking for that second barrier. Katsuna trying to send it back in, but just can't get it past Eye. And Dropletto in the top side. A flip from Soren will save the points. But it's still one barrier to none. As I and Katsuna battle over this top corner. Bozo Bunch trying to clear it out, finding some kind of way. Soren getting a little bit ambitious on that cyber swipe, has to fall back. That was almost dangerous, but now I and Drop Leto able to push all the way up, and Drop Leto's hunting for a KO. Some revenge on NXZD here. The X Maximus runs out, but meanwhile, in overtime, the core moving quite fast, and Bread is just holding on to it for so long. NXZD can't get a good angle on this barrier, and so far, EKC struggling to bring down this final lock.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for them to find a good angle here, as Bretz is just holding such a strong, aggressive defensive line on a Finny character as well. Of course, just keeps on going back to the side of the EKC. They keep on having to defend, and with enough time, a pick like the Amy is just going to have some holes open in the defense. And you saw that right there, because Bozo Bunch has taken a very convincing first set, and will be able to get a first dibs at Awakenings here as well. Looking at stuff like the fight or flight of Octavia is definitely something very, very nice for Regret to pick up here. Answered is likely to be by Amy by mayhaps a Timeless. The spark goes down to Exto, accelerating that snowball even further. So interesting to see how heavy the damage output by the X is at this point, as more Awakenings fall to each player.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tough draft there for EKC to have to navigate. Can't stop I, and Soren, the only one, didn't take a spark. He's going to have a hard time denying that spark in really any good faith, but continuing to build around the turret might be the answer here. NXZD did get the heavy impacts, which is going to be very helpful on the Centauro, though we'll see if the extra size on Drop Leto might be a little bit too much, as Bozo Bunch got the core and immediately just started bringing down barriers, and now they've got yet another open goal situation here. Just looking to get the core past NXZD so far, holding on to it, looking for the double dash. Not going to be able to find it there. But now it's Soren in the goal box, and Drop Leto and I pushing up. The Creator Maker coming out. Drop Leto with a shot to the middle, keeping the pressure on. NXZD on the defense, slowly holding it down. Soren looking for a nice sort of pseudo Soren angle there with the glitch pop to get it out, and there's a Firewall Sentry on defense. Finally able to push that one back, and Katsuna picks up the KO. The Super Surge damage coming in, and now it's a power play for EKC.
Power play on the board as they're trying to set up an attack, but a lot of damage being dumped into Katsuna here, as they're doing a really good job on the defensive end for Bozo Bunch to just hold down this barrier for even Gret to come back now. Loses almost the entirety of their HP bar though, but the Crater Maker sadly goes south as the core does find its way into the net of EKC. Very unfortunate.
I hate to see that, a little bit of an own goal moment, but that does mean Bozo Bunch now scoring 4 times in a row unanswered. EKC struggling a little bit here to find their footing. Bozo Bunch's kickoff has been consistently better as well. I mean, getting at least one barrier almost every time, and EKC has... It feels like they're having to do so much just to get it off their side of the field, and by then, NXZD only has 1 or 2 tries to bring down the barrier, whereas it feels like Drop Leto and I just constantly putting on the pressure here. Reds does go for the flip. We're seeing a lot of damage coming out for both sides. Katsuna not looking healthy, but going for the KO on Drop Leto. NXZD also going to pick up the stagger here. Not quite able to land the Oni's blade. Drop Leto fighting back with throwing some hands. Should be able to recover, assuming he doesn't get too close to the wall, though. Everyone playing around this center, hunting for these KOs, trying to trade it. Finally, Drop Leto healed up, and now NXZD the one about to go down. The Katsuna pushing up with the core. Soren here as well. Drops the Firewall Sentry. They're hunting for this final barrier. A nice clear from Iron Breads to the top side there. Will keep it held down. Meanwhile, Drop Leto able to pop the X Maximus and find the KO. Find the power play here for Bozo Bunch. Drop has a flip available. He's just looking for the right time to use it. A little bit early on that one. Forces out Soren's flip, though. Katsuna now the one who's staggered, but NXZD is back. They're hunting for a KO on Drop Leto. They want some revenge. The damage just doesn't seem to be there. There's the Crater Maker. He's trying to find the angle to the corner, but not quite right. Gets launched into EKC's goal box. And now another power play here for EKC. NXZD opening up the goal now for the first time. Firewall Sentry getting dropped. They want this point so bad. But Katsuna just struggling to hold on the core here. Goes for the flip to the bottom, but Eyes in the way. And they just can't find much of anything now. Drop Leto's just back online.
Yeah, the strikes from Bozo Bunch have just been so excellent, just keeping the core in areas where it's so difficult for AKC to really get a proper attack going, to really get a lethal attack going. And that play that Bozo Bunch is putting down just really makes it difficult. And you can see that by the score as well, as EKC currently still trying to chase their first goal of this game. As Kickoff has again commenced core back into the side of EKC though, and Dropletto really showing the strength of the X, with the X Machinus just taking a beautiful double barrier there as the core now bounces back and forth, trying to get it over to EKC into any kind of lethal situation. Meanwhile, Katsuna taking a lot of damage as well, more damage being dumped onto NXCD as well there, as Gret now is charging up a flip, has it available, might want to try use it as well to confirm this set for the side of Bozo Bunch.
You just might gonna go for it. The Creator Maker in the way, but Dropletto in the out clear, able to recover that. And Bozo Bunch now taking a 2-0 lead in set, 6 points unanswered. They're looking good on this map. Gonna be the MVP as well. Another Spark showing up here. We're also seeing Twin Drive and Stagger Swagger. A lot of nice options for Bozo Bunch to pick from.
Yeah, most definitely. Their Spark of Resilience gonna do so much for to stay alive here, right? To be able to deal with all of this damage output, because looking at the draft, there's not really a nice way for Bozo Bunch to deny the damage. So instead of trying to get rid of that Deadeye that's gonna go onto Katsuna, opting for the HP, the survivability, definitely is gonna help a lot more as well. Dropletto being able to pick up a Stagger Swagger here as well, gonna help so much, because the damage output from the side of EKC is looking rather scary at this point.
Yeah, they've slowly been building up quite a bit of damage. We saw some come out onto Dropletto here. Their real target is if they can constantly kill but with a Fight or Flight now, the double Spark of Stagger, it's definitely going to be a challenge. Dropletto might be the real target. We'll have to see how they're able to play it, but with all the pressure Bozo have been generating, it feels like it's been difficult for EKC to really focus a lot of that damage, especially from Soren and NXCD. So we'll see if they can turn it on here in these sets. But right now, it's all Bozo Bunch just pushing these corners hard. They'll manage to get the second barrier through the turret, and they're setting up for some passing plays now. Taking over in the bottom corner, but Dropletto goes down. The damage online, and EKC scoring a second barrier here on the power play. Might be able to take the point as NXCD setting up for the Oni's Blade. Bread making the clear, though. Katsuna and NXCD still trying to take player advantage. Dropletto coming online just in time to try and make something happen, and able to recover the core and steal the point away. Bozo Bunch continue coming out on top.
Yeah, and it's just such a stylistically difficult decision to make for EKC now, because they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of KO presence, but at this point, who you're really going to be pushing for, right? Because the Octavia has so much HP at this point with this double Spark. It's so difficult to hit as well, having a Fight or Flight on them as well, and Dropletto has Stagger Swagger, which is not making that much easier either. So it's really a difficult choice for them to figure out where are we really dumping this damage, who are we really going to be playing for, as they're needing to find an answer pretty soon though. As again, Bozo Bunch is playing a very, very excellent set of Omega Strikers right now.
This is their comfort zone. A shot from a nice save from Soren, but Dropletto able to get to the core in time. Bring Bozo Bunch to a quick match point here. Looking like game one might just be a formality at this point. I mean, you already see the level difference. is level 8, NXCD stuck at level 1. Unless a miracle happens, it looks like Bozo might just have this game wrapped up.
They just need to find this last goal. They need to make sure that they now don't get too relaxed though, right? Because there is still very much the threat there of the KOs, the threat from EKC. So they need to make sure they close this up nicely, because EKC is currently in your half of the field with 3 flips to their name, as well as they find another huge KO on Dropletto there, being able to get the second barrier there as well, trying to set up, have 2 flips to their name. Do they need to use them? Not holding it, not flipping just yet though. Core still trying to get an attack going, but Dropletto is back on the map.
NXCD might get KO'd before he has a chance to use it. He will! Dropletto, the X Maximus, brings him down, and now the tables have really turned in favor of Bozo Bunch. They've got the power play. They're looking for this final barrier. Soren forced to flip here as well. The energy advantage totally swinging. Does whiff a flip there, but the Creator Maker coming out from Katsuna takes Octavia off the board, and Oni's Blade on the goal line. Bread somehow saves that. Wins a strike war again. Bread's holding it down right now, but it's not enough. NXCD finds a slice and dice through both of them, and EKC will put themselves on the board on a match point situation.
And you need to grab the momentum you got from this goal, right? Brad's doing such a good job defending, but in the end, it wasn't enough. If you're EKC, you want to hold on to this momentum. You want to carry this over to the set win and then have it go further. But Bozo Bunch is having absolutely none of it as they just swiftly get rid of both of the barriers. It is being answered by NXTD here, though. He's getting rather low, so does need to be a bit careful. Garbletto, though, with a beautiful stash and Maximus just dashing up front, getting the strike, getting the score, and getting the game won in favor of Bozo Bunch.
Solid game one there from Bozo, only giving up one score, and it took everything that EKC had to make that one happen. We sort of questioned the Octavia pick a little bit in the beginning, but it paid huge dividends. I is pretty proficient on that character, and even in this meta, can still make it work. Looked really good there. 139 redirects on I, 47 shots. Not bad for a 12-minute, 50-second game. And EKC, this was just clearly not their map. Bozo Bunch, I mean, they just picked comfort, it feels like. I mean, EKC kind of picked comfort as well, but I mean, I feel like it's a little bit hard to immediately know how to answer that without some major shakeups in the game plan.
Yeah, most definitely, and I feel like the characters as well just really had difficult head-to-head situations, right? And Amy has a rather difficult time defending against an X if X gets close range already, so on the defensive end it was difficult to execute. You need to find some kind of way to handle an Octavia in the midfield when they do have the Awakenings, they do have the control on the map. And the Luna and Zentaro aren't necessarily going to be the best at holding core control against that Octavia. So overall, I feel like very much a statement game for Bozo Bunch coming into these playoffs. So saying, yeah, we might be seed 5, yeah, we might be starting from loser's bracket, but we're still here to take it all. We're still here to compete. And it's definitely a very, very strong showing for them on their own map pick here. However, that was their map pick. It's expected they're going to do well on that. We'll have to see how well they're going to do on Atlas's lab, which is EKC's map pick.
Absolutely. The synergy really coming together. Bozo Bunch have been playing pretty well toward the tail end of this regular season, and they look like they've absolutely locked in for that one. We saw EKC definitely made some mistakes there. A few night market angles that weren't great. A little bit of mispositioning defensively. We saw that Crater Maker, a little bit of mistiming on that. So definitely some things that EKC just need to clean up in the way that they're playing in this series so far. And move it over to Atlas Labs. We'll see if this will be the wake-up call that they need facing elimination. But, you know, AtLab, another map where anything kind of flies. I would not be surprised if we see very similar comps to what we just saw. I think Bozo Bunch, you know, we typically see the Luna get banned against EKC, but I think Bozo Bunch, unless it's a Deadeye start, will likely not ban it. And they're just going to try and get the X again because, I mean, that's Dropletto's character, right? Breads has a few options he can go for, and so does I. So this is going to be, I think, really a draft that EKC is going to be the ones who are going to have to figure out. And it's a fight or flight start, Siege Machine again. So one pretty universal awakening, one that's a little bit more specific. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we're literally going to see very similar to not if almost the same game plans here coming out. Fight or Flight again being such a strong awakening for a pick like a potential Octavia, which makes me wonder as well, maybe EKC is starting to maybe look at taking away that Octavia in the ban. Obviously, that would then leave open potentially a Rune or a Now that could be picked up. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams will approach it, as AtLab is also really a map where, like you mentioned before, anything goes. You can go for just pure speed and force the core through the defenses, or you could just opt in for more damage again. So I'm curious to see how EKC is going to be approaching this, as they are the ones that need to find something. They're the ones that have to answer, because Bozo Bunch, like you said in the last game, they gave the Luna. They called it out. Not doing it this time, though, as Bozo Bunch will opt to ban out the Luna.
Yeah, they're not playing around this time. They know how strong the Cats in the Luna is, so they're going to take that away. And there it is, EKC, like you pointed out. We'll be banning the Octavia. It will be a first pick now, though, for Bozo with the Fireflight. Just as scary. I has a very scary now. So, it's really a pick your poison for EKC, and well, they chose Fight or Flight now over Fight or Flight Octavia. Juno X coming in for EKC, so they'll be taking the X off the table as well. I think that's a pretty solid move. Bozo Bunch most likely going to go for an Asher or something here to keep things going. Curious what Brett's pick is going to be. If it's going to be the Finny again, or if we'll see an Atlas or a Rasmus or something. I think that, there's a lot of ways they could go with this. If you see the Juno, though, I think they're going to have to be picking around that.
Yeah, most definitely. The Finny's not necessarily going to be the easiest matchup into a Juno, but doesn't matter in the end. Asher and Finny do get picked up, so they do still play that Finny and net likely and put Asher up on front to just force it through. Curious to see what Soren is going to be picking up for net here as well, then, as he's now faced with an Asher basically in front of him at all times. And the thing is as well, with a fight or flight start like this, you can pick immobile forwards like the X and like the Asher so much more easier as well, as that fight or flight just enables you so much more once you do get to that core. The last pick coming through now, Mako finding its way to EKC there, holding it down more defensively, maybe going for a bit of a safer option this time as well, as the Amy last game did not seem to work out quite the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, they wanted that big aggressive push, and Bozo Bunch did not allow it. So I think it's a smart move to just go Mako here and sit on a barrier and hold it as long as possible, especially against Asher, right? Asher gonna have a little bit of trouble forcing it through Mako. So I think that's a good pickup for EKC, and that speed boost as well. You mentioned the fight or flight is going to be helping out X quite a lot with the Mako buffs. It's definitely one of the more iconic duos that we've been seeing. So we'll see how Bozo Bunch is able to keep up. They have the now Asher. They're going to be getting, they're going to be moving pretty fast. They have the Finny in the backfield to keep that pressure on at all times. Once again, this might be coming down to Katsuna's defense and the ability to just get the core off of their side of the field without expending too many resources there. Meanwhile, limiting what Bozo is able to get per push. But I think as long as Soren can hold that one lock, I think we'll be all right. And I'm going to guess again that Soren's going to go Siege Machine and everyone else is going Fight or Flight.
This does seem to be likely, in my opinion, because Fight or Flight, just for every single forward, it's just such a high value awakening. It just gets you everywhere so quick. And if you're looking to the goalie side on Bozo Bunch, Siege Machine, although possible to pick for a Finny, I feel like Fight or Flight also just enabling that Finny to hold a little bit more of aggressive lines. Definitely going to be a solid pickup for them. And yeah, you said it just right? Mako has to hold down this one lock, which she's going to be doing a pretty good job with on AtLab. Really, the only thing that can be going through the Mako like that is either a complete ability dump from the side of Bozo Bunch using the Asher, or there is still potential for the KO, right? Yes, you have a Now and an Asher on Bozo Bunch, but they have a lot of passive damage by just playing around the core, right? They have a lot of AoE that will just hit the enemy while you're actively chasing after the core as well. So maybe that in combination with a few solid Finny hits might already be enough to threaten even more KOs. So EKC still have quite a task ahead of them. However, this time around, I feel like they have a much easier to execute comp, and they are on their own map pick, which hopefully will give them more comfort as well.
Yeah, I like what EKC is cooking here, but one game away from elimination. Bozo Bunch and EKC game 2 kicking off now. We'll see if they can make it work. They got the bans, they got the denies that they wanted. See if they can bring it all together here, but Bozo Bunch, if they bring the same energy they brought last time, it's going to be really tough. And everyone going Fight or Flight here, so I was a little bit wrong on my predictions. Strike Shot as well for Soren. NXED going for the slick kicks, all the other forwards on Mag Souls again.
Yeah, just really speed is the name of the game as we're now going into the lobby here. Both teams now having taken one of the locks already. Damage is being pretty much put out there though, as Trapleto down to basically no HP, just really tanking a lot of abilities from both Soren and Katsuna. But NXTD also not looking too healthy here, as both the brawlers seem to be suffering a little bit. Meanwhile, the goalies and the midfielders trying to set each other up to get an attack going, but neither barrier dropping just yet.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what we were predicting to see here. Soren is just sitting on that one barrier. Meanwhile, Breads is kind of hovering around the midfield line, just trying to provide some help. A big black hole pop there, almost set NXDD off the map. Soren using that drum and bass to actually keep the forward alive away from Dropletto. Still getting bounced around here. The Acerto's coming out, goes wide eye, goes for the core flip, but Soren holding it down as we head into overtime here. Breads is going to have a flip up right about now. Still one barrier standing. Dropletto with the core. Soren will use the primary, force him away. Find the clear though, but they're going to look for another attempt. The pass splitter comes out, gets evaded. The NXDD trying to take over in the top side as Katsuna sending the pass in. Can't get it past I though. I still just moving too speedy with that fighter flight. Dropletto looking for the shots. Going to go to the top side and it will be good. Bozo Bunch going to start off game 2 yet again.
Yeah, Soren really got hit pretty hard on the defensive end, right? Having lost that second barrier makes it so much more difficult for Mako. It's so much easier to hold on to one barrier instead of trying to defend an open goal, and you just really saw that as the court just kept on going to the side of EKC, and they couldn't really get any proper counterattack going. This point, however, though, starts off completely different as they take one barrier, take the second one as well. NXCD close to being KO'd here, but Core still largely in control of EKC.
Yeah, EKC, a rare barrier advantage like this is something they'd like to take advantage of, but it goes down very quick. Dropletto finds the perfect angle and just a textbook pass to I. Everything coming crashing down with that point. All of a sudden, Bozo Bunch saw the opportunity and made it happen. The drum and bass wasn't quite able to hold that top barrier. You hate to see it, but now Bozo Bunch on set points. And EKC is looking a little bit grim for them at the moment as energy's coming up for Bozo Bunch. We'll see if they have it in them to close out the set, or if EKC will find the strength to come back.
They do need to find something rather soon. Both the barriers now taken again. NXCD down to being staggered as well. Needs to be careful to not be taken out. Katsuna does have a flip available if needed. Doesn't opt to use it just yet. Now uses it, tries to get the barrier, but a smart strike from Gret will hold on to it as they're trying to set up another attack. But Gret's trying his best, not quite able to hold on to the barrier though, as now we have 2 open nets. Gret trying to get an attack going with Dropletto there, but again, damage is really being put into them, making it more difficult to really set something up. A nice strike shot from Soren will delay that attack a bit. He holds on to the defensive end, has a flip available to his name as well if he does need to use it. Holds onto it for now though, as now Core in front with an NXCD, not quite able to get an attack going for themselves. So, as again, Bozo Bunch just really on the attack end here.
Yeah, they're keeping it up. A pass splitter getting blocked out there pretty early on. Soren finally going to burn that flip. Tries to head it around to NXZD. The triple take actually redirected it right to NXZD and set him up perfectly with that angle to the bottom side. EKC going to put themselves on the board here after a long volley of a point now. Pretty even energy. I think they have the opportunity to take, make this set even and possibly take it, which would be absolutely huge for them. EKC, NXZD going crazy with the X-Maxers. Both barriers gone. Finds the point. Doesn't even need the flip, but burns it anyway. And just like that, it's tied at set point.
Really well executed. On the previous point, NXCD having beautiful patience, and on this point, positioning so well to get that pressure going, making use of that X, making use of that brute force that character is. And seen again on this kickoff as a barrier immediately drops. Bozo Bunch though, ready to answer, trying to get a bottom barrier here. Gret has a flip available as well if they do need to use it. Top barrier drops, Dropletto trying to set up with the pass splitter, not quite able to get the barrier done, but the flip from Gret will secure it as Dropletto tries to force it through Soren, but Soren with smart strikes holds on to the goal, but not long enough as eventually the core gets forced through by Gret as the first set goes to Bozo Bunch. However, a very much a better showing for EKC in this first set compared to last game.
More promising showing indeed, and Bozo Bunch though still getting to reap the reward. Siege Machine showing up again as no one took it in the starting draft here, but potential nice awakenings here will be I going for the rapid fire after waiting for just a second. Built diff going over to Soren, 1-2 punch on Katsuna's Juno. Stagger Swagger falling down to Dropletto, which is actually a really big pickup, I think. And Spark of Rezo on the X, and Bread's just gonna pick up a second spark of power right there. I mean, wasn't a crazy draft there, but I think Bozo Bunch kind of came out with a lot of things that they wanted. They will have to watch out for that 1-2 punch on Katsuna, though, but you got Stagger Swagger on Dropletto and Rapid Fire on I. If there's any way to generate more pressure, I think those are the awakenings that you want.
Most definitely. I feel like both teams being able to pick up something there is going to be good for them, but a barrier has been dropped now on EKC's side again, and Bozo Bunch again trying to set up a nice attack. They're not quite able to get the second barrier as one now drops on the side of Bozo Bunch. Core bouncing back and forth. Katsuna doing a really good job utilizing these Juno blobs to just be so oppressive, and they just get much more oppressive once you do have that 1-2 punch. But again, the side of Bozo Bunch doing a really good job dealing with them, denying them as much as they can.
And energy slowly getting built up here as it's 1 barrier to 1. See the pass flitter here from Dropletto trying to force through with a dash. A flip on the barrier from Drop will bring it down. A flip and return from Katsuna trades the barriers though, but it's an open goals on both sides. Eyes looking for the point to the bottom. Soren's got the big strike though. It'll clear that out, but it's right back around to Dropletto and I. Looking to work some magic. Poor flip from Soren. Blocked by Eyes primary. Now Dropletto looking for the dribble, but the slime from Katsuna seals it away. NXDD on the top side. I able to interrupt that and bring it back around. A core flip blocked by the Mako primary. Now NXDD dribbling up the field with a bell ringer. Core flip from a Breads. Passes it to I. Soren finds it clear though to the top side. NXDD trying to reach for it. Can't make it. Gets KO'd in the process. Back into Bozo's goal box, and now it's the power play. The snare drum's coming out onto Dropletto. They can't line up the pass splitter, but I still trying to force this bottom corner with the secondary. It'll be enough to get through those slimes. Bozo Bunch score yet again.
And just such great combination play from Bozo Bunch there as well, holding on to that core control, finding that crucial KO as well, and just turning that situation around. And you can just also just kind of see the game control, or the way the game is being played out. If you pay close attention to it, I wanted to point out Gret's level, but cannot do that right now as Gret has been taken off of the map by the side of EKC. Power play in favor of EKC now.
Big moment for them. Oh, what a save by Breads to keep that barrier alive. EKC not getting anything off of that. Still 1 barrier to 2, and now the damage is coming onto NXZD. Dropletto's got a flip available here, bringing out the pass splitter, just pushing hard onto Katsuna. Got so much speed off of the fight or flight from that, and just dashed across the field. Now a flip in between the barriers, looking for the doubles, gonna find it, and it's an open goal for EKC. Dropletto trying to find the pass to Eyes, gonna get cut by Katsuna, and actually on the return, Breads can't get there in time. It's an open goal for both sides now. As Soren up in the midfield, trying to force this past the Asher. Dropletto dribbles off the barrier, though, and takes out Katsuna. It's another power play for Bozo Bunch. I winning a strike four on the bottom side. A core flip here from Soren. Clears it out just in time. It baits Eye's core flip, but it doesn't matter because Dropletto is able to touch the core again and sink it home to the bottom side. Bozo Bunch now on set points.
And that set point is so important for them because they would be going up 2-0 in this game already. Just really, again, setting the momentum of the game. Momentum right now going completely the opposite way, though. It's EKC with a swift double barrier into goal. Well executed.
A 7-second response there from EKC to keep things interesting. A familiar situation the previous set. If EKC need this, they gotta go all the way here, and snare drums are gonna come out offensively there from Soren, and that'll lead to a barrier. But Katsuna taking a lot of damage now in the process. NXZD looking for the second one, so you can find it with the X Maximus, but Katsuna having to leave the play for a bit here. And now Dropletto's turn to potentially respond, pushing up, going to get Sad Boy's angle. Soren tries to go for the reverse Sad Boy's angle, but ends up getting the barrier anyway. It also does earn Dropletto's flip, but now Dropletto and I looking for the second one. The core slipping away from them just a bit here. Is NXDD with the flip available in the box, blocked by the card. And now it's Katsuna on the top side. Core flip here from Breads to clear it out. Battle over the midfield is Dropletto trying to force it back through, but the Ensnare Drums shutting down that play. Dropletto able to recover. A pass down to I as they force up to the bottom side. The pass flitter coming out. Core flip from Soren sends it to the top side where NXDD is looking to put in some work. The big finish comes out. X Maximus is popped. They find nothing. And now Dropletto wants this barrier, but Soren just holding on to it with the Mako. And this is what we expected to see out of this pick. Dropletto still looking for a good angle, but Soren is just everywhere, blocking every shot. Dropletto having another chance here, but Katsuna is in the way. You see flips are available for each midfielder. Deep into overtime now. Just one good shot could end it all. NXED in the top side. Katsuna looking for the angle. Goes for the flip to the top side. Blocked by everything. What a shot from Katsuna. Bozo brought out the wall, and Katsuna found the one crack in it. And it'll be tied 2-2.
And again, we find ourselves at a 0.5. Last time it went in favor of Bozo Bunch. This time around, EKC trying to change that story, though. As Gretz has taken a lot of damage in NXCD on the offense with the X-Maximus being able to take both of the barriers here. It's such a dangerous situation for them to really be playing around here. It's a lot of damage is being dumped. Core goes back to the side of EKC. First barrier now being taken. Bozo Bunch answering immediately, though, as we're now back to having 2 open goals. Attack trying to be set up here from the side of Bozo Bunch. They do have a flip on Bretz as well if they do need to use it on the defensive end. Has to be used right here to defend the Blobo from Katsuna. As now, of course, going back and forth, NXCD has a flip to their name soon. Soren might have to use flip, does use it, but misses it. As the attack keeps on going from Bozo Bunch. The core does find a small hole, though, as it does go back into neutral play. But again, now an attack going for NXCD. Has a flip, walks up, finds the goal, and finds the first set for EKC in this series. And a much important and a very important set that set is.
Absolutely. They battled back, and they're going to get potential good things here. We see Demo showing up on the board as well as Catalyst. Another Spark as well. It will be Spark of Agility here for NXED to go along with that Spark of Rezil. I has a few options here. Going to wait it out. Looks like they're going to sure drop low, get something. Catalyst denied by Soren. Will force that. Extra special here will be picked up by I. For more mobility, Demo going over to drop Leto. Aerials for Katsuna for that good dash range, and, well, Bread's not left with much, just picks up the Might of the Colossus. Bread's unfortunately kind of just been relegated to cleanup duty at the back of the draft here. But I gotta say, that Demo's cool on drop Leto, but I really like what EKC picked up there.
EKC is more than happy with what they're able to pick up. That Spark of Agility for NXCD is going to enable him even so much more, being able to pick up that speed, that extra HP as well. And Katsuna with the aerials having so much more impact on those Juno jumps as well. Definitely a very, very good draft for the side of EKC. Can they make most use of those awakenings though, or are they going to be ran over as again? Bozo Bunch, just a solid attack.
Nice KO here, and Soren forced to burn the flip. Does get a barrier off of it against the power play, but still needs to hold for just a little longer. NXCD back online here. A lot of pressure coming out from Bozo Bunch. Katsuna and NXCD looking to retake possession now, pushing to this bottom side. Katsuna trying to push it back in. I quick to respond, and we head back to the midfield now, where Katsuna setting up some blobos, trying to force this top corner, but drop Leto just being a wall on defense and coming back to hold it down. Now transitioning to Bozo Bunch. They've got some energy coming up, but NXCD looking for a breakaway. The big finish has to be used there. Force it in, and now in the corner, X-Maximus getting popped. Katsuna with a shot to the top, the 1-2 punch, making this go so fast. No one thought it was going to go back up to that side, and Katsuna was ready for it. EKC gonna strike first now in set 3, and for the first time in this series, they will take the lead.
And they need to continue playing well to extend that lead. Funnily enough, on that last point, the aerials coming in for Katsuna as well, as it made it solely possible for Katsuna to reach that core and connect it with the blob. We are in the next point right now, though, and a lot of damage again being dumped. However, not a lot of KOs being found directly, as the core is just bouncing back and forth. Control trying to be gained from both teams here.
One barrier remaining here for Bozo Bunch. NXED a little bit hurt, but 2 flips available for EKC, soon to be 3, if they can just manage to hold on to it. NXED going for the X-Maximus. The big finish going to steal that one away. As EKC looking to get this offense, but I just shutting him down every angle, and the damage dump comes out to NXED. And now it's only 1 flip left for EKC against the power play. I looking for a shot to the bottom, casts it a little bit. Soren gets the chance to flip, but it doesn't matter, because right back on the return, Bozo Bunch are able to force it in and tie the game.
And Bozo Bunch just doing such a good job playing off of these advantages, right? They found the KO on NXCD, and they were just really able to keep the core on the enemy side again, really making use of that power play. So really what they're trying to be playing for here is finding that KO, and it seems to be working out just well for them. But it's not a necessity as they take the first barrier already.
And they're looking for a second one, too. I has a flip available, and they're just forcing EKC into that corner. Is he able to find a little bit of breathing room here, but it's just right back in. The Eye is just running circles around NXED in this midfield. This now just moves so fast with fight or flight. But with the core, trying to force it into this top corner. Can't find too much off of Soren there, though. And it will be NXED picking up a KO onto Eye. The power play for EKC is back. They can just get something going. Katsuna hopping down to the bottom side. That's one barrier. They're setting up for a second one. Off of the Blabo is going to be found. And an open goal on Bozo Bunch's side. That's Dropletto and Eye both alive. Try to find their second barrier, but don't find a whole lot. It's just right back to Breads in the box. Flip has to be burnt there, but NXED still holding on to his. Waiting for that opportunity. Katsuna with the Blabo trying to get it back around. The pass splitter, though, comes out from Dropletto. Soren burns the flip. Baits out Droplettos as well as we get sent around the world a bit. Soren still holding onto this barrier. Puts some big damage on Eye. Now NXED in the top side looking for the flip. Chance to flip. Doesn't burn it yet, but goes for the X Maximus. Hunting for the KO on Eye. Doesn't find it here. Still holding onto the flip. It's actually Katsuna with the Blabos. Set up in just the right spot. Wow. Dropletto. It looked like he won the strike war against it, but the Blabo was still there, and it just shot it directly back at him with the 1-2 punch in overtime. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, these Blobos are just so oppressive, especially with that 1-2 punch, and that's something that you need to be concerned about if you're the side of Bozo Bunch, right? You do need to make sure that this Juno doesn't get to scale even further, and as it's standing right now, EKC is looking to win this set as well, and as another set win for EKC could result in another strong awakening draft for them as they do find the goal as well. And now you need to be a bit worried. There's still a hot shot in the pool. Is that gonna go to Katsuna or not?
Yeah, there's still Spark left as well. So we're in the MVP here. Hotshot will be showing up. Katsuna's third pick. Looks like Breads wants to deny that away. It does mean Deadeye, Missile Prop, Timeless, and Manu will go unpicked for this Finny, but I think Breads has become accustomed to the role that he must play in this game. Deadeye going over to Soren. Hotshot denied away by Breads. Glass Cannon, though, is picked up by Katsuna, which is pretty nice. But Dropletto does get peak performance, one of the better awakenings in the game, and Drop is already moving really fast on this Asher. This is going to be even more. Monumentalist picked up by NXED as a deny against Eye, but now Eye has primetime rapid fire. I gotta wonder if that deny was really worth it.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing to weigh because now Eye has that primary to win basically every strike war in existence so often. But then again, Monumentalist might be such a heavy tool for them to help with control because as it stands right now, EKC is doing a very good job holding that midfield control, using Katsuna, using those Juno Blobos. So you want to deny it as much as possible for the side of Bozo Bunch. You want to deny being able to combat that extreme control that the side of EKC currently has. As the Sad Boys angles goes around the top barrier though.
Yeah, I really like what Bozo Bunch was able to find in that draft though. Their builds are definitely coming online here. Soren forced to flip on the goal line to get it away from Dropletto. But still going to be 2 flips available for Bozo Bunch in just a moment. Now it's Katsuna up to the top side. Breads makes one nice save, but unfortunately he's trapped in the corner. Now it's both sides opened up. Dropletto looking for the shot to the bottom. Soren goes for the clear, and Dropletto will find the dash on the cross net angle. Bozo Bunch striking first here in set 4. Looking to retake some control in this game and bring this to a set 5.
Yeah, most definitely. Bozo Bunch wanting to close this out in this set, not wanting to have to go to a game 3. So very important set for them to find success in, as now the core is bouncing back and forth. One barrier down on the side of Bozo Bunch. Is it going to be a second one? No, Breads though with a nice flip clears and finds a KO as Soren tries to go for a nice control, but sadly drops one of the barriers. Is able to hold on to the second one for now though, as NXED has a flip as well. Can use it defensively if he needs to. Not quite needs to right now though, as the 1-2 punch Juno will get the attack going.
Now watch out for Dropletto though, building up this energy quite quickly. Bozo Bunch is on the hunt. Nice strike war here from Katsuna, brings it to the top side. NXED gonna flip on the goal line. X Maximus for security, and they'll sink it in. EKC tying it up now 1-1. Soren still with a flip available, but it's gonna be 2 up for Bozo Bunch at this point. We've seen what they can do with that energy, and how quickly they can build it up.
Yeah, most definitely. Energy plays such a huge role in this game as well, right? Because these flips are so lethal on a map like Atlab. Damage now finding its way onto Gret. Needs to be a bit careful. Has all the evades in the world, but they might want to hold on to them to have a flip as they to get an attack going, as Core is now trying to be set up for an attack for Bozo Bunch, but they just have such a hard time getting past Katsuna Juno. Those blows are just being so oppressive with that 1-2 punch. Flip coming up from Dropletto in front of the barrier, takes the barrier, as now Soren has to defend an open net. Gret running up, trying to get a flip to get the goal in, but not quite able to find it just yet.
Katsuna having a fall back here. NXT also taking a lot of damage. A nice secondary drone there from I. Placed it right on Dropletto. And Soren wasn't expecting that. Dropletto was too far from the core to actually touch it. But the Now Mine was. And that set up that point. And now Bozo Bunch are on set point here. They have a flip available on Breads. So far keeping that black hole up for kickoff, but then popping it afterwards. We'll see if they'll be able to close out this set or if EKC can bring the set back to find the game. But Dropletto, so much pressure coming out. Gets it around the back of one barrier. Finds both in the process. And suddenly it's a really bad situation here for EKC. Holding on to an open goal. Dropletto just zooming up the field right now in this bottom corner. I trying to get the corner offense going. A pass to drop. Katsuna able to strike with that one away, but a flip pass from Breads. Banks it off the bottom wall. Katsuna, though, able to recover. Will find one barrier off the play. They need to find another one, though. NXTD taking a lot of damage. Has to burn some of that energy that he worked so hard to earn. And now I, with the flip available, is pushing up in the bottom. Burns the flip here. The Blobo from Katsuna blocks that one. They need another opportunity now. Katsuna up to the top corner. Breads, though, pass down to I. Looking for the breakaway. Dribbling up the field to the bottom corner yet again. Going to drop the primary. Forces Soren to flip to the Blobo. And that'll send it out to the top side just before Dropletto has a chance to flip. NXTD bringing down the barrier. Now a flip here from drop to the center. Blocked by Katsuna. And they're still both sides opened up. NXTD with the shot. But Breads a little late on the triple take. Katsuna's credited with that goal. And EKC on match point.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch being a bit too hesitant with the flip there. Dropletto had a chance to flip in front of Soren to get this last goal for the set and force a fifth set, but don't need it apparently as they find a clean double barrier and get an attack going almost immediately. Soren being able to hold on to the point right now, but the core sneaks its way around Katsuna and we're going to a set 5.
Just like that, EKC flipped the tables and then Bozo Bunch flipped them back upright, I guess. And now I is the MVP. The final spark showing up here, but we also have Titans, Perfect Form, Twin Drive, Heavy Impact. So many good awakenings, more size on the board. It's going to be interesting. NXTD, the only one, well, I guess Breads has sparks as well, but it will be Heavy Impact here for I. So even more cooldowns available to this now. Perfect Form going over to Katsuna. Twin Drive here for Dropletto. Will be a good deny against Soren, who's going to settle for the stacks. A second spark here for Breads. That first spark finally paying some dividends, as it will be a good deny, but does mean NXTD gets Big Fish for the size and some more stagger. I gotta say, I think everyone got something really nice there, and it's all just coming down to who plays better in this final set, I think.
That's immediately taken off of the map was Dropletto. That was swift. That was swift. And a lot of damage dump finding its way into Gret as well. Where's all this damage coming from? EKC not here to play around, making a statement.
Yeah, suddenly they managed to focus their abilities or something. And they almost got 2 KOs to start off, but they will get 2 barriers to start off. I also staggered. Has to fall back and get the orb here. You drop Leto with the core for just a little bit. But NXTD zooming around the map, striking it up the field. A nice strike war from Breads on the line. Will save that point. But NXTD still with possession. Trying to force it through 3 of them here. Soren up to Katsuna, but Dropletto and I quick to recover. A little bit of a mistake on that secondary, but they'll get it right back, no problem. And now pushing from this top side. Core flip comes out here from Soren, gets it past Dropletto, puts him in the ensnare drums to buy some time. But Dropletto is looking for a flipping opportunity. However, it's NXTD who finds one, gets the KO with the flip onto I. It's a power play for EKC. Katsuna is staggered. Dropletto's hunting for the KO, but they might be able to just make this work anyway. Katsuna passed down to the bottom, can't get a good angle to NXTD there. And I will come back online now. Katsuna another shot toward the bottom side with overtime speed. But the pressure's too much from Bozo Bunch, and EKC will lose their second barrier. As Katsuna jumping up, bring the Blobo. Bread's forced to flip, and NXTD blocking those shots, though. Taking a lot of damage for it, but still playing up in the field. Katsuna looking to win a strike war, but Dropletto saying no to that one and now working his way back up the field. Dodges the ensnare, drops a pass down to I. Is cut by Katsuna, looking for the Blabo. Bread's able to save it. But now Soren in a tight situation. I forcing this bottom corner yet again. Primary to get it through Katsuna. Soren finds that clear angle. Perfect whip around the black hole to NXED, who's able to sink it in. EKC will come out first in set 5.
And what an intense point that was. The core has just been flying everywhere. It's just such a volatile situation. Any kind of team makes a small mistake and your barrier is gone, if not already the goal. So very little room for errors for both teams here as they're doing their best to get attacks going, to get these barriers down. And both teams having a really, really great showing so far.
They're looking really nice in this set 5. EKC finally decided to wake up and play some real Omega Strikers. And right now they've got the barrier lead here. Will get traded off of that far shot, but NXED is really hurt, having to run away. Dropletto was hunting for that KO, and Soren had to put him in jail for it. Now 1 barrier to 1 barrier. Tied up as Bozo Bunch are looking for the point to actually tie it up. And NXED is just holding on to this core so long. That second spark is actually like providing so much speed. It's sort of insane with the fight or flight on this X.
Yeah, it's just literally everywhere where he needs to be. As the attack now gets found, the barrier drops now as well. Katsuna on the attack with a flip. A KO being found by the bell ringer there, as we're now in a power play for EKC. Are they going to be able to find the second goal of the set here? It will be huge for their momentum if they can find it, and NXCD forces it through Gret. 2 flips on both Gret and Obscure Brets, but neither used to defend, as EKC is now 1 goal away from forcing a game 3.
Now looking very strong. 2 flips to 2 flips for potentially this final point. Bozo Bunch will start off with the first barrier here as they push for a second one. Snapdrum slowing down their advance a bit. The big finish looking to recover. Now Dropletto from the top side, pushing in hard. I goes for the flip, but doesn't find the core. Now Soren with the flip to try and clear it out. Gets 1 barrier on the return, but Dropletto, it comes right back to him. He'll pick up the second one. He's dribbling. He's looking for the barrier beam. It's cleared out, though. Now I and Bread's forced for the task. I taking a lot of damage here. Will heal back up. Dropletto holding the core. In EKC's goal box flip here from NXED defensively. He doesn't go very far at all, though. And they still got to get it out of this goal box. Soren looking for a nice angle to clear it out. But that's NXED getting taken off the map. A power play for Bozo Bunch. Brett's just looking to get the core back up the field as quickly as possible. Katsuna looking to thwart that as quickly as possible. They'll buy just enough time. NXED is back, but they're still in a dangerous situation. Katsuna with the slime, looking for a back pass. Dropletto able to cut that, though, and turn it into a push. Looking for this top corner, has the flip, dashing in, goes for the flip, and just barely misses it. Now a flip here from Brett's, blocked by NXED, but I teleporting back up the field. Dropletto looking to catch it with the barrier beam, but comes up just short. Now I with the flip available, goes in the bottom corner, blocked by the X Maximus, and the push goes right back to EKC. They'll come in from their top side, dropping the Blobos, the triple take in the way, and a nice Blobo shot from Katsuna opens up Bozo Bunch's side of the goal here. Soren looking to rotate it back around to close this one out. NXED walking up with the bell ringer, a shot to the top. Dropletto with the strike war. It's just going to have to be another opportunity here as NXED strike war lost again, but we'll have a third chance here. The triple take in the way, looking for the pass to Katsuna. Katsuna going to jump down the bottom side. The Blobo in the way, and yet again the 1-2 punch coming up just enough for EKC to bring it home, and they'll take game 2. We are going to a game 3.
And what a game 2 it was. EKC really finding their groove in this game. Soren holding it down on the defensive end, just making it so much more difficult for Bozo Bunch to really get their game plans going. And so much damage as well. If we pay close attention to the damage numbers in this game, the lowest amount of damage being dealt was 27,000 by Soren. Bozo Bunch definitely had a game plan here of trying to get these KOs, trying to play off of man advantages, but every single member has at least 40k damage, but it all just totals up to roughly 6 KOs. So the side of EKC just doing such a good job playing against that damage, playing against those KOs, and just making sure they're not taken off of the map for free. And it really paid off for them in the end, as they now were able to find this game win.
Yeah, a huge comeback for them. They look so much better than they did in that first one. And now going into game 3, it feels like we're on much more even turf here. I mean, we look at the redirects. I and Soren both breaking 330 redirects, 336, 332 respectively, putting in quite the numbers all around, really. I mean, even Drop Leto and NXED had over 200, which is not something you see commonly on the Brawlers, but everyone was putting in so much work in that near 30-minute game 2. So moving over to game 3 on Taiko Temple. I said it at the beginning, I feel like this is a Bozo Bunch map. I feel like they play well on this map. And curious to see how EKC is going to respond to this. We saw them change up their draft from game 1 to game 2 quite heavily, and it worked out pretty well. We'll have to see if they go to deny the X again, or if Awakenings demanded they do something different. But I like what they cooked there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Mako come out again.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm even curious if we might even see something like a Mako ban, disallowing that defensive force from Soren. Because Mako, and generally speaking, defensive goalies do tend to do pretty well on Taiko as well, right? So if you have a good goalie that can hold it down in the back while the chaos of the map can just unfold itself, you're looking very strong. You're looking very confident going into a map like this. So I'm curious to see what kind of game plan adjustments that both teams will be employing here, because both had a really good showing of their strengths today, of what they can do well. And that's why we're in a game 3, right? That's exactly why. They were able to find a win. They were able to force the situation. And I feel like this was a very hectic game towards the end, right? The core was going so fast all the time. It was rather difficult to follow, I feel like, at some points, simply just because the game was so intense, right? Because you had to do so much, and again, there was so little room for error. And I feel like Taiko Temple is another map where that can easily happen, right? Where core can just really be going everywhere all at once. So it also turns slowly into maybe a mental endurance game here. Who can keep up that top level of play the longest, and who's going to be cracking first, making those crucial mistakes first?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We see it all the time, especially on longer games, on longer series. And I mean, that was certainly one of the longer games we've seen tonight. So going into Taiko is going to be interesting how this plays out. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Mako ban, like you said, but it does leave the Luna on the table for Katsuna, of course. It wasn't able to do too much in game 1. Bozo were very responsive to it. They shut it down early on, and I mean, Taiko isn't particularly a great Luna map either, because there's a giant obstacle in the way, but Katsuna is notoriously insane on the character. So if it is a Deadeye start, I think it's going to be a tough pick, but I think in general, I think I might be banning the Mako.
Yeah, especially because Soren just had such a confidence performance on it as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be giving a character like that just back to him if he had such a strong showing on it. But again, you mentioned it as well. Deadeye starts, or just generally Awakening starts, they happen. They can completely throw off any kind of game plan or draft plan that you have. So we'll see what kind of Awakenings we're going to be dealing with, because they can very much warp this character draft as well.
Yeah, there's a part of me that is like, what are the chances Bozo Bunch do something wild here, where say they went red side, if they banned Mako and then like first picked Atlas and Asher, and they just totally pinched the melee goalie pool and forced Soren to play ranged on this map, that would be crazy. I don't know if they would do it, but if they did, it might be very effective. But it is a heavy impact Spark of Rezil start here, so another Spark showing up, and heavy impact certainly. Well, this might be a moment where you have to look at the brawler pool, just because of this. You might have to look at the midfielder pool a little bit. And now on the table, the Zentaro, the X. But I always have those melee goalies, those big 3. Other than Dubu, I don't know. It could be weird. EKC is second pick here. Bozo is picking first. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for the now first pick.
Yeah, the now first pick would just hold so much value, right? Heavy Impact being such a great awakening for the now as well. I feel like with these awakenings, there's also a kind of conflicting philosophy going on, right? The Spark of Resilience being such a great awakening to just keep you alive, right? Giving you that extra HP and giving you the potential to snowball even further down the draft. Heavy Impact, on the other hand, enabling you to just go and KO people, take them off the map as much as possible. So I do feel like with both of them active, we're probably going to be going more into a control area, even though Heavy Impact can enable for a lot of KO gameplay. The Spark of Resilience is just going to hold so much value at keeping them alive, which, like you said, the Now would fit in greatly, right? The Now would do such a good job, and on a map like Taiko as well, that is so close, you have so much influence on that Now pick. You have so much control over that midfield. And even better, you enable a forward pick like an X again. X having been such a high priority series as well, having had so much impact, is definitely something that should be considered by both teams as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting draft for sure. And EKC on that second pick, I think they're going to have to end up picking their goalie there. I think saving it for last might be a little bit risky. I mean, Breads has been on the Finny all day. I don't think that's going to change. I think what they need to do is they're gonna need to pick the Mako, because it is a heavy. If it's not banned out, right? If it's not banned out, which it very well might be on Heavy Impact start, they need to pick the Mako, and they're gonna need to pick their brawler, probably X. Like that might be their best course of action here in pick 2. It was like it will be the Rune banned out here by Bozo Bunch. So EKC will have the Mako on the table, assuming they don't ban it out, but it will be the Octavia. Interesting. So that means the Now is open for Bozo Bunch, and they're going to first pick that for sure. Wow, there it is.
Yeah, it holds so much prio. It's so strong, but again, the Now pick now leaves you open to get yourself a Mako or an X secure for yourself, which again, just great characters for this map, and also just great picks to make sure that the side of Bozo Bunch doesn't get. So I do wonder if EKC will be opting into that, right? Because they had such a good showing on both of these characters in that lab. And conceptually, they should be doing a pretty good job on Taiko Temple as well. And here we have it, X and Mako being locked in for EKC. Basically, so far, it's a run back of the same drafts we've seen before. We'll see if that continues, though, as Bozo Bunch will now look at their 4 or 5 picks.
Yeah, so far, pretty much what we've been expecting. It will be Asher Brawler, and that's looks like it's going to be Breads on the Rasmus goalie. I like that pick a lot on this map. It's very good against X as well. So far, pretty good. The final pick for EKC, though, there's the big question here, is what's Katsuna going to play? Will we see the Luna, or will we see a Juno? Will we see something else entirely? Because, I mean, this is not a great Luna start. It's not a great Luna map. So it will be the Juno. I think that makes a lot more sense here, which is good. Same comp that they had last game. They'll just be running it right back. They have heavy impacts. They have a spark that they can go into if they want. It's safe. I like it. Bozo Bunch, pretty similar thing as well, just changing it up on the goalie, going for the melee instead of the ranged goalie. Makes total sense. This looks like a really even matchup. Both goalies match up very well into the respective brawlers they're playing against. So this is going to be a close game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts are so similar compared to last game, and last game was extremely close. With the main difference being that goalie pick for Bozo Bunch, having that more defensive goalie who can deal a little bit better with the force that a Juno and an X will be bringing to the table. So I feel like overall, definitely a better angle for Bozo Bunch this time around than last time. However, I feel like this game, I don't think any team has won this in draft. I feel like this is always going to come down to how they are able to execute their comp, because both drafts have a pretty decently clear game plan, and both teams obviously again have been having such a good performance so far as well. Very excited to see how they're going to be playing out this third game, this deciding game, to see who's going to be moving on in the lower brackets.
Yeah, game 3 of Bozo Bunch and EKC shaping up to be a heater so far. We see the Mag Souls on all the forwards, heavy impacts on the goalies, and sparks on all the forwards there. Interesting decision, but I think I like it. I'm curious that I didn't go for the heavy impacts, also just went for the spark. They're just fully committed to that. So that's a really neat decision there. We'll see how that pans out for them, but this is for the series. Loser is eliminated. Winner goes on to face Sad Boys. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and as we know it on maps with double barriers, both teams have now dropped one barrier pretty swiftly, but the second barrier is going to be a much more difficult one to be taking, as the attack from EKC is starting to build up. Core is being very oppressive on the side of Bozo Bunch. The Blobos will be taking that second barrier, as now Breads has to defend an open net. Core bouncing in between both of the teams still, though, as Bozo Bunch will try to find a way out of their half, but they're having a pretty rough time, with Katsuna doing a good job on the midfield.
Yeah, Katsuna is definitely going to be an issue. He can cover so much of the map, kind of cover both lanes as Juno. And a nice pass here to NXED, put Breads in a no-win situation. EKC will strike out first. Yeah, Katsuna can cover kind of both lanes on this map with the Blobos. It's definitely going to be difficult for I and Dropletto, who their game plan is really just to kind of force one lane as much as possible. So a bit of an interesting polarity there and how these teams are going to play around in the midfield.
Yeah, most definitely. Core does find its way onto the attack again for EKC, and a nice flip into X Ultimate will find the second goal as well. This game starting very much differently than the other two games before it. EKC really just having that force to just force it through the side of Bozo Bunch's defenses.
Solid start for EKC here. Bozo Bunch, though, with a good push off this kickoff. Dropletto burning the flip. Doesn't find any barriers, though. Soren also forced to flip, but will remain strong, holding it down. Katsuna able to get a barrier here on the return. Now we go back to the midfield. A nice little back pass there from Katsuna to get it away from Dropletto. They're trying to force it out of this corner. So far, the defense for EKC has been very efficient. Didn't have to do too much. Has been making very smart decisions. Finally, one barrier going down here from Dropletto and gets killed for it as well. Katsuna with the Blobo on the wall. Picks up the KO. A nice flip here from Bread's Eye. Finds the redirect and finds the second barrier, though. Bozo Bunch in a reverse power play are actually gaining barriers and keeping their own alive. NXAD does have a flip available, and Katsuna's will be up shortly. But Eye is working on quite a bit of energy as well. As we see Bozo Bunch try and make some plays on this open goal. Bit of a whiff flip there from Eye. Snare Drum's coming out. Dropletto, a shot to the bottom. Doesn't quite get the angle he's looking for. Brings out the path splitter, and they'll just force it through. Bozo Bunch able to put themselves on the board there, 1-2.
Nice setup for Bozo Bunch to secure their first goal of the series. Gret does not have the flip to their name anymore, though, so energy economy very much in favor of EKC, as NXCD and Katsuna have the flip to their name. First barrier now dropping as well. Second one potentially following suit, as they're holding the flips for now. Not quite able to invest them just yet, but a KO being found by Bozo Bunch will immediately change the flow of the game. Flip has to come out from Katsuna. No barrier being dropped just yet.
Bozo Bunch struggling to find much on that power play. And Katsuna sniping away the second barrier. Means it's an open goal on Bozo's side of the field. A nice shot from Dropletto. Evens up one barrier here, but now Katsuna pushing back. Drops all the Blobos, and Breads runs out of strikes. It's just going to float right past EKC. Going to take away set one very convincingly there, and Katsuna will be the MVP.
That is a scary MVP to have. No hotshot or 1-2 punch dropping in this draft, but we do have a spark of strength that could potentially be picked up. Primetime also holding a decently high prio. Just being able to have even more of those abilities, being even more oppressive with the Blobos, or even other abilities, depending on who it falls down to. As we have a peak performance pickup for the side of Dropletto as well. Obviously, also another great awakening that synergizes with Spark of Resilience.
Second spark here. I mean, Katsuna did pick up a KO in that first set. Juno deals a sneaky amount of damage just over time, so, and of course just having more potential stagger scaling for later is always going to be nice here. But you got to also look at that peak performance that Dropletto got. That's a huge awakening for this Asher. And if Dropletto is able to pick up any more sparks later on, it's just going to start to become very out of control with all the speed that this guy will be able to stack up. But right now, Bozo Bunch off with the first barrier, now having to defend a couple of their own, but keeping it held down as NXED forced to back out there.
Katsuna is doing a really good job holding that core, allowing NXED to regain some of that much needed HP, as now a barrier drops on the side of Bozo Bunch. Soren walking up, actually, trying to get an even more offensive push going. Breads misses the flip on the core there as the second barrier drops as well. NXTD now on the offense and using the X Maximus excellently, as you might say, to get the first goal of the set.
And now EKC, they seem to be the ones rolling over Bozo Bunch, at least in these first couple sets, these opening points. Gonna see some energy coming up on both sides of forwards here. As Bozo Bunch look to make their push, but that drum and bass is just so difficult to get through. And EKC are actually able to bring down a barrier instead. They got 3 flips to work with. Bozo Bunch are about to have 2 versus Dropletto. Able to catch the flip. They get Soren's flip for that and both barriers. Katsuna also whips a flip. And just like that, Bozo Bunch now a big advantage in the set as I dribbling up the field. And now secondary is going to be able to pop it right to Dropletto, who sinks it to the top corner. And Bozo Bunch will tie it up in the set.
More importantly as well, Bozo Bunch were able to find that goal without having to use Gret's flip there, so they do have that available for their next attack. Both teams holding on to one flip. Question is who's going to get more value out of it, as the core is now trying to find its way into the barriers, bouncing up and down as we love it on Tycho. A lot of damage being put into Gret here though, needs to be careful as NXTD is walking up, uses the flip, gets one barrier. Can they find a second one? No. Dropletto forces it over to the defensive end of EKC. Passes in between Soren and Katsuna, holding on to the core, but eventually the one barrier will be dropped here as Dropletto's trying to walk up, uses the Asher perfectly to get the second barrier as well. Bread's now wanting to get in on the fun, but is not allowed to as Dropletto finds the angle past Katsuna to find the second goal of the set for Bozo Bunch.
Now Bozo on their set point looking to tie up the game. They've got the energy to work with. EKC a little bit lackluster in that department. Another good kickoff here for Bozo Bunch, but they don't really get anything off of it. They've been winning the kickoff, but Soren just has abilities to stop the corner offense. EKC end up getting the first barrier. Dropletto still looking for this first one. I setting up in that top side, but Soren finds a way out of it yet again. A bit of help from Katsuna now attacking the bottom. Bozo Bunch able to pick up a barrier. I does whiff the flip just a little bit. So that's not great, but core flip now coming out from Dropletto. A bounce off the center is going to get blocked out as they push from the bottom side. Soren forced to flip out of that one as Katsuna setting up the slimes defensively. Soren able to clear it out through the middle now. Dropletto and I looking to recover. Don't find too much. Nice clear from Breads. Gets it back around to Dropletto. A pass down to I. A shot to the top. Sets up the primary. It's absolutely perfect. And that brings down that second barrier. Now NXTD and Katsuna with flips available, but they got to get back up the field. Attack from top side. Core from Katsuna. Bank off the center. What a shot to bring down that barrier. And now it's both sides opened up. NXTD dribbling up the field with the shot. Goes for the top side. Breads calls it out with the death touch. And that one's going to get saved away. Erasmus moment there. But NXTD's got another opportunity potentially off the center. Katsuna having to jump back to catch it. But Dropletto's right there looking for the shot. Goes for the barrier beam. But the slime is in the way. A secondary from I. Enough to dribble it and win the strike war. Bozo Bunch will take set 2.
Bozo Bunch is really making such good use of their comp there, forcing up that core and not allowing to get in a back-to-back attack for the side of EKC as we're now going into this draft, and another spark will be found here. Does it go to Gret, or is Gret going to be able to pick up the rapid fire? Rapid fire it will be in the end, mainly because Soren doesn't necessarily want to pick up the spark. He would have to deny it because he has a heavy impact sword. He's not necessarily wanting to stack sparks. And because of that, Dropletto is able to get another spark. And that's not just 2 sparks. You mentioned it before. That's 2 sparks. One of them being resilience and a peak performance. Dropletto now having so much speed to work with.
Yeah, that's really, really dangerous there. This is a good draft for Bozo Bunch. NXTD to get the extra special, and Katsuna picked up that glass cannon again, but allowing I to get cooldowns and now allowing Dropletto to get even more speed and the cooldowns. And Bread's also got a little bit of speed out of that is very dangerous. I mean, look how fast Dropletto is moving. He's outpacing Katsuna just at base with that peak performance. It's a very scary awakening, and now with these sparks, things are actually starting to look very shaky for EKC, as we see right there. Bozo Bunch dominating that point. The question is, will they continue to dominate this set, or will EKC manage to find an answer?
It's so difficult for the side of EKC to really play this out, right? Because how do you deal with an Asher? You usually try to play around it. You cannot force through the Asher at all. And that is a lot more difficult to play around an Asher if she's basically it feels like almost twice as fast as you. But you can also just take out Gret, play off of a player advantage. But again, Dropletto using that Asher excellently. And a beautiful pendulum swing from Obscure Breads, getting a reverse power play now in favor of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, nice little shot around the hook there. Will ping one barrier, two barriers here from NXT. Goes for the flip. It's blocked by the goal gates though, bouncing around in there. A lucky break for Bozo Bunch, but still in a tight situation. The EKC are pushing up into this bottom corner. Slime sending it back in. Another Blobbo gets set up with Dropletto. Winning some strike boards now in the midfield. Goes for a flip of his own down to I. Soren will rotate it back around. And Dropletto, though, able to recover here in the midfield. Running up. Snare Drum's coming out. Just catches the core. Soren goes back down to the bottom side here. Breads with a nice death touch brings it around. Now looking to set up the 2v1, but can't get up the field quite quick enough in overtime. The core moving a little bit too fast now. Soren rotates it back around. Bread's going to find a block, but NXD is still looking for the opportunity. However, Dropletto in the corner. Gets past the barrier beam, though. And go back around down to I. A lot of rotations going on, but NXD walks up with the X Maximus. That's the power play they're looking for. EKC with a moment to try and find their scoring opportunity. Blobbo blocked by Breads, goes for the flip, just waits it out, buys a lot of time here, but NXT and Katsuna still in position. A risky clear from Breads, but it will get past Katsuna, who gets taken out in the midfield, and now Bozo Bunch have the power play. Breads up to Dropletto on the top side. NXT bull rushes through the center, though, and is able to catch it. That's a super surge coming in. Core flip against the pass splitter from Soren. Clears it out, and Katsuna now back online, trying to get it over to NXT, who's got the flip available, but they got to get it past this speedy Asher, who's hogging this top lane. They'll find it, but Breads with the pendulum swing gets it out of there. This is why Erasmus is so good into X. However, it's a double KO. It's only I left. NXT took out the goalie, and EKC just pass it up the field. They'll tie the game now, 1-1, 1-1.
So many KOs being found from both teams there, just really making use of those power plays. And in the end, the side of EKC finds these two crucial KOs really well executed. And again, you can already kind of see resemblance, kind of the similar thing you saw at the end of the last game as well. The game's just getting really fast, right? And mistakes are just getting so much more worse if you do end up having them. So, Force just very punishing as it is right now.
Absolutely. And NXD, speaking of punishing, just taking an absolute walloping there on his own side of the field as both barriers collapsing. Dropletto with the shot to the bottom, able to secure it, splitting the uprights between Soren and that Blobbo as well. Bozo Bunch now on a comfy set point.
A comfy set point indeed, and what I said it would be for them as well, as it will put them one set away from moving on in playoffs. But one barrier now does drop on the side of Bozo Bunch. A lot of damage being dumped into NXD here, but Katsuna swiftly walking up, being oppressive with the Blobos, not quite able to get it past the defensive end of Bozo Bunch though, as the core still is being kept in their half. There is a clear found in the end as one barrier drops and Dropletto finds a nice KO on XCD. The attack has not stopped yet. Soren doing a beautiful job though, holding on to the second barrier.
Yeah, and earning quite a bit of energy in the process. That's to flip a little bit early here, keep that barrier from falling. NXD is back, and we're back to even playing field. NXD looking to change that though, popping the X Maximus early, doesn't find too much. Dropletto a little bit too tanky there. With all of that stagger awakenings, they got the core in a good position. Katsuna and Soren both up in the midfield though. NXD able to bring down that barrier with that pressure. Now it's an open goal on Bozo Bunch's side. NXD flying in with that super surge, doesn't quite find the core. As I and Dropletto now looking to even up the barrier situation. Katsuna jumping in, the drum and bass getting it past. A nice pendulum swing there from Breads. Keep it away from the X there. Pass splitter coming out from Dropletto. Both sides opened up now. And Dropletto, neither of them can get to the core quite in time. And Dropletto getting taken off by the Blobbo yet again on the wall past NXD. Breads got a flip to get that one out of there. And it's another power play for EKC. Doing their best to try and keep it away. And in the power play, just goes for the shot to the bottom. Sword's got nothing to respond to that. Bozo Bunch stealing that point away. They'll claim the set, and Obscure Breads, the MVP of that set. Fight or Flight, Perfect Form, Catalyst, another spark. Some crazy awakening showing up here.
If you are Dropletto, you are rejoicing in this one because you almost have too much to choose from. There's a Spark of Agility, which would be a third spark. Obviously has to be denied, but you still have Fight or Flight to choose from. You have Catalyst, you have Perfect Form, you have so many good options here. So incredibly happy as Dropletto finds that fighter flight and, more crucially, finds more speed. I feel like EKC is gonna has a very uphill battle ahead of him into this last set, because that's just such a difficult Asher to deal with.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Speed is Asher's weakness, and when she's able to get quite a lot of it, it becomes very difficult to deal with, and that's exactly what Dropletto has now, along with, you know, all the stagger and the fighter flight here. It's gonna be so hard to KO him. Captain has got to get lucky with a good Blobbo to knock him off the edge. With that Deadeye, that glass cannon, that might be their weird little win condition there. We'll have to see. So far, they've got a solid defense. They've got 2 barriers staying up. Soren is still able to just be Mako, which is pretty big in and of itself, as long as they can keep the pressure on. But so far, it's Bozo Bunch with the offense, keeping things going. Having a little bit of difficulty on the second barrier. Soren going to flip here. Dropletto going to flip in return. What a save from Soren, but able to recover it and find the barrier regardless. Now to the open goal. Dropletto dashing up. Quick little redirect there to find the points. And Bozo Bunch will strike first.
And it kind of seems like the side of EKC is just permanently stuck on defense, right? You do have Soren and Katsuna trying their best to get the core up front to NXCD to make use of that X strength of just forcing it through. But Dropletto and Dret are just being so oppressive and just not allowing any core to go through for free. As NXCD finds a flip from the barrier, but neither drops just yet. The second one does find its way down after a bounce. As the core is now going back and forth, Katsuna has a flip available to them as well if they do need to use it.
Or flip here from Katsuna a little bit early on, just to get some space, but Bozo Bunch quick to recover and regain possession. So they're looking for this final barrier. Nice strike forward here from Katsuna. Bread's just constantly pendulum swinging this thing away from NXZD. The only one stuck at level 9, by the way. Rasmus is just a hard deny against X sometimes, and a nice core flip here from as Bozo Bunch working their magic in this bottom side. Just feels like NXCD hasn't been able to do too much. Breads just hits him with the primary anytime the core is near him and totally shuts down everything.
Yeah, it is so difficult for the side of EKC to play this properly, but when they can find a KO just like that, they do have glimpses of a proper attack being built. As Katsuna now gets the core up front, but Breads again not giving anything for free. Not a single barrier has dropped so far. He's holding on to it so well, and Dropletto back on the map. We're back to a 3v3, and now we're back to EKC getting this oppressive attack going. Hey, Bozo Bunch.
One barrier gone here. Dropletto on looking for the second one. We're going to have to get through Soren's core flip, though, but Breads also has one. Burns it here, actually. Just passes it into The strike shot sends it back just a little bit. Now both teams rushing over in the foot race in the midfield. Dropletto's the one going to get the possession here, but back down to the bottom side. NXCD taking quite a lot of damage. Has to burn the flip just to stay alive, but is still really hurt there. Katsuna also burning the flip a bit early there. A bit of a wasted use of energy there from EKC as they are getting backed into a corner. Sword also have to burn the flip on the defense. And things are looking a little bit rough. They're trying to get some offense going, but Breads is just keeping this core away from that barrier as far as possible. Trying to give and Dropletto as many chances as he can. With a shot on the barrier. Dropletto able to find it. Now it's an open goal. I's got a flip up. This could be it. Dropletto looking for the pass. Burning the flip a little bit early. But still, one barrier remaining, and a pendulum from Bread's gonna knock Katsuna off the map. In the bottom side, the primary's enough to sink it past Soren. Bozo Bunch will take the win in Game 3. EKC getting knocked out here, and Bozo Bunch will be moving on.
What a performance from both teams in this series, but in the end, Bozo Bunch is reigning supreme, as they will be facing Sad Boys in the next series now to move on in the playoff bracket. And I just really feel like it got so difficult to play for EKC towards the end, right? There was just so much oppressive force coming out from that Asher, from that Now, being piloted by Dropletto and Dret so well, and also Bread's not allowing NXCD to do anything on the offense with these pendulum swings. So in the end, just really well executed from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah. Absolutely. They played a solid all series and really clutched up there when it mattered. I gotta say, I love that Rasmus goalie pick there from Breads. It seemed very quiet, but that was because he was just not letting NXED do anything. It's a very good matchup, and Breads played it really well, but I and Dropletto had solid drafting, solid synergy as always, and just made Soren's life so difficult to contend with, always having to defend. 233 redirects on the goalie, 117 saves versus Breads 67. You see right from this stat screen where the pressure was the whole game. Absolutely insane. Even though EKC ended up getting more KOs, Katsuda had the build, had the damage. It just didn't matter. Dropletto was just moving too fast and making things way too hard.
Yeah, most definitely. But great showing in the end. Great showing. It's exciting series. I'm happy we got to cast one of those. That is always a pleasure to be casting in. And obviously we got more series coming up as well, right?
Yeah, coming up next, it's Bozo Bunch, who we just saw. They're going to get to play against Sad Boys, waiting in exile, a chance to reclaim their throne. The Sad Boys have come back into the town to try and make a play on that first place spot. So this is going to be a heater of a match. It'll be our final match of the night. Sad Boys versus Bozo Bunch. That's coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a bit of a quick break, and we'll be right back with that.
As it turns out, good flip coming out from Soren. Good KO coming out from EKC.
It's a Katsuna show right now. I'm telling you, I put my eyeballs on Luna and she just ends it all. My eyeballs, guys.
That will be activated, and a nice catch with that primary there from an XTV.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bozo Bunch comp right now, and it's, a very strong damage comp. The Rasmus going with Cauldrons just adds 125 power, explosive. Oh!
Whiffs a little bit. Now Joker has the core, has the speed going forward, but dies to another rocket from Luna. Katsuna is just going wild with all of these kills. The Crater Maker as well sets it up, and that's going to be another goal. EKC finding their mettle.
And continuing to solidify themselves as a threat towards playoffs.
Right, it's just so shiny and red. It's pure dopamine. And look at that, NXTD with the core flip, 8 seconds through the barrier, make that a 9-second goal.
Very low on health. Shianzu in the goalie box is going to die to a rocket.
CD and Katsuna in particular. What an angle, by the way, from an XCD.
Playing the Rasmus again here also worth noting, and beautifully done.
Big moment here as they do get a kill on the Joker. The power play is huge.
And they're about to get the goal with the core flip and the turn. Everything in the kitchen sink.
Especially like the pressure of being down a point or not being able to score for a while really starts to weigh on you. Anyway, great plays by EKC, great vanish, great KO, both barriers down, all players down. Good work. Hey, nice one.
There's a whiplash from Dropletto to put it away.
That just this goal is enough, and will the Corporal do it? It will! Gret finds it in the last second.
To get this out, Dropletto moving back, but a great evade clear from Breads there, keeps the point alive.
As they have the goal open, they should be happy about that.
Just take it themselves. Why don't they?
That's going to be
really important as they push into this corner. Just too much to defend. 2 flips now, but they don't even need to use it.
Absolute destruction. Purebred's trying to get it forward with misdirection.
It lands. Flies in and gets KO'd. Great cyber swipe from I.
Now in the flip off of it, finds it.
But the core flip catch is really nice. Gets it over the X. Dread on the bottom side. I was about to face on.
But Dread with a good positioning is able to catch any kind of clear, and Bravado with an even better dash is going to stun Barco.
This is the Bozo bunch we know and love, and they are dominating so far. Is coming through top side, and Drew will get the final strike and will convert for a bang win.
But health bars are depleting right now. Cardbox getting sniped off the map by kind of.
And Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Goal line save, pulled away by Natty.
Find out here. Cardbox finding a little KO there.
Looks like an ineffective strategy right now. I mean, this is going to be a goal for sure. Yeah.
Aqua shows the core. Breezy goes down, but takes the core with them. Cardbox and Breezy in the goal box, and they grab it.
And then 2 KOs all of a sudden. Breezy, and Cosmic Calamities. They managed to just explosively end that first point there after it looked doomed. Breezy not quite able to go down here and gets healed up by the Atlas ultimate, but might go down, but it doesn't matter because he's just sitting in the play.
A core flip from Breezy on the barrier will secure it alongside Cardbox.
Now, but Cardbox sets up the piercing shot.
They'll stay keeped up. Cardbox doing a great job of keeping up the pressure. Have this one trying to hold things down here and going to be able to go in for the flip. Deflected away though by Natty's placement. Ready to just move it right on into the goal. It's 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
Breezy with a nice hook, double barriers Barco, not much he can do, and sets himself up with a beautiful open umbrella.
Resources he can have on this map. Really great flip to keep Drew away from scoring that one, but it's not enough.
Breezy with the energy burst available, throws down the path splitter.
Striking always last, and what a save from Natty.
Black Bolt fast around, Mystics there with the bomber coming out. After a bang over from Cardbox and sinks it through all 3 of them. Brighton Vaughn comes back and causes the Calamity. They have done it. They taken the upset and defeated.
Do you get tired of winning? You get tired of winning? Like, you know.
Honestly, no.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but the line "I am inevitable" only rings true in NASL.
3 championships this Saturday to see a boys sweep.
I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Power play opportunity. Suda has to put in so much work, but the goal gets past his Shadow Swap clone. And now Bells in the goal box has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play. Bells now. Oh no, just fakes out Soren completely.
Cleared properly there. Vaughn going for dribble on the bottom. Long range core flip through the misdirection.
Playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet!
Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage.
Bell's keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn.
And that's an ace. All members going into the goal.
No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip where they are. Banish lands on it too, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bells.
Has enough speed. A perfect killer from Vaughn to save it away. Sock smack, Pensama losing these pillars are so massive from Vaughn, just placing them. With the barrier, still sending 1 barrier to none, and crazy angle. Bells as well, finding the goal. Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it in the end.
Sends it to the Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champions.
The Demons are back. They're showing why they're the other team that everyone just knows and fears.
To worry about Snake looking at the flip into the strike reset. Oh my goodness.
The flip is good. The beautiful power chord coming out from Jimmy.
Comes back to bite them. Flip available. Tiny, great pillar from Bond to save it away, but there's the first range sniper.
Again, Tiny with the dribble on the bottom.
Hold on, and this could be a turn.
The flipping block by Gumi.
All being said, hey, Demons Raw.
Now another KO found by Snake.
Low HP, able to get it. Has the flip, trying to...
Right now, it's all demons. It is all Gumi, Snake, Kainu. They finally did what they set out to do. Snake goes, I'll come back. Might as well play another season. Get their chip finally. They take down their rivals in the winners final, and they take down the upstarts in Showtime in the Grands.
In there, Kainu, they bangs and has a belt, but Gumi gets a flip here, the Axe Bull Rush, and it's gonna be the glitch pop.
Do a bracket reset here, and Kainu is gonna be the one helping him. Adrenaline Rush proc on the flip kill, and now Shianzu's up next, and Demons Raw doing what Demons Raw does best. Barcode has to hold it down, Gordo.
And he cannot do it. Gumi supporting at distance with the perfect pitch. It's a score for Demons Raw. 2 more to go. Demons Raw will not give up without a fight. They will take us to a game 3 in the upper bracket.
All right, time for another day of Nassel playoffs. Let's see what's going on here. Hey gang, what? Saya's late again? Really? Oh, gosh. What are the odds I get out of here on time? Oh, now they're ready, so we get no time for the pre-show. Fine. Okay, people, quiet on set. We're on in 3, 2.
Can't find it. Now Vaughn and Yuri lose. They're up in the boxing. Sergio's coming out. We'll be able to bring down that barrier here. The goal gate is open. Pushing hard. Shianzu. Shot to the bottom is going to be good. And that is Showtime taking game 2. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a new national champion.
I almost KO'd, but had just enough energy for the evade, but now
to take this, it is off the map. Breezy forced the flip just to stall time, and this is not looking good.
Time to put on a show.
Oh, Joker, the one being staggered, pushed in, but Dropleto finally KO'd after all that time staggered now. Turn Shianzu passing back and forth, much like we saw the last game.
Will force Natty away from defense there. Flip from Shianzu comes out. Nice combination of abilities and strike.
Host the fans!
Getting goal number 2.
Predicting it right, and Shianzu.
That we'll see if they can find the second barrier now. Flip use. Still defended by Barcode.
Host the fans!
Joker threads the needle through all 3 players.
Shianzu comes up with just as many plays.
Bells is fishing for that goal, but Barcode was stopping every single try.
Before Cardbox comes up, but will it be long enough? It will not. Barcode, I believe, actually getting this one. Or instead, Shianzu. There's so many assists. All these players helping out to hear this, and sure enough, we go to set number 5 on game 3.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day one of the playoffs of the North American Strikers League Season 5. We're here at the very end of the day at the final game, and Brickrat was talking to me a little bit when he was making these caster blocks. He was looking at that EKC Bozo, or, well, now we know it's EKC Bozo, but it could have been Show versus Bozo. Anyway, that guaranteed Bozo match, he was like, don't you want to cast Bozo? And I said no, because I know they'll be here in this final match of the day.
Okay.
And they're here versus the Sad Boys.
I love the confidence you have in your boys. You know what? I will have the confidence in my boys today. So I think the fans know which way each of us are swinging for this game. I expect this actually really close. If you remember, Bozo Bunch took down Sad Boys in the regular season, and they did that with Mr. Zert subbing in. So, you know, presumably Bozo Bunch has only gotten stronger, but at the same time, I think Sad Boys have also really leveled up over the last couple weeks. So I think we'll probably have a pretty close match. My eyes will definitely be on how Gret matches up into Vaughn. I think Gret's been playing exceptionally this season.
Yeah.
And yeah, you want to talk about map, pick, ban, draft, anything that you've seen going on so far?
The biggest surprise so far has been that this map right here, right? The Sad Boys picking Inky Splash Zone against Cosmic Calamities, and in this matchup versus the Bozo Bunch. That is not a map you expect from the Sad Boys, right? Historically, they've had trouble on this map.
Yeah, so I will take full responsibility for that one, actually. I will just take complete responsibility. Like a week and a half ago, as they were revving up for playoffs, they were like, okay, Inkies and Oni are in the pool. Like, let's go back to our Oni Village roots. You know, we used to be the kings of that map. And then we scrimmed, and I beat them so bad for 2 hours that they started deciding to scrim Inkies instead. So that's the lore for anyone out there that wants to know. But as we're getting into it, I see the Octavia for Gret, which I think is really strong. They're undefeated on that pick this season, I think.
It's real. Yeah.
And they've got the Juno for Vaughn. That's been a staple pick of his recently, too. And great barrier take by the Bozo Bunch. Really efficient corner offense, kind of like their staple. And I want to see how the boys are able to respond here.
Yeah, and 3's in the background, feeling the effects of you being on the cast. Whenever he speaks, he is very audible, and Dropletto doing what the Bozo Bunch does best, covering that top clear for the first goal of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're a pair. You know, Suduba Striker's coming back for land. Suduba Striker's coming back on the cast. Cosmic Calamities, unfortunately, went down earlier today, which means that I'm 3Z's midfielder again. So, of course, we're a little bit of an item. And while I'm yapping, Sad Boys get just like a really, really efficient offense. Gret feeling way worse for wear. Brett's feeling worse for wear. 2 flips in the net, and everything just blew up. Sad Boys tied the set.
Yeah, but good on the Bozo Bunch to force out those flips, right? If the Sad Boys had scored before using those, it would have been a nightmare of a third point to walk into. Instead, it is 2 flips coming up for the Bozo Bunch to Yuri loses 1. And you mentioned earlier, right, this is a very different Sad Boys, and we saw that earlier today in the regular season. I don't think they would have won as decisively against the Cosmic Calamities, right? But we saw that earlier. We're seeing a new face here with the Inky Splash Zone pick again, but Bells being this low is really dangerous here. If they can get one good KO, then the power play could be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking at Dropletto's special mainly for those KOs on like a staggered target or some sort of combo from the Finny, like a strike shot into a primary. I think those are the most reliable ways to KO. So with that being said, I think that the Bozo Bunch actually have pretty unreliable kill confirms, so even if they are stacking damage, it's hard to imagine them confirming them. And double flip U's in front of the barrier, really difficult to save for Vaughn, and and you already lose. So the barrier drops, water cannon sent out. Gret loses control of the ball, but regains control, sends it in, and now we got a Bozo Bunch advantage.
Yeah, that team play in particular, like we saw there, has been the Bozo Bunch bread and butter. It worked great versus Eris Kitten Club, and it's working so far against the Sad Boys. And looking back to a lot of the big tournaments, right, when the Bozo Bunch were first really jumping onto the scene from the depths of the meta channel, this is not like an unfamiliar opponent, right? In the Africa TV Invitational so long ago now, they made it so far. And we're seeing a similar face in Season 4 as well, 4th place in that season. And once again in loser semis here. But the Sad Boys looking to equalize this set. Really good strike shot from Obscurebreds though. And Gret is holding the core very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, Octavia finally drops that secondary speed, so there's a little bit more control for the Sad Boys. But while I'm saying that, ball ends up on their side, and Dropletto with a great dash punch, able to confirm onto the barrier. It's kind of anyone's point now. Ball running through the Aqua Jet. Nothing quite happening yet. They're kind of just going to be trading possession for a little bit as they like go from side to side, essentially. So they're playing up, and then Bozo Bunch is going to be going down here if they can. Gret finding a great KO on Bells with the flip into the confirm with Dropletto, and that's the first set for the Bozo Bunch. What a play.
What a place to dash punch as well. I don't think anyone was expecting Dropletto to go for that, which is why Yuri Luz didn't use the flip, but instead it's the Bozo Bunch taking it, and now they get priority in this very important first draft. And with the Juno being such a thorn in their side in the previous series, I think they're happy to not have to deny away any big core speed here.
Yeah, I think this draft's going pretty much exactly as expected. Zentaro maybe just takes the size here, and then Glass Cannon makes a lot of sense for the Finny and Missile Prop for the Mako. I think this is definitely Bozo favored, but that Rapid Fire on the Juno could really start evolving into being like a big threat in later sets. I love the Catalyst pickup for Juliet. That flip is a really good tool to get it through this melee goalie that we're seeing all the time. And the Glass Cannon is essentially this Finny now has 2 gears. But as I say that, Inky's known for its quick pace, and yep, point ends. Sad Boys had a really, really strong offense there and able to catch it through the bottom just around Gret and into the bottom of the net. So yeah, and
really precise strike ward too from Bells right on that triple take. We've seen the triple take be both reliable and unreliable for Obscurebreds so far today. Dropletto trapped in a lot of danger here. The damage pressure really coming through. It's less about the comps and all about the focus. That's the name of the game for today, as we saw some damage comps with damage awakenings fall because of the focus that the other team bring. Dropletto now in the corner looking for the Flame Flurry, unable to find the goal so far, and Bells with meter available, gonna try to nullify and make this water cannon hard to use, but Dropletto in position, doesn't quite get the second hit of it, but Bells is so incredibly low now.
And the ball just sneaks right past. You already lose from Gret. Great primary. The aerials is what gave it the extra range, and it's why You Already Lose wasn't expecting that. Catch the core. So yeah, I was talking earlier about how, Bells on the Centauro with low stagger, might find himself damaged, but it might be difficult to KO him. 1, they have been finding some KOs on him, so I stand a little bit corrected. But 2, just the stagger pressure is enough to be taking him out, as Dropletto almost scores in the open net, not quite. And Vaughn goes down in the corner to that patented Inky's corner, and now Bells just needs to play stall, but nope, Dropletto, beautiful play in the corner there, and all things are coming up Bozo Bunch right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of memorable this Juliet pick, Dropletto in the solo queue mines with a very noticeably low win rate. But whenever he picked it, it didn't look that bad. And here in this incredibly important playoff series, he locks it in against none other than the Sad Boys. And so far, Dropletto has had no hesitation, right? Especially on the Flame Flurry and Obscurebreds sending it away. The Water Cannon and the primary just enough to reinforce it. And the dash punch to the bottom corner. The Bozo Bunch 2-0 up on the Sad Boys map pick.
Yeah, I mean, the connection between Gret and Dropletto right now is just immaculate. Dropletto is just throwing out these dash punches because he has full faith that the ball is going to end up in them before it's even there. So heading to this draft here, hot shot denial from the Finny because the other two probably didn't want to take it. Speed for the Centauro to help keep pace and avoid more damage, I think is going to be really good. Mako doesn't have a great pick here, to be honest. Yeah, the 1-2 denial I think makes the most sense because it's not like Juno was getting it anyways. And then Juno should take Deadeye here, but could take the Spark of Strength as well. That gives him some scaling, so, you know, they're down 0-2. I think Vaughn sees it as like a way to kind of get back into the game because they're going to be first picks in their sets later. They can get focus, they can get agility, and the Juno can start scaling really hard. But for right now, Bozo Bunch doing what they do. Get it in the corner, keep it in the corner for the goal. Well done. Big lead for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and drops Flame Flurries. That's like the third one that's done the exact same thing, right? He is so on point with the timing, just catching the core at the perfect opportunity. And on Inky Splash Zone, right, even if you pick a defensive goalie like the Mako, it's still so hard to defend that massive barrier. And the Bozo Bunch's coordinated offense is showing that greatly here. Another flip available, good on the Ensnare Drums to stop that for the moment. But the resources are being burned, and Dropletto and Gret are still connecting. Finally, a misstrike from Obscure Breads does mean that Bells has a chance to push forward here. But Bells has got to be careful, right? Could die in the corner.
Yeah, I think for most of these points here, I really want to give a lot of credit to this Finny. I think she's just been doing so much work in the midfield that even if any individual interaction... Oh, never mind. Vaughn puts it in. Great dribble into flip. Finds the hole right in the middle. Breads goes up. Gret goes down. And Bells is ready with the hit stun on the primary. But instead the hole is just found by Vaughn. Great play by them. Really good point by the Sad Boys. And that's the kind of thing you're going to be looking for if you want to be making a comeback in this game.
Yeah, and that's the feast or famine of the Finny goalie when you're keeping it up, when you're on point with interrupting in the midfield. It's beautiful, but if they can get it up close, then it's a bit of a nightmare here. The follow-up not quite there. Dropletto doesn't pull the trigger on the core flip, and so Vaughn gets another lease at life here. Ooh. A good clear away means that Gret can't snipe the bottom of the barrier. Bells now looking forward Vaughn, but they can't quite get this final strike on the goal. And now, with Bread sending it away with Dropletto and Gret slowly advancing up the field and pressure coming out from Gret to interrupt. The drum and bass, the strike were attempted, but you already lose. One of the best goalies in the game's history for a reason, still keeping that barrier alive.
Yeah, and as you finish talking, barrier goes down, Dropletto with the flamethrower, but Vaughn able to kick it out and perfect pass. Just a little gentle touch from Gret to put it in the bottom corner.
Bit of a curse,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, it's game point for the Bozo Bunch.
All it takes is
good for them here.
It's such a fast game too, right? You expect it from Inkies, but like it was Sad Boy's map pick. Bozo have historically not liked this map at all. But Vaughn maybe trying to change that a little bit, maybe trying to extend the game here. Finds the barrier early, the water coming out. But it's Dropletto looking forward. Gret keeping the core in the hands of the Bozo Bunch, and Bread's in a tough spot, but still making the saves here. Flip available for Bells. It's flipped away from the corner still. And now dropping Gret, moving so fast. You already lose. Desperate defense is successful. And Bells trying to find an opportunity on the net here. Gret is low though. A combo to kill, perhaps, but the Octavia stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little greedy from Vaughn. He could have saved the flip for the open net, but great patience there. And finally, they do get the KO. So Vaughn essentially is trading that flip that he had earlier for a chance at the power play, and they do score during it. Makes it a good trade, and this set isn't over. This game isn't over, and we're heading into the final point.
It is not over in the slightest, but with no one having much meter on the board, my eyes are on Dropletto. Maybe a dash punch flip, maybe a flip for the barrier, maybe a flip for the goal. So many possibilities here when no one else has access to the tool. But Brez, early strike means that the barrier goes down early. Dropletto will equalize, and the possession is still kept by the Bozo Bunch. It goes around the world, but the triple take good.
Oh, it's in!
But Bells, what a strike to get it past the triple take and keep the game alive for the Sad Boys.
All right. The Sad Boys are mounting a comeback. There's a really... Yep, Vaughn guaranteed a spark here. Bell's able to take kind of whatever he wants. I think Vaughn's a little unhappy to see that prime time here because he picked up that rapid fire earlier, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up the Spark of Focus. Peak performance of the Octavia, I feel like it's an obvious pick. Spark of Agility, so he's taking that to keep pace with the speed from the Finny and the Octavia. And then Super Surge Denial from the Finny, because Dropletto doesn't want Super Surge, and they want to take it from the Mako, so the Mako ends up with prime time. Kind of a crazy draft. Finny has a completely dead awakening. And I would say that was overall pretty good for Sad Boys, but I don't think it was too much to the point where we could see this game really swing in their fortune.
And that peak performance pickup, right, giving that little bit of extra stagger, a lot of extra stagger actually to Gred, might make the difference here. They were barely staggered last time, and keeping the Octavia alive is a win condition after all. Bells now looking for the goal here to triple take, saving it for the moment for Breads. And the Bozo Bunch offense coming in. Dropletto trapping the core. Flame Flurry, but it's still saved by You Already Lose. Continuing to hold this barrier down in this point. Create a big advantage for the Sad Boys. But now Bells needs to be careful. That's not a lot of stagger to work with. Staggered now, but the Dash Punch doesn't KO. Vaughn now flipping You Already Lose, the one who's flipping Gret there, who is now the one who's staggered. Needs to be careful here. Zentaro could confirm a KO, and Drop helping out on the defense. Vaughn flipping, looking for an opportunity, sending it forward to the slime very, very slowly, and a flip out from Obscure Breads will save the day, but it's such a difficult situation for the Bozo Bunch.
Okay, and Gret goes down. I want to just highlight that play that Vaughn tried to make, but Dropletto is going crazy and picks up the reverse power play KO. Okay, Bells tries to keep it out of the jet, but the Octavia is back and has secondary. We need a big play from Bells here to get the ball in the net, or at least out of his own. There you go. Secondary popped. Aqua Cannon popped for Sad Boys, though, and the Octavia secondary is gone. So let's see if Vaughn can keep control of the ball. Yes. Oh, great primary from the Mako. Everything's just flying everywhere. Overtime core speed's going a little crazy. Bells finally gets the ball. Unable to capitalize, and Dropletto with flip. Oh, is able to put it in off the rebound. He didn't need that flip.
Yeah,
he didn't need that one.
The Bozo Bunch teamwork is just incredible to watch. They might be the most synergistic forward duo in the entirety of Nassau. Like, they are just playing with each other at every opportunity. And the core speed, the sheer core speed, it surprises the Sad Boys. They're not ready for it. And with the barrier down so early, the water cannon a capability for them now. It could be an early goal here to the bottom side. It goes around everybody's strike box. It was Pixels.
Yeah, actual Pixels. Vaughn took a step to the left instead of a step to the right as he was moving down and ends up in front of the ball. Barely misses, and now the Sad Boys on the back foot once again, kind of looking for a little bit of a miracle to win this game, but it is Inky Splash Zone, and if miracles are going to happen anywhere, this is the place for them to happen. Bells misses the flip in the net. Big missed opportunity, but Vaughn able to put it in with the strike primary. Well played there, and the game's not quite over yet once again.
Yeah, Gret could have gone for the safe clear down, but instead opted to try and create some offense quickly, and Vaughn reading that finds the slime, and although the meter is there for both teams here, the flips will become a factor pretty soon, but if Bells can rush forward, get this barrier early before Brett's can get flipped just like that. Bells makes that big play, gets the barrier down early, now the water cannon a factor, but Dropletto just winning 2 strike wars in a row versus Vaughn, and looking for the barrier as well. So much presence here from Dropletto. A great dash out from Bells to not go down, but a flip perfectly aimed from Gret. A flip now by Dropletto, forcing out a flip from You Already Lose in the panic, and now the Bozo Bunch looking for a match point here. The punch doesn't do it, but a passing play might.
Okay, Vaughn barely hanging on. Gret with the secondary, with control of the ball. Going to be looking to catch these rebounds, get more and more speed, but got a little greedy. Nope, managed to keep the ball on the back end. Dribbling backwards to try and keep speed. Finally loses it. Dropletto finds a random KO on the side against Bells, and now there's a huge power play. Dropletto's ult catches the ball. It's in, and Bozo Bunch win game 1.
What a fast game. The Sad Boys brought it back a little bit, but it was mostly in the hands of the Bozo Bunch. They showed incredible teamwork. And of course, that Octavia win rate getting even higher here, as that pick has so much power in the hands of Gret.
Yeah, Gret is now 1-0 on this pick this season. I think they've proven that you probably shouldn't give the pick over to them. Anyone that's out there watching at home, feel free to drop your exclamation point eyes. Very, very fitting in response to what we just saw on the Splash Zone. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to Night Market next. Now, I don't know if people know this. This isn't really something that people have talked about much this season, but Bozo Bunch are now 3-0 on that map. So they haven't played it much, but they've won every time. And so they just won on Inky Splash Zone. Historically, not a great map for them. And now they're up 1-0 in the series, moving on to their undefeated map, the map in which Mr. Zert and the rest of Bozo Bunch took down boys earlier in the season. So if you're a Bozo Bunch fan and you want to see them making day 2, I think this might be the perfect conditions for that to happen.
Yeah, Night Market is a map that the Bozo Bunch have always looked very good on. Even back in their days where they were the most killable team in Omega Strikers, they were core controlling on that map, corner offensing with Era X almost every game, basically, back when they were one tricks. But now we're here, a very different Bozo Bunch, the ones that are surviving, the ones that are finding the KOs themselves, and with a lot more flexibility in the pools, with a new goalie as well. And they're one game away from making it to day 2 of playoffs.
Yeah, I will say we should temper our expectations a little bit. This exact situation happened not too long ago for the Bozo Bunch in this exact place in the bracket. But of course, it's been a little bit. They've had time to grow. They've had time to improve. And this is their opportunity to prove themselves worthy of making it to the national playoffs day 2. Excited to head into Night Market. I'll be looking at probably an Octavia ban, and I expect there to be likely an Asher pick on the Bozo Bunch. And then Brett's is happy. He'll pick any of his 3 main picks here. And then Gret can kind of cycle through a few different things. If it's like a really good start for Kai, it's possible, but I don't think that's likely to come out. Mainly the Now or the Imi are the really popular picks on this map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those come out. Whereas Vaughn has been pretty much exclusively playing Juno and Rune the last few weeks. He had 1 game of Imi, I think, so we might see that out of him. But I really do expect probably a Rune. Actually, I expect a Rune ban, don't I? So expect maybe that Juno to be picked once again. So, there's going to be the Asher with potentially a Now trying to shove it into the corner, use Ash's kit to take that second barrier. And then for Sad Boys, if they're playing the Juno and they're playing something like the Centauro, you're going to be relying on core speed and kind of sheer number of cooldowns and maneuverability to get around whatever Obscure Brett's trying to do. But with the Finny, you can kind of cut that off before it even happens. A lot can go on. But as I say all that, Missile Prop, Explosive Entrance start. We should be seeing a Bozo Bunch Rune ban pretty soon. Boys probably reconsidering an Octavia ban because they might be thinking about whether or not they could just kill the Octavia. In my opinion, not the most reliable strategy right now.
Oh, but wait. When you say that, an idea comes to mind. Oh, well, the Octavia is banned anyway, but Missile Prop brings one character to mind, and it is Drakkar. I know Drakkar is the lowest pick rate character in the Nassel season, but what if this was the time they picked it on Night Market?
I mean, listen, if anyone's going to pick it, it would be Vaughn, but we see the Centauro first pick, not super surprising. With the Explosive Entrance, it's kind of a premier pick on the start. There's the Now, there's the Imi. Okay. So we're getting the Now goalie, and there is the Drakkar showing up on the draft. Vaughn returning to his roots. Saya with an absolutely cinematic call out there. I mean, fellas, just look at Threezy Breezy in the background. That's all I have to say. Beautiful. Just beautiful prediction from Saya. Missile Prop looking great for the Drakkar here. Can really bully the X. Actually has a pretty decent matchup into the Now. The speed's kind of a problem. But if you can kind of supplement that with a Speed Awakening or 2 in the draft while being able to deny the Now, you can really keep pace. And then her Strike Primary Strike doesn't have the best time into Drakkar's Strike Primary Strike. So this midfield matchup's in no way bad. But as I'm saying all this, I remember that it's not even the Now in the midfield. It's the Imi in the midfield who Drakkar can actually have a wonderful time against. Imi famously struggles in super close range. And Drakkar, well, that's the one place he excels. So I think this game could go either way. If this Now isn't able to keep pace with the Centauro and Drakkar damage, I could really see this X or this Imi dying a lot. And the Now really needs to be able to kind of keep up with the finesse from this Centauro or just the sheer simplicity of the Drakkar to be able to get through. I think this is anyone's game. I do love the Drakkar. And if I know anything about Vaughn, if he's pulling it out, it's because he's really confident on it. And if he's really confident on it, then I think this could be a boys' victory. What do you think, Siam?
Yeah, it's a very good spot for it too, right? Which is why I made the prediction. I thought it was a long shot, but we're here now. But it is the best case scenario. It is Missile Prop. It is the Bozo bunch who play a style that takes a lot of chip damage, if we're going to be honest. And their car in the midfield is a massive chip damage dealer, and then he can go in and finish off the kills as well. So that is a big win condition for them on this Missile Prop start. Same with the Atlas, the Missile Prop primary giving a lot of control to You Already Lose. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to that chip damage, Bozo Bunch also play in a way where enemy melee goalies do a significant amount of damage to them too. Like, they don't play very spaced from them. So Dropletto might be taking a beating from this Atlas, and Drakkar and Zentaro are two of the best kill confirming characters in the game. So, you know, contrary to what was happening with Bell's last game where he was getting staggered and couldn't be finished off as well, I think if anyone on Bozo Bunch gets staggered this game, they're not going to be long for this world.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Triple explosive entrance on the Bozo Bunch. Unsurprising, given their characters. We'll see if they can weather the damage from the Sad Boys and whether the Sad Boys can to do that damage game plan. Bell's rushing forward, find the first barrier, but immediately getting taken out by Gret and Dropletto. So much burst damage there.
Yeah, Bells just ends up a little bit too close to the wall, too close to the sun, but, you know, we're already seeing it here. Dropletto almost completely staggered off of just Drakkar and Atlas spamming their abilities in the corner like they're supposed to do, but manages to pick up the orb, looking really healthy, back to full health again, and point just looking really, really good for the Bozo Bunch. They have control over the center, they have a lot of pressure on the barrier, and Bread's completely flying up, managed to get the pass down to Dropletto, and the barrier falls. Dropletto follows in kind shortly after, but Gret with this flip going to be looking to put the ball in the net during the power play. Bell's not able to find anything in the corner. Vaughn just going to be playing around the turret, stalling it out. Finally managed to get the ball to Bells in the corner, and the flip has to be burned by Gret. But still, we're in a no-barrier situation to the one-barrier Bozo Bunch, and I think they're really defensively solid here.
Yeah, if there's one good thing about the comp matchup here, I think it's that Obscure Breads has a pretty comfortable time. Oh, no! The expanse not quite large enough. The core gets on the wrong side of it. That's the first goal for the Bozo Bunch, but the one bright side, I think, is that the Now has a pretty comfortable time doing with the Zentaro and a Drakkar, right? There's no, like, immediate hit stun, no immediate stuffing in your face that'll multi-hit you. The Now primary and secondary are going to do a ton of work in these matchups, so Bell, saving the strike so long, is going to get that first barrier of the point.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to be kind of threatening this Now the most is going to be this, like, long-range Zentaro dash, which is kind of what we saw line up on that first barrier to take it. But there's just so much ease and comfort for Breads here. Something that has been kind of interesting, almost counter meta for the Bozo Bunch today has been they don't pick these melee goalie picks that everyone is saying are absolutely S tier, like must pick. And as a result, they're generating so much consistent offensive pressure from Breads being able to move up on the midline with these faster, more midfield-oriented goalie picks. And so these melee goalies have just been losing the war of attrition because the ball's been in their half the whole time, which is perfect for the Bozo Bunch style of play. And Vaughn, you know, he's falling apart. But Caleb, great strike shot, manages to take the barrier on his own because Breads was sagging off the barrier, and little bounce off the wall. Great shot from Dropletto, and the ball goes in. And, you know, the goal went in because You Already Lose didn't have primary, didn't have strike shot, because the ball has just been staying up so much. Largely assisted by the really aggressive and intelligent midfielding play by Obscure Breads in the back. And the double barrier, the miscellaneous strike by Gret, generating so much pressure. And we're kind of seeing the weakness of this Drakkar. He's having difficulty keeping pace. He can win a couple interactions, but when there's a Now behind, or when Dropletto's being so involved, it doesn't matter if his shotgun's winning him an interaction, it's just immediately coming back.
And drop in the midst of everybody, dealing that damage to Bells right now. Healed up for the moment, but it's still pressure. Yeah, the possession, like you said, is just overwhelming. I think it's like 80-20 right now. The Bozo Bunch, the core's always in their hands, always in the enemy half. Finally, Vaughn finds a breakaway for the bottom barrier, but even then, it doesn't feel like they can get a clean pass off. It's just being interrupted over and over, and the flip has to be forced out by You Already Lose. Obscure Breads now, so much room to play with on the other side.
Yeah, I also think that's part of why the Juno was pretty successful for EKC. Was Juno's really good at punishing these goalies that kind of play off of the barrier, because her core speed is so aggressive that she can just take barriers because the goalie's not able to make it back in time. But this Drakkar is not really able to do the same thing unless he gets a really good ult, and Atlas is going to need Hot Shot for that to happen. So we will see this game evolve, I think, as the Awakening drafts kind of come through, and maybe we get some more core speed for the side of boys. But the way this set is going, it's already over.
Yeah, it's really patient strikes by Dropletto, and of course Brad's walking up to the midline. Night Market giving that ability, and with first pick now, the Bozo bunch, they are looking good heading into this draft.
Yeah, I mean, this Hot Shot is exactly what you want to see if you are the Sad Boys. That gives you the core speed to get it through, but the peak performance for the IME is... I mean, some people might say that that's the best Awakening in the game, and unless this X-denies the Hot Shot, I think the Atlas should take it here. He does, so that'll be really good for them. Timeless Creator for the now is a pretty decent pickup. It allows them to set up plays in advance. I don't know if necessarily that was better or worse than Monumentalist, but still good. And the Zataro picking up size is fun. You're pretty happy with that. So definitely a mountain to climb for the Sad Boys here. But nevertheless, the draft went pretty well for them. And despite the fact that the draft did go well for them, we're still seeing a lot of the same possession kind of staying on the side of the Sad Boys as Bells get staggered.
We have Reds with a strike shot attempt to maybe snipe out that KO, but it'll be Vaughn rushing in with the strike shotgun, finding the second barrier now in an open net. But that's the other thing about the goalies that Obscure Breads has been playing, right? They're a lot more capable in the open net, and a snipe by Eye, the cyber swipe coming in, the KO found, and Bells now needs to find a desperate play and does so, catches the core before he can reach Breads off the bounce from the center, and the Sad Boys strike first in this set.
Wow, he didn't have his passive until he hit the primary, then hit the secondary to generate it. Perfect reaction off of the crazy bounce, and you know, like I said, we might see some Awakenings turn this game back towards the side of the Sad Boys. Like that Hot Shot right there on the Atlas primary. Missile prop Hot Shot is going to be sending that core to the other side in a way that IME might struggle to keep up with. So, you know, we'll be looking at that as the game goes on. But the other thing I'm looking at is Bread sagging off that second barrier, drops it once again, and things are looking really good for the Sad Boys, but Bells goes down.
Yeah, that Hot Shot changing the game so far, but it is still the Bozo bunch in advantage for the moment at least. And so much pressure coming in. The strike from Dropletto just strikes away the flip. So much coverage by the Bozo bunch. And they won't let the Sad Boys take a lead in the set too easily.
No, I mean, Bells just kind of keeps... I mean, both members of the Sad Boys forward duo kind of just keep finding ways to die along the wall without too much effort being put in for the Bozo bunch, and it's starting to be a little bit problematic for them. Like that point was such a gimme for them, and it went the other way. So, you know, we're gonna see how this goes. Vaughn, smart with the flip. Dropletto probably, yep, just gonna finish the job, and with the adrenaline rush and the strike from Gret, that's the second double barrier of the game for Gret. I mean, it's hard to see this point going any way but the way of the Bozo bunch. Ball moving into the net, and Gret calls out "You already lose" and just sends it in.
The Bozo bunch once again overwhelming on the core control. They seem to have the current state of the game under lock right now, especially with Breads having that flip available on the defense. The additional insurance and Dropletto with the flick, forcing out the strike shot. Big opportunity now, and Vaughn can't quite reach the core there, and continually pushing are the Bozo bunch forwards, but Bells now with the Zataro primary trying to get a strike afterwards, unable to get the second barrier, but a big opportunity with the flip now for the Sad Boys here. Vaughn in the corner looking for the strike shotgun, looking to find an opportunity, but the bounces are just too awkward for the Sad Boys here, and the Bozo bunch still holding on.
Yeah, I mean, this corner is just not the most efficient form of offense, and as you can see, as soon as they left the corner and went to attack like the big face of the barrier, they were immediately able to capitalize. Breads, great reactions on the shotgun, and bad reactions on the strike shot.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. They got the KO. They did have resources to save that goal, but it does go in, and if you're the Sad Boys, you're breathing a sigh of relief. This is the chance for the Sad Boys to get some scaling in, win a set. Vaughn with the flip available. If Dropletto didn't evade there, that was a dead X, but it might be a dead Zentaro pretty soon if Bells isn't able to recover.
Yeah, so I looked back and saw what happened, and there was a Dorito and now, Drone blocking the ball from being able to make it to Breads. And Bells walked into it, died, and walks into the Dropletto punch and dies here. And Bozo punch with a double power play. Not what you would expect from the formerly most killable team in the North American Strikers League. With the flip, isn't able to put it in. No conversion on the open net, and you already lose as long as he could survive against Dropletto here. It's a complete disaster for the Bozo bunch. Sad Boys looking to make a play on the open net. Vaughn, lots of patience, struggling to kind of deal with all of the cooldowns that Bozo bunch are able to throw at them, but there it is, that hotshot Atlas primary, able to get things going, and it just trickles into the bottom side. It's a miracle for the Sad Boys, and their playoff hopes are still alive.
The Bozo bunch, they got a bit too complacent. They thought it was over anyway. And, well, the Sad Boys, they find it. They get it done. Now it's a really, really awkward spot here, right? The Sparks could come in, and so many cooldown awakenings in general available on the board. Perfect Form gonna be denied away here, focusing on taking away from, like, Perfect Form's just good in general too, but like it's really awkward. It's a really awkward pickup here, because Heavy Impact's also available for Zentaro.
Yeah, the way Caleb saw it is his teammates have been dying a lot, so extra special doesn't feel too bad. It also is a big deny on the Aimee. This Drakkar Aimee kickoff is pretty lopsided for this Aimee if she has that turret every single point. So I understand that take, but the explosive entrance X with 1-2 punch just sends that core absolutely flying. And, here we go. We see this extra special Atlas starting to generate some value. Bells, the threat of his death is completely eliminated during the ult, but as soon as the ult ends, it's completely fair game for him to go down. And this adrenaline rush has just been getting so much value for Dropletto this game. Vaughn in a tricky situation in the corner. Brett kind of overestimates his dash distance as a great ult by Vaughn on the gold line. Sends it down, misses the corner. Goomy angle, and Dropletto picks it up, sends it in, and it's a point for the Bozo bunch.
Well played by the Bozo bunch. This time they don't let up on the pressure, right, compared to the previous point that they unfortunately lost. This time they get it done. And talking about the kickoffs, Vaughn forced to walk all the way back, almost dead already when the turret is available. Like you said, it is so lopsided, but Bell is still creating pressure with Strike War wins in the midfield, finding both barriers already.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a greedy back pass from Vaughn there, but Caleb's ready with the primary. Bell's just kind of making a heroic play in that corner, and Vaughn just worse for wear the entire point. This chip damage that we talked about with Drakkar and Zentaro earlier, we kind of neglected to mention that Drakkar tends to also get chipped down, and X and Aimee are great characters at dealing chip damage themselves. So Vaughn coming in through the top, strike primary not able to catch it, rotating down away from the defense. Breads opting to go back towards Vaughn. Brett feeling the need to rotate with their secondary. Bell's not quite able to catch the ball with his primary. 2 flips for the side of Sad Boys, looking to make a big play. Primary gets it through, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a flip from one of the Sad Boys soon. There it is. Isn't able to put it in. Still have 2 more flips for Sad Boys if they want to win this point, and instead the chorus speed gets it past Obscure Bread's strike shot. Tie ball game.
Yeah, that hot shot missile prop doing dividends for you already lose. So much midfield presence with those primaries from the Atlas. Kind of feeling like a range goalie here, honestly.
Yeah.
And
yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit, as Dropletto X Maximus continuing to put damage down onto Vaughn while Gret keeps the midfield up. These strike wars are being won this time by the Bozo bunch, and it's doing a lot of work for them here. But in the process, Dropletto taking a lot of damage, but there's more than enough healing to get the X back to full. Bell's now in trouble. The dash punch from the Aimee. The Cyber Swipe into Glitch Pop is good, but Vaughn continuing to win the strike wars to defend, and the Sad Boys staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to attack the front face of the barrier now, and there it goes. It goes down. That side is just so much more vulnerable than that much smaller corner is, especially on this map. And they're able to capitalize on the power play. We do have a flip for Vaughn. We have the Atlas ult coming in, keeping him safe. X misses the bull rush, which keeps Vaughn alive even more, and we might see Vaughn go for it. Nope, he's dead.
Yeah, really well-timed flip for Dropletto. That was a really dangerous situation for both the brawler and the midfielder. Oh no, Obscure Breads a bounce off the center, and now Bells has a chance for some heroics here, but the Firewall Sentry prevents that. A cyber swipe in, forces the glitch pop. Gret now looking for an opportunity to dive in, help out in the play, and Bells always a threat here. Dropletto trying to find the KO, kept alive by Vaughn with the shotgun, and now in the top corner, so much core speed and a perfect pass with the glitch pop. Gret to Dropletto so many times, and 1 point away from taking a lead here.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Yoshi64 with the emote from Dropletto, but what a perfect pass off the glitch pop, just beautiful. And then the strike more win for Dropletto against the Zentaro. Things are looking really good for the energy economy of the Bozo bunch. They're looking bad for the health bars of the Sad Boys, and it's going to take, you know, they're having to climb a mountain if they want to win this set. But speed gate conquered by both Sad Boys, able to generate a lot of pressure. Finally, the strike shotgun finds the first barrier. Now they can move in the corner. Dropletto really hurt. The now healing coming in, and Vaughn goes down to the knockback from the X 1-2 punch. Trying to hold on the top side here. Can we see a play? Great flip from You Already Lose, just stalled the play, and we already see Vaughn returning as the barrier just goes down to a little simple strike. And we're kind of in an even situation in this point. A little favored for the Bozo bunch because of the flip for Breads. And Vaughn, you know, taking a beating once again. That peak performance taken by Gret earlier. I bet Vaughn really wishes he had that right now. And drops the ult on 2 in the corner, but it's just tickling them. Whereas Bells is just absolutely taking a beating. And I think the adrenaline rush into the core speed. Great strike shot from Obscure Breads. And this flip means that they're never going to lose the barrier. And yep, there it is. Vaughn just getting pushed around. Great glitch pop. Dropletto doesn't have the strike up and ready. And they've stabilized a little bit, other than the fact that Vaughn's looking to go down here, and Gret's got the flip goes down, core speed generated, but now Bells is looking worse for wear. So it's just this cycle. Oh, the great flick from Bells takes the second barrier on this point, is suddenly looking terrible for the Sad Boys, because Vaughn goes down. Adrenaline rush for Dropletto, and Gret sneaks it around Bells and puts it in, and that's a set win for the Bozo bunch. They now 1 set from top 3 in the North American Strikers League.
That was
minimum.
That was such a goofy set. Drop was flying all over the place, and that final KO in particular, that was not real. That was fiction. But heading into this draft, that fight or flight really showing up, but the Stagger Swagger making sure the survivability is firmly in the hands of the Bozo bunch. And with that spectating pickup, that Spider Flight for Dropletto. Wait a second. Vaughn really wants to get a special KO here, and doesn't want Drop getting the spec training, but I feel like the Bozo bunch, they're a little too happy with this one.
Yeah, that Fighter Flight is a really good pickup for this X. The specialized training means that Drakkar ult that was tickling before is, well, it's going to be tickling maybe just a little bit more. Vaughn already staggered, KO'd, and I mean, we can see why he took the specialized training from the X, because they've just been dying so much this game, and if he had the specialized training, nowhere would be safe. But I feel like if you want to keep up in this game, the Fighter Flight's still a really good way to keep up, you know, move speed while you're getting hit. It's a way to keep up core control as an admittedly kind of slow Drakkar, and you know, with this turret in the corner, great clear. But I think it's really difficult unless this Drakkar finds some really magical specials this game. I think this Fighter Flight might have just sealed the deal.
Yeah, and the magical KOs, the magical sequences have been the Bozo bunches so far this game, with a few exceptions by Bells finding the barriers and the goal. The Bozo bunch now continuing to put on pressure. Dropletto sees You Already Lose with no meter available, starts punching away, and Bells a desperate try to send the core away. Dropletto brought low, but still surviving. The special goes wide, the flip available now. Not even KO, tanks the flip just barely, and stays alive to tell the tale, and just regens all the way back up. The Bozo bunch now such a massive lead. What a great cyber swipe by Gret. And with the Firewall Sentry setup, it's going to be such a hard defense here as Dropletto playing midfield for the IME for a moment. The Sad Boys hold on, but it's still such a bad spot for them.
Oh! I mean, Bells just completely lost his mind. Wanted to make a big play there. I think I see what he was going for, but isn't quite able to capitalize on it. Vaughn tries to call out the cross clear. Bells, great secondary, but Breads is an absolutely iron.
Okay.
My bad. But but still,
drop. The bull rush is unstoppable. Despite getting hit so many times, he still dashes it through, and the angle is perfect to the top corner. And the Bozo Bunch 2 goals away now.
Yeah, I mean, cinema, right?
It really
That's
is.
what's going on in this game. And that Atlas is trying his best with the hot shot, but it's just so difficult. And Vaughn taking an absolute beating. Once again, Atlas forced to expend the ult. And I think this extra special has gotten a lot of value this game, but it's just not been enough. Cross clear able to be found, and now Caleb, who's ridiculously slow, just kind of has to lumber his way into the top half. They move to the corner, the secondary times out. There's 2 flips for the Bozo Bunch. Kill 1! And the ball's in. And we are now 1 point away from the Bozo Bunch, knocking Sad Boys out of the North American Strikers League.
This is unprecedented. The Sad Boys have never placed below 3rd at an S tier ever. This is the most dominant roster in the history of Omega Strikers, and the Bozo Bunch are 1 goal away from making the impossible possible here, but with both barriers down, the Sad Boys in their comfort zone, they will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see if you're a Sad Boys fan. You want to see both those barriers going down pretty quickly, get a momentum swing. Especially like getting those barriers down and keeping control of the ball, importantly, keeps those health bars high. Unless you're Bells, I guess. But it should keep those health bars high because they have to use more abilities for control to keep the ball out of the net. Bells, finally unstaggered, able to make a play. Breads appropriately reads the dash. And Vaughn sends the ball so quickly when he comes out of that secondary, but just not quite able to get it past the flip and the body of Obscure Breads. Whoa, Bells goes crazy in the net once again, trying to make these heroics, but if the heroics aren't falling, then it just seems like nothing is falling at all for the Sad Boys. I mean, Breads is in an incredibly secure position. Dropletto is the one making the hero play, kills Vaughn, takes the flip off the map, gets the adrenaline rush, and unless we see Bells, do something crazy here, I think that's just... It might be game pretty soon, Saya.
Oh, but Vaughn takes out Dropletto, and with this power play, the Sad Boys might have a chance, but their net is open as well. Obscure Breads has flip for defensive insurance, flips it away, sends it to the other side of the map. Gret, time to be the hero this time. KOs Vaughn again! Vaughn has died so many ways, so many times in the same way there, and now Dropletto and Gret, they can smell it. They know that day 2 is 1 goal away. All it takes is one more goal, and there it is. The Bozo Bunch eliminate the Sad Boys and move on to top 3.
The Bozo Bunch might be the greatest Omega Strikers team ever.
Yeah.
I mean, props to them. I think they played so well, and I really think the way Obscure Breads has been playing lately is a response, and a very, very definitive one, to this melee goalie meta. The Finny on Inkies was just everywhere and exhausting the resources from these melee goalies, and they proved that if you can keep up the pressure, you can eventually whittle them down. I mean, this game dropped 12 KOs, Gret 6 KOs, 1 KO for Obscure Breads, and only 1 for Yordi Lose and 1 for Vaughn. Well deserved for the Bozo Bunch. I think their meta read was spectacular. I think their play was even better. And now we can welcome Showtime, Demons Raw, and the Bozo Bunch, seed number 5, to the second day of the North American Strikers League playoffs.
Just an incredible performance here. The Bozo Bunch make it out. And I know some people were fearing, right, that they were a little scared of the repeat. The Showtime, Demons, and Sad Boys back at it in the top 3. The Bozo Bunch make sure that is not the case, but there's a long road ahead of them. The Demons and Showtime will try to replicate their performance from last season at the very least, so it's not going to be an easy road.
No, I think Showtime is a decently exploitable team right now. We almost saw EKC take them down. I think if people do their homework and play up to them on the day, they could definitely get through them. But Demons Raw, in my opinion, the way that they were looking earlier today, they are looking completely unstoppable. They like 18-1, the Cosmic Calamities 18-2. It was a little bit of a stomp, respectfully, And I think they are just looking so dominant. They're absolutely back in form. They want their back-to-back. And I also think that if you want to win an Esther, you have to get through them. But I've also said the same thing about the Sad Boys in the past. And, looking here, we saw a new face in the North American Strikers League playoffs get through the Sad Boys. So going to be a really exciting week next week. I think it's anyone's game. And, I'm excited to help them prepare.
Yeah, and with that, thanks for watching. There will be a post show, most likely right after this, so don't go anywhere, and make sure to catch NASA tomorrow and the conclusion of the playoffs next week. Thanks for watching.
As it turns out, good flip coming out from Soren. Good KO coming out from EKC.
It's a Katsuna show right now. I'm telling you, I put my eyeballs on Luna and she just ends it all. My eyeballs, guys.
That will be activated, and a nice catch with that primary there from an XTD.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bozo Bunch comp right now, and it's a very, very strong damage comp. The Rasmus going with Pauldrons just has 125 power explosive. Oh!
Whiffs a little bit. Now Joker has the core, has the speed going forward, but dies to another rocket from Luna. Katsuna is just going wild with all of these kills. The Crater Maker as well sets it up, and that's going to be another goal. EKC finding their medal.
And continuing to solidify themselves as a threat towards playoffs.
Right, it's just so shiny and red. It's pure dopamine. And look at that, NXTD with the core flip, 8 seconds through the barrier, make that a 9-second goal.
Very low on health. Shianzu in the goalie box is going to die to a rocket.
CD and Katsuna in particular. What an angle, by the way, from an XCD.
Playing a Rasmus again here. Also worth noting, and beautifully done.
Big moment here as they do get a kill on Joker. The power play is huge. And they're about to get the goal with the core flip and the turn. Everything in the kitchen sink.
Especially like the pressure of being down a point or not being able to score for a while really starts to weigh on you. Anyway, great plays by EKC, great banish, great KO, both barriers down, all players down. Good work. Hey, nice one.
There's the whiplash from Raffletto to put it away.
That just this goal is enough, and will the Corporate do it? It will! Gret finds it in the last second.
To get this out, Raffletto is moving back, but a great evade clear from Breads there keeps the point alive.
Since they have the goal open, they should be happy about that.
Just take it themselves. Why don't they?
Really important as they push into this corner. Just too much to defend. 2 flips now, but they don't even need to use it.
Absolute destruction. Here, Brett's trying to get a goal with misdirection. Then it lands.
Flies in and gets KO. Great cyber swipe from I. Now with the flip off of it, finds it.
But the core flip catch is really nice. Gets it over the X.
Great on the bottom side. I was about to face on.
But Brett, with a good positioning, is able to catch any kind of clear, and Raffletto with an even better dash is going to stun Barco.
This is the Bozo Bunch we know and love, and they are dominating so far. He's coming through top side, and Drew will get the final strike and will convert for a bang win.
But health bars are depleting right now. Cardbox getting sniped off the map by kind of.
And Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
goal line save, pulled away by Natty.
Find out here. Card box, finding a little KO there.
It looks like an ineffective strategy right now. I mean, this is going to be a goal for sure. Yeah.
But shows the core. Breezy goes down, but takes the core with him. The card box is Breezy in the goal box, and they grab it.
And then 2 KOs all of a sudden. Breezy across the Calamities. They managed to just explosively end that first point there after it looked doomed. Breezy not quite able to go down here and gets healed up by the Atlas ultimate, but might go down, but it doesn't matter because he's just sitting in the play.
A forklift from Breezy on the barrier will secure it alongside Card Box.
Now, but Card Box sets up the piercing shot.
Will stay keyed up. Card Box doing a great job of keeping up the pressure. Have this one trying to hold things down here and going to be able to go in for the flip. Deflected away though by Natty's placement. Ready to just move it right on into the goal. It's 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
Breezy with a nice hook, double barriers Barcode, not much he can do, and sets himself up with a beautiful open umbrella.
Resource he can have on this map. Really great flip to keep Drew away from scoring that one, but it's not enough.
Breezy with the energy burst available, throws down the path splitter.
Striking always last, and what a save from Natty.
Black Bolt passed around, Mystics there with the bomber coming out. After a Bank over from Card Box, and sinks it through all 3 of them. Brighton Vaughn comes back and causes the Calamities. They have done it. They've taken the upset and defeated.
Do you get tired of winning? You get tired of winning? Like, you know.
Honestly, nope.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but the line I am inevitable only rings true in NASL.
3 championships this Saturday to see a boys sweep.
I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Power play opportunity. Zuna has to put in so much work, but the goal gets past his Shadow Swap clone. And now Bells in the goal box has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play. Bells now, oh no, just fakes out Soren completely.
Cleared properly there, Vaughn wins the dribble on the bottom. Long range core flip through the misdirection.
Playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet!
Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage.
Bells keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn.
And that's an ace. All members going into the goal. No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip.
Where they are. Vanish lands on it too, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bells.
Has enough speed. A perfect killer from Vaughn to save it away. Shock smack. Consana losing. These pillars are so massive from Vaughn, just placing them. The barrier. Still sending one barrier to none. Crazy angle. Bells as well, finding the goal. Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it.
Sends it to the bottom, and Demons Raw finds the win. Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champions.
The Demons are back. They're showing why they're the other team that everyone just knows and fears.
To worry about Snake looking at the flip into the strike reset. Oh my goodness.
The flip is good. The beautiful power chord coming out from Juni.
Comes back to bite them, flip available. Tiny, great killer from Bond to save it away, but there's the first range fighter.
Again, Tiny with the dribble on the bottom.
Hold on, and this could be a turn.
The flipping block by Gumi.
All being said, hey, Demons Raw.
Now another KO found by Snake.
Low HP able to get it. Has the flip, trying to.
Right now it's all demons. It is all Gumi, Snake, Kainu. They finally did what they set out to do. Snake goes, I'll come back. Might as well play another season. Get their chip finally. They take down their rivals in the winners final, and they take down the upstarts in Showtime in the grands.
In there, Kainu, they bouncing has the bells, but then he gets a flip here in the X Bull Rush. He's gonna get the glitch pop.
Do a bracket reset here, and Kainu is gonna be the one helping him. Adrenaline Rush proc on the flip kill, and now Shianzu's up next, and Demon's Raw doing what Demon's Raw does best. Barcode has to hold it down, Gordo.
And he cannot do it. Kumi's supporting at distance with the perfect pitch. It's a score for Demon's Raw. 2 more to go. Demon's Raw will not give up without a fight. They will take us to a game 3 in the upper bracket.
All right, time for another day of Nassel playoffs. Let's see what's going on here. Hey gang, what? Saya's late again? Really? Oh gosh. What are the odds I get out of here on time? Oh, now they're ready, so we get no time for the pre-show. Fine. Okay, people, quiet on set. We're on in 3, 2.
Can't find it. Now Vaughn, you already lose. They're up in the box. These stairs are coming out. We'll be able to bring down that barrier here. And the goal gate is open, pushing hard. Shianzu, shot to the bottom is going to be good. And that is Showtime taking game 2. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a new national champion.
I almost KO'd, but had just enough energy for the evade, but now
to take this and it's off the map. Breezy forced the flip just to stall time, and this is not looking good.
Time to put on a show.
Oh, Joker, the one being staggered, pushed in, but Dropleto finally KO'd after all that time staggered now. Turn Shianzu packing, passing back and forth, much like we saw the last game.
Will force Natty away from the defense there. Flip from Shianzu comes out. Nice combination of abilities and strike.
Host the fans.
Getting goal number 2.
Predicting it right, and Shianzu.
That we'll see if they can find the second barrier now. Flip use, still defended by Barcode.
Host the fans.
Joker threads the needle through all 3 players.
Shianzu comes up with just as many plays.
Bells is fishing for that goal, but Barcode was stopping every single try.
Before Cardbox comes up, but will it be long enough? It will not. Barcode, I believe, actually getting this one. Or instead, Shianzu. There's so many assists. All these players helping out to secure this, and sure enough, we go to set number 5 on game 3.
All right, hello everyone. I'm back, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League post show. It's been a very exciting day one of playoffs, and now we have representatives from each team that won today. The Bozo Bunch, a little split in half for their duo, very deserved. So yeah, I think we're just gonna hop right into things. I'll start with you, Joker. From Showtime, you were the first team to qualify for day 2 today in a little bit of a nail biter 3-game series over the Ares Kitten Club. How do you feel about that series? Maybe how well prepared they were, or how impressed you were with their drafts and the strategies that someone in that EKC environment came up with?
Hey man, well, started off they picked Inkies on us, and well, historically we knew they were gonna ban Oni Village. Like we talked about it last night of like how we thought the map pick ban is gonna go, and it's like on the dot exactly why I like anticipated it. So I knew we were gonna have a tough Yankees game to start. Went to set 5.5. I think they played phenomenally and they deserved to beat us. But I was like, okay, it's their map pick. They like this map, and we took them to set 5.5. We're gonna smoke them when we play on our maps and like other maps. So that's what ended up like happening. We 3-0'd them the next game, and the last game was also pretty close. I think they were just playing like really good as well. Like our NXDD on the Zentaro is just like such a phenomenal player, and Soren played like out of his mind as well. And Katsuna just pumping damage and just killing us always. So they're a tough opponent, and I'm just glad we beat them and we don't have to deal with them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Ares Kitten Club, never really someone you want to be going up against. They're a really tenacious team. So going off of that, Demons Raw, Snake is our representative here, looking mighty handsome today, if I could say so myself. How about the Cosmic Calamities? They were a little bit of a story this season. People weren't quite expecting them to make the surge that they did. But as you know from last season, you're not really afraid of these surging new teams. You got the job done again today. How was that series for you? What were your expectations going in, and how are you feeling about next week?
It was fun. My expectations going in weren't super high because we had a game plan, and that was to copy the style that Showtime plays, which we did with the Mako goalie, the Now for like a speed midfielder, and then Asher because that character is very easy. So I have a lot of fun doing the easy thing and doing it probably the best, so that's what I do.
Little cameo from 3Z Breezy there. Yeah, I think it's not the biggest surprise that our two teams qualifying for winners finals next week did so kind of playing the same strategy. Showtime, in my opinion, has been paving the way, kind of leading the metagame ever since last playoffs. I feel like everyone kind of lost their minds when they saw how far they went with their play style and has tried to emulate that. But going to a team that I think has not been trying to emulate that at all, the Bozo Bunch. They say no thanks to the melee goalies, no thanks to pretty much all conventions, and yet they're here anyway. Drop or Gret, whichever of you, feel free to talk about your experience taking down Ares Kitten Club and the legendary Sad Boys today as you made your way to Losers Finals.
Well, I think we, just over the span of the last week or so, we just tried different stuff out in terms of drafting. Because I think drafting is what we need to work on the absolute most. As long as we can get something comfortable down on the board for our team to play, I think we pop off like super hard. But getting in that situation in the first place, we tried out a lot of different stuff, like getting Juliet from drop. That the Julie feels really good to play with, and that was what we kind of discovered over the span of the last week. And we were able to get that off during the drafts versus both EKC and Sad Boys, and the only like uncomfortable game I would say, not like the only hard one, but the only uncomfortable one was the game 2, because Juno got a lot of core speed and that was really hard to play around.
Yeah, I will say I'm very happy that we're not playing with melee goalies. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, yeah.
Like you guys over there, losers. It's so much more fun playing with a goalie that can just like pew pew pew, other side of the map. Some random Finny card comes out of nowhere, slots it in. So much damage, and we could just start killing me. Let's go, Bozo Punch!
Yeah.
Get your shirt on shop.bestieslot.com.
Yeah, it was discussed earlier about how effective those kind of midfield-oriented goalies have been with regards to keeping possession essentially forever in the corner for you guys, and I think that really showed today just how strong that strategy can be. Really impressed with the run from the Bozo bunch, and just really proud of everyone here. Really, really great games from all of you today. Any shout outs, starting with you, Joker? Anyone you would like to give some thanks to?
Hey, first of all, shout out to all the people who voted on the All Pro for me and Barcode as well. You made it first team. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to my teammates, of course, playing like beasts today. Shout out to EKC for playing like beasts too. Like that was a close series. I want to say it's fun, but playing against you guys is, I'm sorry, it's just so painful and it's not fun. But still, shout out to you guys for just being good players. And yeah, shout out to Bessie and Slot for all the cool stuff around playoffs, like the Brightman Rob with the promos, the team promos, and then that like animation as well by Ian and who else was it? Help me out.
Lego Mage.
Lego Mage.
My
goat.
Yeah.
Lego Mage and Ian are beasts. Yoshi. Shout out to y'all. That was like a pleasure to watch as well. So yeah, I think I covered everything.
I completely agree. Shout out Bestie and Slot. I think none of us would really be here without them, and they just do so much work for us. Snake, any shout outs for you?
Just a shout out to the usual people like Sad Boys, my teammates, Huss, Gravity, people like that. I'll shout out Bozo Bunch. I think they played really good today. So shout out to y'all. That was a really fun match to watch. And shout out to American football. Yeah, that's going to be so much fun to watch.
All right, and I'll start with Gret. Gret, anyone that you are interested in shouting out today?
Well, I think I'd like to shout out like everyone who's watching these games, everyone who's making all of this stuff for the community, like the Ratman Rob videos, the art. In case someone doesn't know, this is my last season of Nassel, and this stuff is kind of reminding me why I stayed for so long. It's really something special, I think, we've done here.
And all right, and never mind.
Hold on. Yep. Now I'm being mean. Hold on. Shout out to the people who put me high up on All Pro. 2 people, Natty and Vaughn. I'm on to you guys. I'm on to all you guys. Next season for sure.
Actually, I'm gonna throw it in there. Anti shout out to Natty. He put Breads at number 1 goalie and I at number 2 midfield. Or my number 1 midfield. And where's Drop Lead on his list? Oh, what's that? Nowhere. Come on, man.
Wow.
Not even in the top 5. Absolute hater activity. Anyways, I'd like to shout out anyone that was, of course, teammates. Breads played like a beast. Muncher also played like a beast. But I want to shout out specifically the people that cheer me on, because they make me play so much better. Whenever like someone's like, oh wow, what a great Drop Lead on. I'm like, I know, I'm the best. It does make me play better. So shout out to everyone in Bozo Cord cheering me on, and more importantly, shout out to my mom who is watching right now, who said shout out to Breads as well.
Oh yeah,
thanks,
true.
Mom.
Yeah, shout out all the moms out there. They do so much work for all of us and maybe don't get the appreciation they deserve. And shout out to the haters, according to Bozo Bunch. So yeah, with that, I would like to direct everyone's attention to the North American Strikers Academy coming tomorrow. People are saying that this is the biggest sporting event of the weekend, and you need to set aside your Sunday for the North American Strikers Academy. We have some heater matches coming up for that, and I believe we also have another shout out on this stream that production would like me to mention. The Sony Hates Eject Button Jeb Tournament. So if you are one of those people that hates seeing eject button in your game, if you're one of those people that thinks, what's the goalie doing leaving their net? Like they're supposed to sit in there and just do their little good goalie things that they're supposed to be doing. This is your opportunity to make it big on those opinions. Sony Hates Eject button. Our newest high prize pool tournament coming to Omega Strikers March 1st and 2nd, 2025. Get your registrations in. If it's open, I believe it is, but it may not be. Get your registrations in. Form your teams. Start seeing if you can get ahead on the meta of an Omega Strikers without eject button. All right. And any final words from any of our competitors today? Any final thoughts? No, it looks like we're all tuckered out. Pretty understandable. Really long, really exhausting day. So I will send us off to the best of my ability. I'll say one last thing about Sheb. The prize pool is $2,000. So pretty significant prize pool. And the format is a round robin with a little bit of round robin trifecta Swiss into a best of 3 double elimination bracket. It's a great format. Lots of winnings to be had. And like I said before, try and get ahead of the meta on this one. This is your opportunity to make it big in Omega Strikers. If you're someone that couldn't quite get there in other big tournaments. So, everyone tune in to the North American Strikers Academy tomorrow. And with that, I bid everyone farewell, good night, and happy striking. It's a wonderful day of playoffs, and I can't be more excited for next week.
You